A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, Easy Aces.
When Jane Ace told Mr. Everett she had a friend with a lot for sale, Mr. Everett thought she meant Mr. Ace, who had also tried to sell him a lot. But Jane had been offered $500 by a Mr. Neff if she could sell Mr. Everett his lot. Mr. Everett admired what he thought was Jane's wifely devotion and has decided to buy Mr. Ace's lot. This episode is in alternate scenes between Mr. Ace's office, Mr. Everett's office, and the telephone booth. First to Mr. Ace, where we find him with his client. Listen.
Oh, cheer up, Mr. Cambridge. It isn't as hopeless as it seems.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Ace. You've had over a week on it now, and we're no closer to a deal than we were when you started.
Yes, I know, but...
When you first came to me, you sounded like it was in the bag.
Well,
Old man Everett's daughter, married to your brother-in-law and all that. I thought it would be a cinch to sell him. But according to what you tell me, it seems like you being in the family is going to hurt the deal instead of helping it.
No, I didn't say it would hurt it. I just said that Mr. Everett told me that he wouldn't take into consideration my wife's brother being married to his daughter. I thought I'd be open and above board with you, Mr. Cambridge, lay my cards on the table and not hide anything. But if you're going to misinterpret what I tell you...
I'm not misinterpreting anything. Didn't you tell me
I told you that the old gent said he'd let me hear from him this week. The week isn't over yet. I might get a call any minute.
Well, it better be pretty soon, Mr. Ace. I've never done business with you before. I have my own regular real estate man. But I thought on account of the relationship with Mr. Everett, you might be able to put this thing over.
Well, I think I will.
Well, I wish I were as optimistic as you are.
Well, there's no use being down in the mouth about it. We can show a little enthusiasm, at least, until he turns us down.
I make it a rule not to show enthusiasm until it's signed and delivered.
Oh, I see. Well, well, cheer up, Mr. Cambridge. I know that when I put this deal before him...
That's another thing. You never even talked price with him.
Well, to tell you the truth, I never got a chance. I thought I'd wait until he called me to say he was interested.
Seems to me that if you'd have told him I only wanted $60,000 for the ground, that would have been a good selling point.
Well, it will be. Wait till he calls me. There's no hurry. Nobody else is in the know. I'm the only one so far that's even submitted anything.
Well, I happen to know that he's got one more proposition.
He has? Well, I don't see how. My wife's brother tipped me off before the word got around, and the word hasn't got around yet. I wonder whose deal he's got, if any.
Old T.Y. Neff.
Neff? Who's he?
Owns that ground over on 16th and Main. Just as good a location as mine.
Yeah, but he'll be wanting more money than you're asking. You're really giving the old man a good deal.
I know it. That's why I say you should have talked price with him. Seems to me you'd better get busy.
Well, what can I do? I have to wait for his call. I'm sure I can sell him once he calls me.
You're pretty sure, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm very sure. I'm not going to lose any chance to make $3,000. I'm positive I can sell him.
Well, I'm not. And I won't be until I have the money in my hand.
Why, it's just the same as in your hand now, Mr. Cambridge.
Well, if you're so sure, just give me your check for $55,000.
What?
And you can make yourself an extra $2,000.
Give you my check for $55,000. Yes.
See? You're not so positive now.
Oh, I'm positive, but, well, if they're giving you a check for $55,000, I'm afraid, well, I'd have to post-date it quite a bit.
Post-date it?
Yeah, I haven't any money like that. Well, we'll just have to wait till he calls. Oh, don't look so downhearted, Mr. Cambridge. Cheer up. Here, have a cigar.
Don't smoke.
Oh. Well, let's look at the bright side of the thing. Speaking of post-dated checks, did you hear the yarn about the man that always post-dated his checks? Yeah, always post-dated his checks all his life. And he finally died, and on his tombstone they put, here lies Joe Smith, died August 5th, as of September 16th.
I still think that if you call the old man and arrange for a talk with him, so you could quote him the $60,000 price, you'd have made some headway.
Oh, but that wouldn't make us seem too anxious. I'd rather keep that $60,000 angle until he calls me, and then go over and have my talk.
But my dear Mrs. Ace, $70,000 is a little more than I had expected to pay.
Well, my friend said that's the least he would take.
Your friend puts a pretty big price on his property. Don't you think so, Mrs. Ace?
Well, between you and me, yes. But he won't take a cent less. My friend said you can afford to pay it, and he wants $70,000.
Well, I must say I admire your candor, Mrs. Ace.
Well, thanks. I'm glad you like it.
It's so unusual in these modern days of putting something over. It's really refreshing. Just as your wifely devotion is refreshing. And while we're being candid with each other, how about dropping the term, my friend?
Beg pardon?
Must you go on referring to, well, your client as my friend?
Well, he is my friend.
Oh, your friend as well
He's a
as...
very good friend of mine. Or why should I be here if he wasn't a very good friend?
All right. If you insist upon it, Mrs. Ace. I only thought it would help clear matters up. I can understand your wanting to get as much as you can, but to tell the truth, I'd already had the property appraised at $60,000.
$60,000? Oh, no. He said not a cent less than $70,000.
You drive a hard bargain, Mrs. Ace. Your husband should be proud of you.
Oh, I won't tell him anything about this until it's all over.
Oh, of course, I understand. It's always best that the man of the house believes that he does it all alone. It flatters his vanity. Yes, indeed. If you'll permit a very old man a moment of reminiscing, Mrs. Ace, you'll perhaps better understand why I'm so pleased to be able to close this deal with you. It was years ago, before you were born, I should judge. I was a very young man, full of fire, ambition, and the desire for power. My one aim was to accumulate money, lots of it, and even more than that, the power that money could buy. My first big chance came, and it all depended on interesting a banker in my proposition. I interested him all right, yes, but only after he had come to the house several evenings for dinner, and we had entertained him and gotten under his skin. I don't have to tell you who it was that really got him interested, do I?
Yes.
Why, it was Mrs. Everett, of course.
Oh.
A nobler, more sacrificing woman never lived. It goes without saying that my life has been empty since. This is she, this photograph.
Oh, she's so sweet-looking.
Well, who knew her loved her. I keep her face before me always here in this business, which I flatter myself to think I built. But down deep I know she really built.
She did?
Yes, she did. And that is why I admire your loyalty so, Mrs. Ace. It's a rare quality these days. Perhaps you'll think it's the foolish whimsy of a tottering old man. But I'm going to put your deal over. Well then, Mrs. Ace, as we say in business circles, it's a deal.
What?
I'm going to buy your lot.
You are? For $70,000?
For $70,000. It's a hard bargain, but my word, my bond, it's a deal. Shall we shake hands on it?
Beg pardon?
Shake hands on the deal.
Oh, all right. Excuse my gloves. Well, Mr. Everett, I'm so excited. You don't know what this means to me.
I think I do. That womanly feeling of having done a noble deed.
Yes,
That
and...
wifely feeling of devotion that comes only to very few women of great spirit.
Yes, and...
The expression of fine courage of the woman who fights for those she loves.
Yes, and besides a Persian lamb coat, with the money I'm going to make,
Yes, of course. Material things, naturally.
Well, I have to go now. Oh, when can I bring my friend here?
Suppose you let me notify your friend and conduct the business with him from here on.
Oh, but I want to bring him over. How about tomorrow?
Tomorrow will be fine. But I'll call him and tell him.
No, I want to call Mr. Everett. I'll bring him tomorrow.
Well, we'll both call
Well,
him.
I better hurry now. I've got more things to do and then hurry home and get dinner.
Good day, Mrs. Ace.
Goodbye. We'll be here tomorrow. About 10 o'clock?
Earlier, if you like. 9.
All right. 9 o'clock tomorrow. I'm so excited. Goodbye, Mr. Everett.
Good day, my dear. And thanks for helping me relive my young.
But how will it look if I call him? Won't it make us look too anxious?
Hang it all, man. I am anxious to sell. I don't mind telling you I need that $60,000.
I know you need it, and you know you need it. But why let old man Everett know you need it? No, sir, I'm waiting till I hear from him.
Why stand on ceremonies at this stage of the game? While we're sitting around here acting independent, he's probably talking business with half a dozen other real estate men.
Oh, I don't believe it. This deal was told me confidentially.
And probably told a dozen others just as confidentially.
Oh, I don't...
I'll tell you what. As long as you don't want to talk business with him unless he calls you, how about calling him and inviting him over to your house socially? Then you can bring it up.
Oh, no, I can't do that.
Why not?
Well, this is one deal I don't want my wife meddling in.
Your wife? What has she got to do?
Well, you know how wives are, especially mine. She has a knack for getting things balled up. I don't want her to know anything about this. I'm not taking any chances.
Oh, nonsense. Sometimes it takes just a woman's touch to put over just such a deal.
No, not my wife's touch.
Well, we can't do any worse than we're doing now. Might just beat the thing.
Oh, no, that's absolutely out. Nothing. I'd rather call the old man and ask him about it rather than risk taking a chance of my wife mixing into this.
All right, then call him.
Oh.
You'll probably find him in right now. It's just before lunchtime.
Well, if you think I should. But it might spoil whatever chance that we're...
I'll take the risk. Go ahead. Call him.
Okay. Just a minute. Hello? Yes, this is he. Who? Yes, right here. It's Everett. Yes, she's getting him on the phone now. Boy, that was a close shave. You see, with just a few seconds waiting, we'll do... hello? Yes, Mr. Everett. How are you? That's good. About what? Oh, that plot of ground. Oh, yes, I remember something about... You mean that I was talking to you about the other day? Yes, I remember now. You what? Tomorrow. Yes, I can come in and see you. Yeah. Tell them about the price. Mr. Everett, I don't think I talked price with you the other day. I just want to say that this is a bargain, that price is okay. Well, yeah, sure, I can come in. Close the deal?
Good work.
Sure. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Just a moment. I'd better make a note of that so I won't forget it. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Yes, sir.
K-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Little Girl. One way to define an ideal dessert, ladies and gentlemen, is to say it's something you look forward to with eagerness and look back upon with satisfaction. Yes, that's one way, but an even better way is simply to say Jell-O, because Jell-O is really tops for topping off a meal. It's a grand-looking dessert, one that sets off a table in first-rate style, a gay, glistening dessert radiant with jewel-like colors, the most tempting and attractive treat you ever laid eyes on. And what a swell taste. A top-notch, tantalizing flavor, extra rich, as inviting as the juicy ripe fruit itself. So tomorrow, friends, try a delightful Jell-O dessert in any one of Jell-O's 6 famous flavors. Ask your grocer for Jell-O by name. For Jell-O is a trademark, the property of General Foods. And those big red letters on the box are your assurance of the highest quality and that delicious Jell-O flavor. That was Little Girl, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're back in Hollywood after enjoying the winter sports at Yosemite. So without further ado, we bring you our master of ceremonies, that outdoor man with an indoor body, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. And Don, if you're referring to that little incident when I hurt my leg skiing in Yosemite, you're not being very fair. I'm a very good skier, but after all, accidents will happen.
Well, Jack, if you're such a good skier, how come the very first day you started down the hill, you had your skis on backwards?
Don, did you ever hear that expression, doing it the hard way? I mean, anybody can go down a hill frontwards.
Oh, then I must have misunderstood the whole thing. I thought you made a mistake and didn't know what you were doing.
Oh, no, Don, no.
Then I'm sorry, Jack, and I apologize.
I object.
Well, if it isn't Livingston, the D.A. What are you objecting to, Mary?
I object to that big fib you just told Don Wilson. If you're such an expert skier, how come you didn't even know how to stop?
Well...
Well, the first thing you did was crash right through the ski house.
It could have been a publicity stunt, you know.
Go on. You don't know any more about skiing than you do about spending money.
Spending money?
You do that the hard way, too.
All right, Mary, all right. My skiing accident is over. I lived through it, so let's forget it.
Now, listen, Jackson, I don't want to butt in, but that accident was nobody's fault but your own. You had no business getting on a pair of skis in the first place.
Do I hear a voice from the cornfield? What was that, Phil?
I said the whole thing was your own fault.
Oh, it was?
Certainly. It never would have happened if you weren't such a show-off.
I'm a show-off? Listen, Phil, you're calling me a show-off is equivalent to Tommy Manville telling an owl it stays up too late. And furthermore, I'm not interested in your diagnosis of my accident. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny. How's your leg?
It's much better, thanks, but it still hurts a little. Every once in a while, I feel a twitch of pain there.
How can you tell where your accident stops and rheumatism begins?
Now, wait a minute, Mary. If I've got rheumatism, how is it I'm such a good skier?
I'm not going through that again.
You bet you won't. Well, Dennis, are you glad to be back home?
Yeah, I'm as happy as a lark.
Oh, he's always happy.
Well, I regard that as a virtue. I'm glad that somebody is contented around here.
There's nothing wrong with me that a raise wouldn't cure.
There he goes with that raise again. All that guy thinks of is money. Women and money.
Well, I never got one in a box of Cracker Jack.
Neither did I, but let's forget it. Well, tell me, Dennis, did you enjoy our little vacation at Yosemite?
I sure did, Mr. Benny, and I want to thank you very much for treating us to the trip.
That's all right, Dennis.
Yes, Jack, it was a grand gesture on your part.
That's okay, Don. It was a pleasure. You and Dennis have acted like gentlemen, and you've always spoken very nicely of me. Therefore, I was glad to pay for your trip.
I'm sincere, so I get hooked.
Hooked?
Yes, and I think it was a pretty cheap trick for you to pay everybody else's expenses and leave me out.
Oh, you do?
Sure, that vacation cost me over $100.
All right, Phil, I'll tell you what I'll do. Just give me an itemized bill of all your expenses in Yosemite, food, room, and everything, and I'll be only too happy to reimburse you.
Oh, Jackson, you're kidding.
If I'm not, may the roof fall on me. You've got a nerve expecting me to pay your expenses after the way you acted. There I was flat on my back in bed, and you were out every day with a nurse.
Well, she was a cute kid.
I don't care if she was Ann Sheridan. She was supposed to rub my back.
Gee, Mr. Benny, would Ann Sheridan rub your back?
I wish I knew and pay attention. I was talking about Miss Kelly, my alleged nurse.
I think you did pretty well, considering that you had to work 24 hours a day.
24 hours a day? Why, didn't he have a night nurse?
No, Jack hired a girl with insomnia.
Well, she certainly wasn't on the job in the daytime. She was out with Phil Harris every minute.
By the way, Jackson, I had a letter from her this morning.
Really? Well, I'm glad you finally met a girl that can write. Did she say anything about me?
Yeah, she told me to be sure and say hello to Grapes or Wrath.
Well, that's very, very clever. And, Phil, when you answer her letter, be sure to give her my regards and tell her that as a nurse, she doesn't know an aspirin tablet from a manhole cover. I wouldn't recommend her to my worst enemy.
Your worst enemy? Who's that, Jack?
Well, Don, take the name Edgar Allan Poe, remove the Edgar and the Poe, add Fred, and boil for 10 minutes. Now, look, fellas, we've got other things to do tonight, so let's settle down and eliminate all references to our vacation. How about a song, Dennis? Are you all set?
Yeah, I got a swell number, Mr. Benny, called Make Love with a Guitar.
Oh, yes, that's a very good song, Make Love with a Guitar. You know, when I was a young fella, I used to serenade the girls myself. Only instead of playing a guitar, I played my violin.
And instead of girls, you got pennies from heaven.
That's so. Well, all I know, Mary, everybody in Waukegan used to call me the Sheep.
Sure, you lived in a tent.
I lived in a house. Where I lived. Go ahead with your song, Dennis.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, Jack, I knew I had something to ask you. Did you go to the Motion Picture Academy Awards dinner Thursday night?
Yes, Don. Mary and I attended, and it was a grand affair. Go ahead, Dennis.
Well, Jack, weren't you disappointed that you didn't get the award for the outstanding performance?
Disappointed? Why, no, Don. Go ahead with your song, Dennis.
Now, come on, Jackson. Look, Jackson, weren't you just a little bit jealous?
Me jealous? What are you talking about?
He's talking about the Academy Award dinner Thursday night. You should have seen him, fella.
Dennis, are you going to sing or not?
Boy, was Jack burned up. He nearly...
Dennis, what are you waiting for? Sing.
Jack was so mad, I thought...
Sing, Dennis, for heaven's sake.
Okay, Mr. Benny.
Come here a minute, young lady. I want to talk to you.
On my guitar, I strike a chord like this. It always brings a kiss I never miss. Speaking of love, you can go very far, no matter who you are, if you play a guitar. Make love with a guitar. If you should meet her, sweet senorita, romance with a guitar. And when you find her, the strings will bind her. Make love with a guitar. Always the right time, daylight or night time. Oh, she'll not withstand it. And as I planned it, she'll say I love you. It is the right time, daylight or night time. Oh, she'll not withstand it. And as I planned it, she'll say I love you. It's very easy to make love with a guitar.
That was Make Love with a Guitar, sung by Dennis Day. And very good, Dennis. That was one of your best numbers. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as a special offering and for the feature attraction of our program, tonight we are going to present one of the Mary, I warned you. Tonight we are going to present one of the outstanding plays.
All right, Jackson, come clean. What happened Thursday night at the banquet?
Phil, I'm trying to introduce our play. This, ladies and gentlemen, is one of the outstanding...
I'm curious, too. What happened, Mary?
Well, fellas, it was like this.
Oh.
Jack took me to the Academy Award dinner, and on the way over, he was so nervous and fidgety, he nearly drove me crazy.
Well, of course I was nervous. We were late.
Late? We got there so early, the head waiter gave Jack a box of silverware and told him to set the table.
I didn't do it, did I? Anyway, getting back to our play...
What were you so nervous about, Jack?
I'm coming to that.
He asked me.
Well, fellas, you know Jack. As usual, he thought he was going to win the Academy Award.
For what, acting?
Don't be so surprised.
Why, that's silly, Jackson. Even before the banquet, everybody knew it was a toss-up between Jimmy Stewart and Robert Donat.
All right, Phil, didn't you ever hear of a dark horse?
Oh, Rochester.
I don't mean Rochester, I mean me. Tough Luck Benny. That's who I mean.
Well, anyway.
Anyway.
Anyway, all the stars got there, and during the dinner, Jack ran around like a regular politician. shaking hands with everybody and passing out cigars.
Well, there's nothing wrong with passing out cigars.
You didn't have to give one to Betty Davis.
Well, I was excited.
Sure you were excited. And here's the payoff, fellas.
Oh.
When the dinner was over and they announced that Robert Donat was the winner, Jack got up and yelled, "You can't do this to me!"
Well, I told you I was nervous. Anyway, I sat right down, didn't I?
Not until someone hit you in the face with an artichoke.
That was a Brussels sprout, and I didn't even feel it. Artichoke, you have to exaggerate everything. Anyway, folks, as I started to announce...
But, Jack, getting back to the award, I can't understand what you objected to in the decision.
Because I don't think Robert Donat deserves that statue as much as I do.
What are you talking about? Did you see Goodbye, Mr. Chip?
Yes, but I don't remember him in it. Well, I don't.
You're the kind of a guy that would visit Niagara Falls and not remember the water.
Well, let me tell you something about Goodbye, Mr. Chips, Mary. I just wish I had a chance to play that kind of a role, that's all.
Say, Mr. Benny, I didn't see that picture. Would the part really fit you?
Like a glove. You know, Dennis, it's a story about an English schoolmaster, and we follow his career. First he's young, then middle-aged. Then he gradually becomes older and older and older. And finally he's a white-haired, wrinkled old man, sitting by the fireplace.
That's where the glove fits.
All right, now listen, fellas, let's change the subject and forget about this year's Academy Award. First thing you know, people will think it's a case of sour grapes on my part. Now, getting back to our play...
Pardon me, Jack. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of sour grapes, I would like to announce that Jell-O does not come in that particular flavor.
Well...
However, it does come in 6 other flavors, and you will find each one of them tempting, economical, and easy to make. So go to your neighborhood grocer and insist on genuine Jell-O. Look for the big red letters on the box.
Very good, Don. Allow me to congratulate you. That was not only brilliant, but obvious. And now, ladies and gentlemen, getting back to our play, tonight we are going to present something entirely different and away from our usual sketches. However, before we begin, I'd like to explain... Oh, who is it? Come in. Well, look who's here, fellas.
Hiya, Buck, remember me?
Andy. Well, Andy, it's about time you showed up. Gosh, you've been away a long time.
Yep, about 2 months. Had a lot of fun, though.
Oh, that's right. You were out playing vaudeville. How'd you do, Andy? How was business?
Swell, Buck. I was the biggest thing since Power's elephants.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Andy, because I'd like to go back on the road again myself and play those good old 4-a-days.
I got a great idea for your act, Jack.
What?
You start out as a young man and the audience gets older and older and older.
Don't worry, I'd entertain them. Well, tell me, Andy, what sort of a routine did you do?
Well, I sang songs and told some jokes and all that sophisticated stuff.
Well, I'll bet, huh?
And then for a wind-up, Ma, Pa, and me would come out and do an adagio act.
Well, that sounds exciting. You mean to say you and your Pa would throw your Ma around in the air, huh?
Not only that, he'd catch you blindfolded.
Blindfolded?
Yeah, he couldn't stand the sight of her in those pink tights.
Oh, well, I'd like to have seen that myself. Say, that must have been pretty dangerous for your Ma. Didn't your Pa ever miss her?
Every show, Buck. That was our big finish.
Say, that must have been surefire, and I'm glad you did so well. Well, stick around, Andy. We're going to put on a little play right after Phil's number. Maybe we can find a part for you in it.
Sorry, Buck. I got to run along now. I got a blonde and a brunette waiting for me down the car.
Oh, 2 girls, eh?
No, just one, and you ought to see her.
I'd like to. Well, so long, Andy.
So long, everybody.
Doggone, Andy sure gets a kick out of life. Well, Phil, now that I feel good again, let's hear a number and we'll do our play right after it.
Okay, Jackson. Is there anything special you'd like from our large repertoire?
Large repertoire? Phil, you never played anything that was over 3 feet away from Dipsy Doodle. So get in the groove. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Telegram for Jack Benny.
Take it, Mary. Hey, buddy, got change for a half?
Only 2 quarters. That won't help you.
Thought we'd never get to that. Well, I'm glad he finally got a job. Who's the wire from, Mary?
It's from your father in Miami Beach.
From Dad, eh? What does he say?
He says that my dear son Jack received your letter saying you were going to win the Academy Award. The newspapers here got it all wrong.
Poor Dad, he'll be so disappointed.
Wait, there's more.
Oh.
Congratulations, and I'm very anxious to see your new picture, Mr. Chips Rise Again.
He means Buck Benny. Let me have that, Mary. I'll answer it. Play, Phil. Gosh, how will I ever tell Dad? That was I've Got My Eyes on You, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And, Phil, that number was vaguely familiar. Didn't you play it a few weeks ago?
I don't know. Hey, Eddie, did we ever play that number before?
I don't know. Hey, Bill, did we ever play that number before?
I don't know. Hey, Sam!
Never mind. I was just asking. No use going through the whole orchestra. Not that important. I think, Phil, you ought to be a little bit careful about repeating band numbers so soon, that's all. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Well, I don't remember whether we played it before or not. It bothers me.
Me too.
Me too.
Cut it out! You know, Phil, if your boys would worry more about their music ahead of time instead of spending all week at the Santa Anita racetrack, we'd be a lot better off.
What do you mean?
Well, I went out to the track yesterday, and there they were, every one of them, including your guitar player. What a pest he is.
Who, Frankie? He used to be a tout.
Used to be? He used to be a tout. He's got more information now than Clifton and Fadiman. Every race he'd come around and say, play this horse, play that horse.
Well, you know how Frankie is. He gets enthusiastic, that's all.
Phil, I don't object to enthusiasm, but those tips he hands out. Yesterday in the big race, he insisted that I play heel fly. He said, I'm so sure of that horse that if he don't win, I'll kill myself.
Well, what about it?
I lost $2 and I don't see any lily in his hand. I can't stand a welcher. No, sir.
Well, Jack, you certainly don't expect a fellow to kill himself just because he gave you a bad tip, do you?
No, but he could cut his finger or something and show you what's sincere. Some little gesture.
You know, Jack, a guy like you should stay away from the races. You don't have any fun there.
Listen, Mary, there's nobody that enjoys a hot dog and a little fresh air more than I do.
I mean, you can't stand to lose.
Well, naturally, 6 races in a row is just a little too much.
No kidding, Jack. Did you really lose 6 straight races yesterday?
Yeah.
Jack was so mad that instead of tearing up his tickets at the track, he took them home and ran them to the meat grinder.
Darn right I did. Well, so much for Santa Anita. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce, for our feature attraction this evening, we are going to present, if possible, a dramatic version of one of the outstanding... Well, I give up. Come in.
Hello.
Hello. Look, miss, I'm very busy, and I don't...
Oh, hello, Gracie. Jack, it's Gracie Allen.
Oh. Hello.
Hello, Dennis. Hello, Don.
Hello.
Hello, beautiful.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, fine. Gracie, you're the only one in the world that thinks Phil Harris is beautiful.
Oh, yeah, and so do I.
Oh. Well, Gracie, it was nice of you to drop in, but we have a play to do, and we haven't much time. What brought you up here tonight?
Well, I don't know. When I hitchhike, I never ask their names.
I see. Well, if you'll excuse me,
Oh, Jack, did you know I'm running for president?
President? Oh, yes, I heard about it. Where's George?
Well, he's out digging up worms so I can go fishing.
Oh. Look, Gracie, I'll be through in a few minutes, so if you'll
well,
just...
I just came up here to ask you, Jack, if you'll vote for me.
Well, are you nominated?
No, I just think to be sociable.
That I don't understand at all. Now, if you don't mind, Gracie, look,
How about you, Mary? Will you vote for me, Don?
What's he talking about?
I'll be glad to.
Me too. So you've thrown your hat in the ring, huh, Gracie?
Oh, yes, and it was adorable. I paid $37.50 for it at Bullock's Wilshire.
Oh.
No. Did you really? I think the hats they're wearing this year are so much better than last year. Don't you, Gracie?
Oh, yes. I like the hat I got on even better than on my head.
Well, it's more becoming.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Look, girls, you can discuss all...
Still material?
Oh, Gracie, it's stunning.
Oh, it's just a little thing I'm going to wear around the White House.
Look, girls, you can discuss all this later. We're very busy.
Hey, Jackson, come to think of it, we did play that number 3 weeks ago.
That's right.
That's right.
Forget about it. Now, look, Gracie, I'm glad you're running for president, and we'll be very happy to vote for you. But right now...
You know, I've got my own party. The surprise party.
Oh, well...
And I was thinking that maybe you could get me a lot of votes from your hometown, Waukegan.
Waukegan? Well, I haven't lived in Waukegan for 10 years.
Oh, well, then maybe they'd be glad to do you a favor.
Gracie, listen to me, will you? The election isn't until fall, and we'll all vote for you. Now, don't annoy us anymore. We've got our own show to do. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye.
And give my regards to George.
Oh, I will. You know, George will be pretty busy after I'm president.
Now, you mean between writing a column and flying to Seattle? I know. I know all about it. Huh?
Imagine My Day by George Burns.
That ought to be something. Well, so long, Gracie. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye. Well, if I'm going to be elected, I've got to run out now and make some speeches.
And perhaps kiss babies, huh?
Hey, that's not a bad idea. Come here, Phil.
Hey, wait a minute.
Oh, that's my baby. Goodbye.
That's about the silliest thing I ever heard. Gracie Allen running for president.
Wouldn't it be funny if she were elected president next year?
It sure would.
And you won the Academy Award?
Oh, quiet. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a little announcement to make. This evening, for our feature attraction, we were going to do Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. But inasmuch as we only have a few minutes left, we will change it to Mr. Smith Goes to Glendale. Now, in this abbreviated version, I will play the part... Oh, nuts, let it ring. In our abbreviated version, I will play the part of...
Answer, Jack. Mr. Smith went to bed.
Might as well. You try to do something high class. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Well, you'll have to call me later. We only got a short time left. We have a play to do.
Okay, boss, but they're at it again. Hot and heavy. So long.
Wait a minute. Wait, you mean to say Carmichael and Trudy are having another scrap?
Uh-huh.
My goodness, Rochester, I told you to keep that polar bear and ostrich separated. Is it much of a fight?
Tune in. We're broadcasting it.
It's nothing to get funny about. Now tell me exactly what happened.
Well, I was in the kitchen when I heard a noise and I ran into the living room.
Yes?
And apparently Carmichael had run the vacuum cleaner over Trudy.
Apparently? What do you mean, apparently?
Well, the bag is full of feathers and she ain't.
For heaven's sakes, Rochester, why didn't you take the vacuum cleaner away from Carmichael?
I ain't the finance company.
I don't mean that. Anyway, the whole thing is your own fault. In the first place, Carmichael is supposed to be locked up in the garage. What was he doing in the house?
I brought him in to help me wipe the dishes.
Are you crazy? The last time you did that, he broke 4 plates.
Well, he established a new high today.
What?
He broke everything but that big meat platter.
Oh, my goodness.
He broke everything.
Now, look, Rochester, I've had just about enough. And you're going to pay for all the damage that's been done in the living room and the kitchen. It's coming out of your salary.
That old refrain.
Never mind. Now, you separate those animals and keep them quiet. I'll be home in a little while. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
What?
I see where Robert Donut won the Academy Award this year.
I know.
Should I go out and buy a statue for that shelf you built?
Never mind. There's always another year. Goodbye. And I'll perhaps find a nice-looking mess when I get home. Oh, well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, getting back to our feature attraction, tonight we are going to... Oh, the heck with it. Play, Phil.
And now, folks, here's something that's really extra special. Truly a mealtime masterpiece, Jell-O Apricot Mold, a swell new Jell-O dessert that's sure to prove one of the best you've ever tasted. It's a gay, sunny combination of delicious golden apricots and clear, shimmering lemon Jell-O. And it's so easy and simple that you can make it in just a jiffy. First, dissolve 1 package of lemon Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water and apricot syrup. Chill until slightly thickened and fold in 2 1/2 cups of apricots. Then mold, and you have a grand, intriguing dessert or salad that's simply sunshine itself, bright with color and brimful of rare, delightful goodness. So tomorrow, friends, for a real thrill, try this new Jell-O creation, Jell-O Apricot Mold, a marvelous blend of golden, tangy apricots and a rich, tempting lemon Jell-O.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Run, Rabbit, Run. And now, folks, here's our little geometry problem for the day. What is the best way to round out a square meal? Well, the answer is easy. Simply serve a delicious, top-notch Jell-O dessert, and that solves the whole thing in a jiffy. For example, you might try a tempting mold of bright red cherry Jell-O with some juicy sliced peaches or other fruit suspended in its clear, glowing depth. Now, there's a feast for the eyes and a real swell treat for the taste, a masterpiece of radiant color and downright perfection when it comes to rich, tangy flavor. Yes, sir, Jell-O's delightful goodness has all the appetizing appeal of the ripe fruit itself, just the way you like it. So try some tomorrow. You're all set for a generous helping of rare enjoyment when you ask your grocer for Jell-O, America's favorite gelatin dessert, now better than ever. That was Run, Rabbit, Run, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Just a second, Don. Wait a minute. Tonight, I'm going to introduce you.
What's the idea, Jack?
You'll find out. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as is my annual custom, I bring you a man who today is celebrating his 17th anniversary in radio. A man whose genial personality and more than generous physique are known to all of you. A man I am proud to call my friend. That giggle britches of the Jell-O program, Don Wilson. Well, did you hear that, Don?
Yes, and thank you, Jack. It was darn sweet of you to salute me with that lovely tribute, but I really don't deserve it.
Oh, yes, you do, Don. Yes, you do. 17 years of broadcasting, and look at you. Why, you're just as cheerful and gay and full of pep as the day you started.
Well, thanks again, Jack, but you're wrong about my having so much pep. To tell you the truth, radio has just about worn me down.
Worn you down?
It certainly has.
Well, it can't be anywhere near the hips. That I know. Look who's worn down there.
Oh, you're always kidding me about my weight, Jack, but you'd be surprised how little I've put on the past few years.
Go on, Don. Don't give me that. Why, your pants have to be let out oftener than Fido. But getting back to sentiment, Don, do you realize that out of the 17 years you've been broadcasting, 6 of them have been with me?
That's right. 6 years working for Jack Benny.
4 years more and you get a trip to Catalina.
Oh, the maestro's here. What do you mean, Phil?
I mean, instead of patting a guy on the back, why don't you give him more dough?
Listen, Mr. Harris, that happens to be none of your business. If Don feels that he's entitled to a raise, let him ask me.
Well, frankly, Jack,
And let me tell you something else, Phil. The reason I gave Don that big send-off is because we've been associated together for the past 6 years. I'd do as much for you or anybody else.
Well, I'll tell you a funny thing, Jackson. I went to a fortune teller the other day, and she told me I wasn't going to be with you much longer.
No kidding.
That's what she told me.
Well, Phil, sit down and write her a testimonial. That dame's got talent. You know, Phil, there are times when... Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Congratulations, Don.
Well, thank you, Mary. It's sweet of you to remember.
And, Don, here's a little present I bought for you. I hope you'll like it. It's a musical cigarette case.
A musical cigarette case?
Open it, Don.
Okay.
Well, what do you know about that?
Say, that's a catchy tune. What is it?
That's the Jell-O signature. You've been playing it for 3 years. What is it?
Oh, boy, that's a swell present, Mary. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome, Don. And that isn't all. I also wrote a poem about your anniversary.
Mary, you can mail that to him.
No, I want to hear it. Go ahead, Mary.
All right. What's the title of your poem?
To Don Wilson, my friend, your friend, and everybody's friend. And A Friend in Need is a Friend Indeed by Mary Livingston. That's Son McKidd.
Well, you've got enough friends there for 8 fireside chats. Go ahead, Mary.
Oh, Don Wilson, you've been with us 6 long years. So tonight we all salute you, and we give you 3 big cheers.
Well.
You were born some time ago in a town in Idaho.
Mary, Don was born in Denver.
Oh, pardon me, I'll change it. You were born some time ago in Denver, Colorado.
Colorado?
And little did you realize that you'd be famous. Ain't it nice?
Yes, it's very nice. Go ahead.
Oh, what a day when Don was born. Excitement reigned from night till morn. The doctor said, gazooks and zounds. A baby boy weighs 32 pounds.
Yikes! 32 pounds?
But we don't care, Don, if you're like that. A rag, a bone, and a hank of fat.
Mary.
We love you, Don, because you're our friend. And a friend in need always gets it in the end. The end.
That's very good, Mary. We will now have the shooting of Dan McGrew and Livingston. What a waste of time.
Well, I think it was lovely, Mary, and I appreciate it.
Yeah, that was a swell poem.
Oh, hello, Dennis. When did you come in?
At 32 pounds.
Oh. And you didn't miss much. Well, now that you're here, how about a song? Although you just got here, Dennis, maybe Phil ought to play something first.
It's up to you, Mr. Benny.
Look, you better have the kids sing. We haven't rehearsed our number yet.
You haven't rehearsed yet? Phil, this is Sunday, and we've been on the air 10 minutes.
Look, am I worried?
No, Phil. Why should you worry? Radio is only a sideline with you. You've got a regular job at the Wilshire Bowl.
Don't forget my cinema career.
Oh, quiet. Sing, Dennis. Cinema career. He photographed like a bran muffin.
If it seems that you were born under some unlucky star, and the sun simply won't come smiling through, while you seek your happiness, you will find it where you are, if you look at life with a pleasant point of view. Someday you'll find your bluebird with your turn, bide your time, for when you find your bluebird, life will be so sublime. It may be right near you, or maybe worlds apart. When love comes, you'll find it on the windowsill of your heart, and then happiness to you. It may be I near you, or maybe worlds apart. When love comes, you'll find it on the windowsill of your heart. And then you'll hear your bluebird sing a song of happiness to you. And then all your dreams will come true.
That was Someday You'll Find Your Bluebird, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as our feature attraction tonight is rather long, without further ado, the Benny, If You Like Us, Tell Your Friends, if not, make off like you didn't hear us players, will present their version of Mr. Frank Capra's great Columbia cinematic triumph, that 4-star epic of the screen, that brilliant, thrilling, and sensational drama, Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. Thank you, Mr. Garner. Now, I will play the part of that fearless young United States Senator as portrayed on the screen by Jimmy Stewart. Now, the part...
Hey, Jack, I thought you were going to do Goodbye, Mr. Chips tonight and show up Robert Donat.
Show up Robert Donat?
Yeah, you were plenty sore last week about him winning the Academy Award.
I wasn't sore, Phil. I merely pointed out that if I had played Mr. Chips, I could have won the award myself. So could Spencer Tracy or Paul Muni. Well, that part is right up our alley.
Look who he dragged in the alley with him.
Go ahead, Mary. Laugh. Scoff. I'm not ready to do Mr. Chips yet. But when I do, you will see as fine and vivid a characterization as has ever been presented to the radio public. I bide my time. Then I shall laugh.
It's things like this that'll drive me back to the May Company.
You're a cinch for it if you don't watch your step. Now, Don.
Yes, Jack?
This being your anniversary, in our sketch tonight, you're going to play the part of Senator Wilson of Colorado, your home state. Isn't that nice?
Yes, but Jack, as long as you're honoring me on this occasion, why don't you let me play the lead, Jimmy Stewart's part?
Now, Mary, you're going to be my secretary. You know, the part that Jean Arthur played.
Oh, yeah. Gee, Jack, wasn't she great?
She certainly was. You know, fellas, I was supposed to make a picture with Jean Arthur once, and an aeroplane story called Only Angels Have Wings. But I didn't like the script, so I turned it down.
What was wrong with the script?
In the very first scene, a parachute didn't open, and guess who was hanging on to it?
That wasn't it at all. And, Phil, getting back to the casting, you're going to play the part of Senator Harris of East Dakota.
Wait a minute. There's no such state as East Dakota.
All right, you can be the senator from West Dakota.
That's more like it.
Oh, brother. What a guy. Now, let's see. There's one more part. Dennis.
Yes, please?
You're going to be Vice President of the United States and preside over the Senate. Here's your gavel.
Oh, boy, that's swell.
Good. Then we're all set. So our play, ladies and gentlemen, will go on immediately after Phil Harris's number. Oh, Phil, give us something that... Oh, darn it, we've got a long play to do tonight. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Benny, this is Senator Van Jones.
Oh, it's you, Rochester. You've been listening to the program, eh? How's it coming over?
Well, I like it, but Carmichael's in the other room playing Bing Crosby records.
That bear hasn't got an ounce of loyalty. What did you call me for, Rochester?
Well, I didn't mean to interrupt you, boss, but I'm working on my income tax, and I ran into a snag.
Income tax? Why, you didn't make enough money last year to pay tax.
Oh, yes, I did, boss. Remember that big crap game I was in on New Year's Eve?
Yes?
Well, I naturaled myself right into the upper bracket.
Oh. Well, in that case, you'll have to file a report. Now, look, Rochester, you can deduct for the people you support. Have you any dependents?
Only my cousin Henry. I've been supporting him all year.
You have, huh? Well, can't your cousin go out and get a job?
No, he's just a born dependent.
Oh, lazy, eh?
Lazy? Boss, if that man was a chicken, eggs and radium would be the same price.
Well, then I'm afraid you can't make a deduction for him.
Cousin Henry said I could.
Your cousin Henry is wrong. He put one over on you.
I see. Well, can I deduct for the gasoline?
What gasoline?
The gasoline for the ambulance, which will be necessary right after I discuss the situation with him.
Wait a minute, Rochester. Don't get violent. He's a relative of yours. Don't you know that blood is thicker than water?
I'm going to find that out, too.
Now, don't you start anything. Anyway, Rochester, as soon as I get home, I'll help you with your report. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
What?
There's just one more thing. I'm puzzled about that back salary you owe me.
Well, it's only $20.
It ain't the amount, but I don't know whether to put that down as income, outcome, or ain't coming at all.
You'll get it, so don't worry. Goodbye. He should complain about his cousin Henry. My cousin Boo Boo hasn't worked since he drove a horse car in Waukegan. Play, Phil. Something or Other, played by Phil Harris, and his 18 deductible losses. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our version of Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, which we will call Mr. Benny Goes to Washington.
Aha, Benny. Pay up, Phil.
I should have known it. Here's your $5, Mary.
There'll be no gambling on this program. And now for our play. Take it, Mr. Narrator.
Very well. The opening scene, ladies and gentlemen, is the railroad station in Waukegan, Illinois. Jefferson Benny, a local boy, has just been elected to the United States Senate, and the whole town is gathered at the depot to see him off. Listen to George Pritchard and his Waukegan Firehouse Band. Curtain, music.
Thank you, folks. Thank you. I appreciate you all coming down to the station. And the first thing I intend to do when I get to Washington is see that Waukegan gets fresh ink and new blotters in the post office. I tell you, my friends, this can't go on. Why, the ink they've got in the post office right now ain't fit to take home.
Ain't fit to drink either.
Shut up, Cousin Boo Boo. And those blotters. Those blotters, fellow citizens, are a disgrace to the fair city of Waukegan. Well, we're going to have fresh ink and new blotters. I was elected on this issue, and I'm going to see it through.
Go on, that ain't nothing but promises.
Oh, no, it isn't, brother. Remember my campaign slogan. I'm the gink that'll get blotters and ink, because I personally think that the old ones, well, you remember. Hooray! That's all, folks. I thank you. Well, that's my train, I guess.
All aboard. Train leaving on track 1 for Baltimore and Washington. Richmond, Charleston, all points south. All aboard and shut my mouth. Aboard.
Yep, that's it. Goodbye, folks. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Jefferson Benny, our young senator, has just arrived in Washington and is captivated by the beauty and splendor of the nation's capital. As we pick him up now, he's on a sightseeing bus, accompanied by his secretary, Miss Jean Livingston.
Oh, boy. Washington, D.C.
What do you think of it, Senator?
It's beautiful.
And now, folks, on your left is the Library of Congress, the greatest library in the world.
Gee.
5 million books and 2.5 million maps, charts, and musical compositions.
God.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you will look over to your right, you will see the White House, the home of the president.
The White House. There it is, Miss Livingston. The White House.
Yes, smell them fish a frying.
Yeah. What a building.
Look, Senator, look. Look who's coming out of the front door.
Where? Oh, yes.
Goodbye, Franklin.
There she goes again. Say, Miss Livingston, isn't that the Washington Monument over there to your left?
It ain't a crack in your glasses.
Gee, you can't mistake it.
And now, folks, we're coming to the banks of the Potomac River. If you'll remember, George Washington once threw a silver dollar across this river, and it landed right over there by that rock.
It did?
Come back, Senator. It was found long ago.
Oh. Anyway, it was not the Potomac. Washington threw the dollar across the Rappahannock.
You try saying that all week.
Well, it is a toughie. By the way, mister, is that the Capitol Dome way over there in the distance?
I don't know. Hey, Eddie, is that the Capitol Dome?
I don't know. Hey, Bill, is that the Capitol Dome? I don't know. Hey, Sam!
Oh, let it go. I'll find out later. I know more about Washington than he does.
Oh, Senator, don't you think you ought to be getting home? You've got to rehearse your speech, you know.
You're right. My first speech in the Senate, and I got it all prepared. Listen to this, Miss Livingston. Mr. President and gentlemen, I rise to offer a very important motion. A motion that means more to me than anything in this world. I say, gentlemen, and I say it.
Scene 3, the following day, and the Senate is in session. The gallery is crowded with spectators as Senator Wilson of Colorado is concluding his address on one of the vital subjects of the day.
So, in conclusion, gentlemen, let me remind you that Jell-O, and Jell-O alone, is America's favorite gelatin dessert. Let me ask you something, Senators. Does Jell-O come in 4 flavors?
No!
Does it come in 5 flavors?
No!
No, gentlemen, no. Jell-O comes in 6 flavors. 6 delicious, tempting, luscious varieties. So don't forget to insist on genuine Jell-O. And look, gentlemen, look for those big red letters on the box. I thank you.
Good work, Senator Wilson.
Thank you, Senator Benny. Have a cigarette?
Don't mind if I do. Well, that's quite novel. Now, Mr. President.
Mr. President, may I have the floor?
The chair recognizes the senator from West Dakota.
But, Mr. President, I had my hand up first.
Sit down, Penny. Oh, boy, this is fun.
Hey, Miss Livingston, when do I go on?
You follow the Swiss bell ringers.
Oh. Look at Harris wearing a frock coat and a polo shirt. Some senator.
Mr. President and gentlemen, once again I rise in support of the Harris bill. A bill which will provide for the construction of a canal through Panama joining the Atlantic and Pacific Ocean.
A canal? Why, they've had one there for 40 years.
He's got an old map.
Oh.
Gentlemen, it's a crime that a boat going from New York to California has to go all the way around South America.
Around South America? Listen, Senator Harris. Mr. President, will you stop with that gavel?
I'm cracking nuts.
Oh.
Now listen. Listen nothing. Let us repeat, gentlemen, that a canal through Panama is the only solution to this problem. It will save 3 weeks in getting from New York to Los Angeles and to the Wilshire Bowl where there's never a cover charge. I thank you.
Well, Miss Livingston, I guess I'm next.
Good luck, Senator. Now remember, they're going to try and beat you down, but don't let them do it. Under no circumstances yield the floor.
Don't worry, I'll hold it. Gee, I'm nervous. Mr. President, may I have the floor?
The chair recognizes the senator from Illinois.
Mr. President and gentlemen,
I rise to offer a very important motion. A motion that means more to me than anything in this world. I say, gentlemen, the Waukegan Post Office must and shall have fresh ink and new blots. No, gentlemen, I'm not going to sit down until you realize the importance of this problem. Day after day, my constituents walk into that post office to fill their fountain pens, as is their inalienable right under the Constitution of these United States of America.
Hooray!
Gentlemen, close your eyes for a moment and picture that little post office in Waukegan. 7 hours later, and Senator Benny still has the floor. Unable to make headway, he has started a filibuster. Gentlemen, I'm not asking for a canal. I'm not asking for battleships or a dam or a national park. All I'm asking for is a couple of bottles of ink. Not big bottles, gentlemen. Just regular little bottles of fresh, pretty blue ink. That's all. That's all I'm asking, gentlemen, for the good citizens of my hometown Waukegan. That's all I... 12 days later, and the filibuster goes on. And those blotters, gentlemen. Those same old blotters laying there in the post office, day in and day out. Stained with the ink from 1,000 pens. I ask you, gentlemen, do I get that ink? Do I get those blotters? I'm all in.
Here's a glass of water, Senator.
Thanks, Miss Livingston. But I don't think I can go on. I'll have to give up this filibuster.
Wait a minute. I know how you can win and get anything you want.
How?
Instead of a filibuster, make it a fiddlebuster.
A fiddlebuster?
Yes, here's your violin.
Thanks.
No, don't do that.
All right, gentlemen. I'm starting a fiddlebuster. No, don't heckle, gentlemen. I'm going to fiddle till you bust.
Stop it now. Please, stop it. Whoa, don't do that. Stop it.
Okay, gentlemen. What is your decision? Do I get my ink and blotters or not?
Yes, you can have them. Yes, take anything you want. Take anything.
Thank you, gentlemen, thank you. Oh, Miss Livingston.
Yes, Senator?
Take a wire to the Waukegan Chamber of Commerce as follows. Everything is okay. I'm the gink that got the ink. And I personally think...
You certainly do.
Play, Phil.
Well, folks, next Sunday is St. Patrick's Day. And sure, you'll all be waiting to celebrate a day in a grand way. But whether it's a party you have in mind or just a regular family dinner, make it a special event by serving for dessert a St. Patrick's Day whip, a tempting sea-green dessert of tangy lime jello, cleverly decorated with delicious fruit. First, dissolve 1 package of lime jello in 1 pint of hot water. Pour 1/2 into a mold and chill. Next, chill the remaining jello until cold and syrupy, and then place it in a bowl of cracked ice and beat with a rotary egg beater until thick and fluffy. Pour it over the firm jello in the mold and chill. Then unmold and garnish with fruit for a perfectly swell treat. Next Sunday, join Jello in saluting the Emerald Isle with this brand new St. Patrick's Day whip, a wonderful 2-tone combination of brilliant lime jello and juicy ripe fruit. Aaron Gabra.
This is the last number of the 23rd program in the current Jello series. And we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Well, Mary, I certainly showed Jimmy Stewart up tonight, didn't I? Do you think he listened into the program?
For a while, maybe.
Good night, folks.
And here's more important fun and news for you. Tune in every Tuesday night for another swell half hour of Jell-O entertainment. The famous Aldrich family. See your local paper or movie or radio guide for time and station. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
From Hollywood, the Phil Harris, Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris, Alice Faye Show. Written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp and his music, yours truly, Bill Foreman, and starring Alice Faye and Phil Harris. Last week, Phil went to see Darryl Zanuck at 20th Century Fox to find out why he hasn't been used in another picture. Mr. Zanuck told him why. This was quite a blow to Phil's ego, but he's not taking it lying down.
What does Zanuck know?
Just what did Mr. Zanuck tell you, Philip?
Well, he said my acting was neither fish nor fowl.
I disagree with him. I think your acting is as foul as anybody's.
Alice, didn't we originally hire him as a straight man?
Oh, Phil, Mr. Zanuck did tell you that if a small comic part ever comes up, he'll use you.
Well, that's my point. Why wait for a small comic part? Why don't he use me as a dramatic actor? They're looking for good dramatic actors.
But you haven't had any experience in dramatic parts.
Apparently, my dear, there are things in my past which are totally unaware to you.
That I don't doubt. But what's it got to do with acting?
Look, you don't know it, but when I was young, I traveled with a stock company.
Oh? What did you do in stock?
I'm glad you asked that. For 3 years, I played the title role in The Drunkard.
For this, of course, you didn't need any rehearsals.
I'll have you know that the part was repugnant to me. I hated every moment of it. And because of all the drinking I had to do, I gave up the part.
Oh, but Phil, in all those drinking scenes on the stage, they usually use tea. Why didn't they let you use tea?
They wanted me to. But being a student at the Stanislavski School of Drama, I often wondered why he never changed his name. I insisted on realism. Now, Zanuck won't even give me a chance at drama because he thinks of me as a comedian.
Why?
What kind of a question is that? He thinks of me as a comedian because he listens to my show every Sunday.
Yes, but how does that make him think of you as a comedian?
Well, if you keep telling all the jokes, nobody's going to think of me as a comedian.
Phil, how are you going to make Mr. Zanuck aware of your dramatic ability?
I got that all figured out. He listens to our program every week. So this week, instead of a comedy show, we're going to do a dramatic show. I've called a special rehearsal of the cast, the orchestra, and the writers. They're waiting for us at NBC now. All right, fellas, you can break it up. All right, let's break it up now, huh? Break it up. This is not the Finlandia steam room. Let's break it up, huh? Let's have it quiet. Quiet. Better. Now, gentlemen, I have a very important announcement to make, and Remley, I hate to disturb you, but what are you doing?
I'm manicuring my nails.
Do that on your own time. Now put your shoes back on and pay attention. Gentlemen, I have something important to say to you. There's something wrong with the band, and I'm going to do something about it.
We accept your resignation.
We hate to see you go into retirement after 30 years of faithful service, Curly, but that's life. Here's a gold watch, now get lost.
I ain't resigning, and nobody's taking my place. Let me see the watch. Now sit down.
Okay.
What was that?
I sat on my guitar.
From now on, strum it that way. It sounds better. Now, look, I'm the leader here, and I'm entitled to be the leader. After all, when we started 20 years ago, you guys elected me to be the leader, and why?
You were the only one who looked good in shoes.
That wasn't the only reason. I happen to be the only one in the whole band who can read a note.
Oh, yeah? Here's a sheet of music. What's this note right here?
That ain't the one I know. Oh, here's the note I know. C sharp.
Which one is C sharp?
This black dot with a tic-tac-toe game in front of it. Now, from now on, there's going to be a different type of music on this show. I'm going to do a dramatic program, and I'm going to need dramatic music. And in view of that, I want you fellas to look a little more respectable. From now on, I want you all to show up in full dress.
Full dress?
Yes. Shirt, shoes, and pants.
You mean we can't come to rehearsal in our underwear no more?
No. I don't mind so much during the summer. But in the winter, with all you guys sitting around in them red flannels, I feel like I'm conducting 28 lobsters.
Hey, Curly, what do you mean we're going to do a dramatic show?
That's what I said. I've called the writers Monday, and I told them to do a dramatic script, and Hey, by the way, Alice, where are the writers?
They didn't show up?
Them two guys never show up. They've been working for me for 4 years, and I ain't even met them yet. Just because they went to college, they think that they're better than I am. And I'm going out to their house and tell them off, right?
Phil, be careful. Writers are very temperamental. And besides, it says in their contract that you're not allowed anywhere near their house.
I don't care. I pay them a fortune every week, and I've got a right to talk to them. Now, where do they live, Alice?
I don't know.
I'll drive you out, Curly. I know where they live.
Okay, come on. You better come too, Alice.
But, Phil, I ought to rehearse my song.
You can rehearse on the way out.
But I'll need the band.
Well, put them in the trunk rack. They look like a bunch of old bags anyway.
It's a lovely day today, so whatever you've got to do, you've got a lovely day to do it in, that's true. And I hope whatever you've got to do is something that can be done by two, for I'd really like to say it's a lovely day today, and whatever you've got to do, I'd be so happy to be doing it with you. But if you've got something that must be done, and it can only be done by one, there is nothing more to say, except it's a lovely day for saying it's a lovely day.
It's a lovely day, no matter if it's springtime, summer, winter, or fall. It's a lovely day. It's a lovely day. So whatever you do, you got a lovely day to do it in. That's true.
And I hope whatever you've got to do is something that can be done by two, for I'd really like to say
out in the sunshine. It's a lovely day. It's a lovely day. And whatever you've got to do, whatever you do, I'd be so happy to be doing it with you.
But if you've got something that must be done, and it can only be done by one,
there is nothing more to
say, except it's a lovely day for saying it's a lovely day.
Oh, it's such a lovely day.
Our two riders have a beautiful home.
Yeah, they got a bigger house than I got. Than you got, I mean. Wait till I see those guys. Alice, ring the bell.
That won't be necessary. They're always in back by the pool. Come on, we'll go around the side way.
Okay. Gold flagstone. And rhinestone moss. These guys... Hey, wait a minute, Remley. You knew where the riders live, you knew they always are around the pool, and you knew how to get here. You know, I'm beginning to see why you get more jokes on this show than I do. You've been playing up to the riders.
Please,
and fooling
Curly. I'm not the kind of person who'd kowtow to anyone just to get a favor. I never saw these guys. I've never been here before, and watch that third step's been loose for a couple of weeks.
I thought you said you'd never been here before.
I haven't. I just happened to notice that it was loose. Hey, I wonder if those two fellows by the pool are the riders. I'll ask them. Pardon me, gentlemen. Are you the riders?
So you're back, Remley. You're getting negligent. You left this morning without making my bed.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chevrolet.
And in the future, Remley, when you wash the breakfast dishes, get the egg off the plate.
Yes, Mr. Singer.
Never saw him before, huh, Remley?
Just because I'm their housekeeper don't mean I know them.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Of all the underhanded double-dealing tricks, you...
Remley, who are these people?
I happen to be Phil Harris.
Who?
Phil Harris, your boss.
Not so loud. We don't want the neighbors to know. Why, if they find out we're writing for Phil Harris, we'll be drummed out of Beverly Hills.
Look, I want to talk to you guys.
What is on your insignificant little mind?
Well, I've got something to tell you.
You want to tell us? Oh, the temerity of the bourgeoisie.
It's deplorable when a megalomaniac dares to transgress the inner sanctum of the intelligentsia.
I'd give $8 if I knew what they were saying so I could get in on that.
Go on, Phil. Tell them all.
Well, I'm waiting for him to get one word in I understand. Then I'll let him have it. Listen, you hack riders, I've taken about all I'm going to take from you, and I want...
How dare you raise your voice to your intellectual superiors?
Step aside, Richard, and I'll pierce him with my Phi Beta Kappa pin.
Harris, you have a lot of nerve coming here, and we'll thank you to keep your place. Otherwise, we shall not even condescend to talk to such riffraff.
Now, just a minute.
Quiet, Riff. I'm speaking to Raff.
Look, you guys, I came over here to tell you that I don't like the script this week.
I don't believe anybody asked you for your opinion.
You mean I can't even question the script?
Yours not to question why, yours but to do the jokes and die.
With those jokes, I'm better off dead. Look, fellas, won't you please write me a new script for Sunday? You see, I don't want to do a comedy show anymore. I want to do a dramatic program.
You want to do a dramatic show? Who do you think you are, Sonny Tufts?
Well, I can do it because I'm a good actor. I have got the drama in my blood.
Prove it. Bleed me a short scene.
I will not. Are you guys going to write this dramatic show for me or not?
No. Now, if you'll excuse us, we have work to do.
Yes, come along, Richard. We must finish the Amos and Andy script.
They're writing the Amos and Andy show, too?
It's all right, let them go, Curly. We don't need them to write your show.
Then who's going to write it for Sunday?
You and me?
We can do it. Frankie and me don't need writers.
Of course not. Curly and me can ad-lib the show for Sunday.
You're certainly right, and we're all great ad-libbers, the both of us. We can ad-lib, and we'll show you. All right, we'll open the show like this. Hiya, Frankie. What's the matter? Say something.
I'm stuck. I can't think of anything. You better let me start, Curly.
Okay, you start.
Hiya, Curly.
I see what you mean. It's tougher as it goes along, don't it? Well, maybe we better get right.
No, we don't need writers. Maybe we can't ad-lib, but we can put it on paper. Especially that dramatic stuff. That's essential.
Yeah, it ought to be. Now, let me see. What kind of a dramatic thing would impress Darryl Zanuck? You know, he's pretty clever. He's got... Hey.
What's the matter?
Wait a minute. Darryl produced All About Eve.
Mm-hmm.
If we can only write something like that.
Why write something like it? Why don't we steal it the way it is?
Hold it, fellas. You can't steal it. Besides, the most important roles in All About Eve are played by women.
I can rewrite All About Eve so it'll fit men.
You can?
Yeah.
Okay, now you go home and get to work on it because I want to have it ready for a dress rehearsal at NBC tonight.
Right.
All right, quiet. Quiet. Quiet on the stage, everybody. Quiet. Now, as you all know, this is to be a dramatic show from now on. And I expect everyone to act in a dignified manner befitting... Well, I must compliment you boys in the band on your appearance. You look splendid in your tuxedos.
What tuxedo? We painted our underwear black.
That's as dressed as I'll ever get him. Remley, did you pass the scripts out to the cast?
Yeah, we were one actor short, but I got somebody to play the part.
Okay, now listen, everybody. We're going to do the male version of All About Eve. Now, in the picture, Betty Davis plays the part of a great Broadway star, and Ann Baxter is a young, scheming actress who gradually eases Betty out. She does this surreptitiously. Now, Frankie will play the part that was done by Ann Baxter, and I will play the role created by Betty Davis.
Oiga, Volt.
Never mind. Now, let's do the play. Mr. Foreman, the introduction, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, we take great pleasure in presenting the Philip Harris Players in All About Clyde. From Hollywood, the Lux Dramatic Theater. Tonight we proudly present the male version of the Academy Award nominee, All About Eve, starring Philip Harris and Francis Waldo Remley. But first, a word from our sponsor.
Help! Get me out of there!
Julius, what are you doing here?
I asked him to come down and play the extra part.
Oh, you picked on a good boy. Now, Julius, I'll let you play it, but remember, this is a serious play, and I want you to do this in your best dramatic voice, with perfect diction.
You couldn't have made a better church.
He'll be all right.
All right, then. Now, let's get on with the play. Music, please. My name is Fargo Channing. I am an actor. They call me the darling of Broadway. Darling. This year, the critics awarded me the Lydia Pinkham Trophy. I received this bottle for being the best juvenile in the theater. I have won this same award every year for the past 50 years. Right now, I have just concluded my 4,000th performance. My 4,000th... It's opening night. I'm in my dressing room talking to the author of my play, Miss Myrtle Richards.
I watched your performance from the wings tonight, Fargo.
Wasn't I sensational, Myrtle? I think I gave the greatest performance of my career. It had fire, depth, feeling. Tell me, darling. I had fire, depth, feeling. Tell me, darling, what did you think of my performance? How dare you stand there and say, The audience loved me. Every person in the theater jumped up and down and stomped and waved their arms. And why? Why?
Somebody turned the heat off and they were trying to keep warm.
Oh. Well, if I wasn't well received, it was only because of the dribble that you wrote for me. I have seen better dialogue on the wall of a Marine barracks.
Now, please, dear, let's not quarrel. You know I love you.
And I love you, too. I owe whatever I am to you. Without you, darling, I am nothing.
Phil, stick to the play.
This is the play. This is the play. Myrtle, tell me honestly, why didn't you like my performance tonight?
Well, let's face it, Fargo. You're getting a little too old to play the young lover.
Godzooks and little fishes, I am not old. And it makes me mad to hear people call me old. I am the greatest actor the theater has ever known. And I want you...
Oh, stop it. I'm tired of your mad outbursts. You're nothing but a paranoiac.
That's a lie. I never started a fire in my life. And I'm not old, and I can prove it. Ask my wardrobe mistress. She's been with me since I started. Oh, Bertie. Bertie. Come in here, Bertie.
Get your girdle on. I'm coming. What do you want?
Bertie, you're my closest friend. How old am I?
Let's see. When you were 16, you were the drummer boy at the Battle of Gettysburg.
Now, never mind.
By the way, boss, there's a stage-struck young boy outside that wants to see you.
Is that the one who's been lying out in the alley for 6 weeks?
The very one.
We'll hit him with a can of cold tomato juice and rush him in there.
Very well. Oh, son, you can come in now.
Hello, my boy.
Golly, it's Fargo Channing. Just think, I'm in the same room with Fargo Channing, the greatest dramatic star since sliding Billy Watson. I idolize you, Mr. Channing.
You do? Come in and sit down, my boy. I say boy. Tell me all about yourself.
Well, sir, my name is Clyde Harrington. It all started 4 years ago. I was 16 and I worked in the brewery. I was a foam flicker. But I didn't like working in a brewery, so I quit.
Keep it believable, Remley. If you ever worked in a brewery, you'd never quit.
As I was saying, my greatest ambition was to be on the stage, but Mother wouldn't let me. Then, 2 years later, when my poor old mother went to jail, I came to New York.
Your mother went to jail?
I framed her.
At this point, I took a shine to this lad. There was something likable about this little mother framer. Continue, Clyde.
From then on, I followed your career. The first time I saw you in a play was in San Francisco. I sat there enthralled, listening to your every inflection, watching your every move. And when the curtain came down, I said to myself, this is an actor?
Drop that question mark.
Well, anyway, I've been to every performance in your present play. And tonight, I saw your 4,000th performance.
When I heard that, I knew I had to watch this boy. He could say 4,000th performance, and I couldn't.
Tell me, Clyde, do you still wish to be on the stage?
Oh, no, ma'am. I don't want to be on the stage. I just want to be near Mr. Channing.
Watch it, boss. I don't trust this crumb bum. I think he's trying to take your place.
Now, how can you say that, Bertie? This lad idolizes me.
That's right, Mr. Channing. I wouldn't do anything to hurt you. Why, sir, I worship the very ground I wish you were under.
hired Clyde Harrington. They was all taken in by this sweet, smooth-talking Fink, but not me. Being a Fink myself, I could see through it. Clyde Harrington was nothing but a low-down, double-crossing, conniving rat. In short, a typical Frankie Remley. He started to take over. He copied Fargo's walk. He copied his talk. And finally, he copped his girl. I'll never forget the day that Clyde, in his own subtle way, became Fargo's understudy.
Mr. Channing, sir, I have bad news for you. Your understudy died last night.
How horrible. What happened?
Somebody poisoned his warm milk.
Who would do a thing like that?
I have no idea, sir. But here, taste this milk and see if I made it warm enough.
I don't feel like drinking any milk.
You're fighting me.
Please, I just came out of a hot bath. Hand me a towel so I can dry myself.
Why bother with a towel, sir? Just sit out on the fire escape. The cold, wintry wind will dry you in no time.
No, thanks. You talked me into that last week, and I was almost arrested for indecent exposure. Sometimes I think you're trying to get rid of me just so you can take my place, Clyde.
Oh, nonsense, sir. Here, drink this warm milk and relax. Relax.
All right, Wait. Warm milk? That's what my understudy died from. Clyde, why is this glass lined with lead? Is there something in this milk?
Of course not, sir. This milk is perfectly all right, and I'll prove it. I'll pour it down the kitchen sink. I told you it was all right.
Just a little too warm. Look at it. The sink, the pipes, and half the kitchen floor are gone. Look at the hole it left.
Watch your step, sir. You might fall into it.
I won't if you'll stop pushing me. I said stop pushing me. Look out. I'm falling through that hole. I'm falling. Yes, he pushed me. And I broke my leg. Not having a spare, as my understudy, Clyde took my place in the show. He was an instant success, and from then on he replaced me completely. He went up and up and up, and I went down and down and down, until one day...
Oh, you were sensational tonight, Clyde, darling.
Thank you, Myrtle, dear. No wonder they gave me the Carter Little Liver Award. Just think, tonight I've completed my 4,000th performance. 4,000... Oh, no, I can't say it.
Oh, you're getting too old for this part, Clyde.
I'm not getting too old, I'm not. I'll call my wardrobe mistress in and prove it. Fargo! Oh, Fargo!
Yes, master?
Tell Myrtle I'm still young.
Well, you must be, sir. You've just received your draft notice. It says, greetings. You are ordered to report to your local draft board. Signed, John Hancock, Thomas Jefferson, Jack Benjamin.
All right.
By the way, sir, there's a straight-stuffed young boy waiting in the alley to see you.
To see me? Well, don't stand there, Fargo. Send the lad in.
Yes, sir. You may come in, son.
Hello, son. Who are you?
My name is Phoebe. I'm a fan of yours, and I think you're the greatest actor in the world, and I want to work for you. What do you say?
Beat it, you bum. That's how I got the job.
This is Phil again. In this time of national emergency, the Red Cross becomes more than ever a part of our daily life. The Red Cross has been charged by the government with vast responsibilities in training in coordination of the National Blood Program as part of our mobilization for defense. This is possible because you give to the Red Cross, and this is the time to put Red Cross in your budget. Give now, give generously. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Theater Guild presents The Hasty Heart later, now Hedda Hopper on NBC.
Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Jack Benny and Mary Livingston in 7 Keys to Baldpate.
Lux presents Hollywood. Tonight, the dauntless Jack Benny and the laconic Mary Livingston lead us into paths of peril and adventure. Laughs, chills, crooks, treasure, a damsel in distress, a mad hermit. This is only part of what Jack Benny encounters tonight in that grand comedy mystery by George M. Cohan, 7 Keys to Baldpate, adapted from the novel by Earl Durr Vickers. You'll hear also, as special guest, the world-renowned violinist Ephraim Zimbalist. Conducting our orchestra is Louis Silvers. Tonight's play is brought to you by the makers of Lux Flakes. Before I introduce our producer, let me remind you that it's thrifty to buy several big boxes of Lux Flakes at a time, so you'll always have it handy in bathroom and kitchen. Every box of Lux Flakes means longer life for your washable nice things, kind care for your hands. You're thrifty every time you use these gentler, finer flakes. And now, our producer. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Before we raise our curtain, we wish to advise our listeners that if any important news bulletins on the European situation are received at the Columbia Broadcasting System headquarters, they'll be given you at the intermission during our program. Now to our play and personalities. When George M. Cohan adapted 7 Keys to Baldpate for the stage, he had no intention of starring in it. But just before the opening, he and the leading man met with an accident. The leading man was too seriously injured to go on, so Mr. Cohan, broken collarbone and all, stepped into the breach. When I related these facts to Mary Livingston, she threw back her head bravely and declared that if Mr. Cohan could carry on with such a handicap, she could carry on with Jack Benny. Mr. Benny is not, however, without some talent. He often entertains the guests at his home with his debonair violin playing and witty sayings. He's quite a familiar figure on the streets of Beverly Hills, whizzing past the admiring spectators in his flashy Maxwell town car. And I almost forgot. Mary always brings Jack to her radio program. And when she goes back on the air next Sunday, she'll once again try and have a place for him. For tonight, we've made a special treatment of 7 Keys to Baldpate, which finds Mr. Benny tackling one of the most difficult roles in his career, the role of Jack Benny. And Miss Livingston comes to you in her own interpretation of Mary Livingston. There's another character in our adaptation called Cecil B. DeMille. 1,400 actors in Hollywood have refused my generous bribes to play the part. So there's nothing left for me to do but to play myself. This being the case, my customary duties for the evening will be assumed in part by the highly capable Melville Ruick. And now we light the stage. It's curtain time and start time as the Lux Radio Theater presents Jack Benny and Mary Livingston in 7 Keys to Baldpate with Cecil B. DeMille. Mr. Ruick, will you set our scene?
On the lot at Paramount Studios in Hollywood, a building stands apart from the rest. On its door, the legend, Cecil B. DeMille Productions, Incorporated. The door has just opened, and C.B. himself strides quickly across the reception room toward his private office. A small army of assistants and secretaries hinder his progress with innumerable requests.
Good morning, Mr. DeMille.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning,
Well,
darling.
Mr. DeMille, I had that set
See
made
me
up
later,
now.
will you, Joe?
Hello, CB. Here's that script you asked
Thanks,
for.
I'll read it tonight.
Mr. DeMille, would you see Mr. Nelson?
I can't see anyone this morning. Ask him to come
Mr.
back.
DeMille, this
Not
man
now,
out here-
Harry. Sorry. Or Bill, come into my office, will you?
Okay, CB. Well, Mr. DeMille, about
All
that
right,
set.
all right.
Boy,
I'll
I
take
want
care
you
of
to see it's
everything.
very
See me
important,
later.
really.
Sit down, Bill. Morning, Miss Cole.
Good morning, Mr. DeMille.
Anything happen?
Nothing much. Mr. Henry called about that script. Frank Donnelly has a new star for you, and, oh, yes, Mr. Benny called again.
Who?
Mr. Benny. Jack Benny.
What did he want?
The usual thing.
What did you tell him?
The usual thing. I said you were out to lunch.
I'm beginning to feel a little guilty about Jack.
What's it all about, CB?
Well, I was a little tired one night, and I half promised I'd make a picture with him.
No.
Yes. And he calls me up every once in a while to remind me of it.
Well, he isn't serious, is he?
And that's just the trouble. He gave me a long talk about how his soul is starved in comedy. He wants to branch out into drama, heavy acting parts.
Well, he must be crazy. What'd you tell him?
Well, I couldn't tell him the truth. It would have broken his heart, not to mention Paramount. So I just keep telling him I'm still looking for the right story, but it's becoming very embarrassing.
He seemed pretty discouraged this morning, Mr. DeMille. I really think you ought to call him. He said you could reach him at Mary Livingston's house.
No, I'm not looking for trouble, but if he calls again, I suppose I'll have to speak to him.
Yes, Mary.
Jack, why don't you give that cigar box a rest? You've been scratching on it for the last 2 hours.
In the first place, it's not a cigar box. In the second place, I wasn't scratching. That was music, whether you like it or not.
Thanks for the choice.
Oh, well. If that's the way you feel, I'll put it away.
Oh, Jack, I didn't mean it like that. Gee, you certainly are getting cranky lately. Come over here to say hello, and every time I open my mouth, you get sore. What's the matter with you, anyway?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I'm in one of those moods again. I'm sorry, Mary. Gosh, why doesn't DeMille call?
Oh, so that's it. I knew there was a reason for that long jaw you're wearing.
I'm not wearing a long jaw.
You are, too.
Well, I saw it in Esquire. See, I've called DeMille about 20 times. I'll bet that secretary never gave him the message.
Jack, I hate to be a wet rag, but did you ever think that maybe Mr. DeMille doesn't want to speak to you?
Oh, don't be silly. What makes you say that?
Well, he certainly goes out to lunch at funny hours.
Well, that doesn't prove anything. He told me himself he wanted to make a picture with me, and he wasn't lying.
Yeah, I'll bet he looked you right square in the chest when he said it.
Oh, no, he didn't. Listen, Mary, Mr. DeMille knows how I feel about comedies. We're going to make a serious picture, something that'll give me a real chance. See, the only thing that's holding it up is the story, and we'll have one if I have to sit down and write it myself. I'll write something I can sink my teeth into. With my ideas, all I need is paper and pencil.
And teeth.
See, you don't give me credit for anything, do you?
Oh, Jack, why don't you come down to earth? You're a comedian. You made your name in comedy, and you ought to stick to it. This other stuff isn't for you.
What do you mean it isn't? I'm an actor, ain't I? Aren't I? First, lost, and always, I'm an actor. And here I am laying around wasting my talents because nobody will give me a chance. DeMille makes the Plainsman, and he uses Gary Cooper. Then he turns around and makes the Buccaneer and uses Frederick March. What they want with me at Paramount, I don't know.
If I were you, I wouldn't even ask.
That's so.
And I certainly wouldn't keep pestering Mr. DeMille all the time.
I'm not pestering him. He's just as anxious to do this as I am. I'll give him a ring right now. Hello? Give me Hollywood 06746, please. It's probably out, but I'll take a chance. Hello? Mr. DeMille's office? Well, this is Jack Benny speaking. Is Mr. DeMille back from lunch yet? Oh, he is? Well, can I speak to him? Thank you. There you are, Mary. Yeah, I told you he was just as anxious. Hello? Well, how are you, Mr. DeMille? This is Jack Benny. Oh, I'm pretty good. Say, listen, I just called... Mary? Oh, she's fine. She's fine. Say, Mr. DeMille, I've been thinking about that story. What's that? Why, no. No, I haven't got a cold. Well, maybe just a little cold. Look, Mr. DeMille, I've been thinking about that story. Huh? Oh, hot lemonade, huh? Yes, I'll do that. Say, Mr. DeMille, I've been thinking about... Quinine? Well, I don't think it's that bad. Oh, is that so? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. No sneezing. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Ask him what's good for falling hair.
Quiet. Uh-huh. Well, thanks, Mr. DeMille, but look, what I called you up about was... Oh, it did, eh? Fixed you right up, huh? Well, thanks very much, Mr. DeMille. Yeah, goodbye. No, wait, what I wanted... Hello? Hello? Can you imagine that? We were cut off.
Good morning, Cecil B. DeMille Productions. I'm sorry, Mr. DeMille is in conference. Mr. DeMille is in conference. Call later, please.
I'm still not satisfied. Before I start casting a picture, I want to know that the story is right. And this story certainly isn't.
Well, it's a perfect part for Gary Cooper, Mr. DeMille.
The character's all right, yes, but he doesn't do anything. What is it, Miss Cole?
I hate to disturb you, but Jack Benny is here.
Jack Benny? Didn't you tell him I was in a story conference?
Yes, sir, but it didn't do much good. He thinks it's about a story for him.
Oh, I was afraid of that. Well, send him in.
Yes, sir. Come in, Mr. Benny.
Oh, thanks. But hello, CV. How are you?
No, I'll pull through. Sit down, Jack.
Thanks. You know Mary, don't you?
Of course I do. Glad to see you, Mary.
I just want you to know, Mr. DeMille, that I'm not here of my own free will. He dragged me.
Oh, stop it, Mary. You know, CV, Mary thinks I'm making a pest out of myself. You better tell her.
I don't think that's necessary.
Oh. Well, how's it going, CV? Miss Cole told me you were having a story conference. That sounds like pretty good news.
It might be if we had a story to confer about. Nothing doing yet, Jack.
Oh, I see. Well, that's too bad.
You know, Jack, I've been thinking. Here you and I have been stalling around, wasting all your time, and we're not getting any place. Maybe you ought to try some other producer.
What? You mean walk out on you? I'm not built that way, Mr. DeMille. I'm not a quitter. I'm the kind of an actor who sticks.
What?
I said sticks. Now, look, Mr. DeMille, I don't care what happens. I'm with you right to the end.
Well, that's very kind of you, Jack.
Yeah, I'm not going to let a little thing like a story lick us. Not if I have to write one myself.
Just like that, huh?
Well, sure, I can do it all right. After all, I've had some experience, you know.
Well, it'll take you quite a while. Say, maybe it's not such a bad idea at that.
Well, of course it isn't.
No. Now you run along and write that story, Jack, and I'll give you plenty of time to do it.
Okay.
Well, I'm going out to lunch. I'll see you in a couple of months.
What are you going to eat, a whale?
Mary. Now, look, CV. Now, look at here. I don't need a couple of months to write a story. When I get started on it, I'll probably knock it out in a couple of days. One day, if I'm in the mood. Well, what's the matter? You don't believe I can do it, huh?
A complete scenario in 24 hours? I don't believe anyone could do it.
Oh, you don't? All right, Mr. DeMille, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll start a story tonight. If I finish it in 24 hours, will you produce it?
Well, it'd have to be good.
Oh, I'll take care of that. Will you produce it?
If it's a good story, why not? Now, I'll tell you something else. If you can write a complete and original story in 24 hours, I'll let you play the lead in it.
Mary, you heard that. You heard what he said.
You're letting yourself in for it, Mr. DeMille.
I don't think so. It's a mental and physical impossibility.
That's Jack, all right.
You'll find out, CB.
So will you, JB.
Well, all I need is a quiet place to work in. I may have to go out of town.
That's all right with me. Any place you want.
Okay. Now, let's see.
As a matter of fact, Jack, if you really want a quiet place, you can use my place up on Baldpate.
Where?
Baldpate Mountain. It's an old house I picked up a couple of years ago. I've never lived there. And no one can bother you because no one else can get in.
Oh.
There's only one...
Nobody comes to Diamond Star unless he or she has to.
I happen to enjoy big game hunting, Mr. Davies. I was told the lions are very good to the north of here.
Would you care to show them to Amato? After all, you were our best hunter and guide.
Dale, you know as well as I do, I can't even guide Miss Renaud across the street. But
you'll probably have to cut your way through the snowdrifts, but once you get there, you'll love it. The only thing you'll hear is a couple of hoot owls and the moaning of the wind.
What, no radio?
No one ever goes near there. It's an ideal place to work.
All right, the bet's on. I'll go pack now, and I'll leave for Baldpate in an hour.
Good. But remember, Jack, a complete and original scenario in 24 hours.
Listen, Mr. DeMille, if I don't bring you back a complete and original story in 24 hours, my name ain't Jack Benny.
Confidentially, Mr. DeMille, it ain't.
Oh, come on.
Well, this is it, Mr. Benny. This is Baldpate. You got that key?
Right here. Say, it's kind of dark up this way, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is. Belinda and me's the caretakers of this place. We don't get over more than 2 or 3 times a year.
If you ask me, that's 2 or 3 times too much.
Now, you hush, Belinda. Hush up. Go on in, Mr. Benny. I'll make a light for you. Ought to be an old oil lamp around here somewhere.
Well, hurry, Jed. It's black as pitch. Say, Mr. Benny, you ain't really set on staying here all night, are you?
I certainly am, Mrs. Waller.
Oh, but you don't have to stay, do you?
Well, in a way, why not?
Why not? Jed. Yes, why not? I'll tell you why not, Mr. Benny.
Now, hush up, Belinda, hush up. No need to go worrying him with all those tales. Why, it's 20 years or more since old man Crummet passed away. I never did believe in ghosts anyway.
Say, who was this old Crummet?
He owned this place. May heaven help him.
But he's dead now. Dead and gone in his grave these 20 years.
In his grave? When he ain't out of it.
Now, hush, Belinda, hush up.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Waller. I'm not very much afraid of ghosts.
Oh, of course you ain't. Of course you ain't. I never would have believed a word of it myself. Except for what happened to the last feller that stayed here. Would you like to hear about it?
Well, not particularly.
Well, 'twas a night just like this. Black as a crow's feather. With the wind a-howling and a-moaning through the trees. Just like now. Yes, I guess that's why no one ever heard his screams. You see...
Here, stop it. I don't want to hear any more about it. I got a story to write here, and by heaven, I'll write it or my name ain't... Now get out of here, both of you. Go on, scat.
Then you set on staying, huh?
Yes, I'm set on staying, huh?
Come on then, Jed. We can go. Our conscience is clear.
Yep. Well, goodbye, mister. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye.
Let's see. The scene is in the library at night. The girl walks in, suddenly discovers it. Yeah, that's it, I think. Who's there? Who's out there? Who's outside that door?
Hiya, Morgan. Gee, it's dark in here.
Who are you?
It's okay, Morgan. I'm Cookie Bland.
That's fine, but I'm not Morgan. How'd you get in here anyway?
Why, come through the door.
Yeah, I noticed that, but I happen to have the only key to that door.
Oh, is that so? Well, what do you think this thing is, a crochet needle?
Oh, so you've got one, too. What are you doing here?
I can the chatter. You know I was supposed to meet you here. You come for the dough, didn't you?
The dough?
Well, sure. Hey, you cracked the safe yet?
Why, no. Say, what is it?
Now, listen here, Morgan.
My name isn't Morgan. I'm Jack Benny.
What?
You heard me, Jack Benny.
Oh, I'm dealing with a screwball, huh?
Oh, listen, go away, will you? I've got a story to write. I'm right in the middle of a plot.
Yeah? Well, if you ain't Morgan, you're going to be in the middle of another kind of a plot. And it don't have no happy ending.
Well, what are you talking about?
Stick 'em up, pal.
Stick 'em up?
Stick 'em up or I'll blow you through the wall. Hey, listen. What's that?
Somebody else is trying to get in. They told me there was only one key to this
place. Shut up. Look here, screwball. I'm going to hide in the next room, see? And you get him out of here. And don't mention nothing about me being here, see? Because if you do, it's curtains. You understand? Curtains.
Curtains.
Right.
Good evening.
Well, good evening. Who are you?
Who are you?
Now, I asked first.
Oh, never mind that. How did you get in here?
Well, no trouble at all. I had a key.
You lie. There is only one key to Baldpate, and I have it.
Well, it sure gets around. Now, listen, miss, I'm a very busy man. I came here to write
What is your name?
My name is Jack Benny, I think.
Please, this is no time for jokes.
All right, then have it your own way. My name isn't Jack Benny. It's Morgan.
Morgan?
Yes, Morgan.
Put up your hands. Put them up.
Say, this is getting a little bit monotonous.
I am going to kill you, Mr. Morgan.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't shoot. I'm not Morgan. I only said that because the other fellow told me if I wasn't Morgan...
What other fellow?
Huh?
What other fellow? There is someone else here?
Oh, no. It's a fellow I met last week. He's in the curtain business. But I'm not Morgan. You gotta believe me.
Very well. It is good for you that you spoke in time.
Oh, thank you. Wow. Well, maybe you'll tell me what this is all about. I mean, why do you want to shoot Mr. Morgan?
Why? Because he is a beast. Because he is planning to rob me of my inheritance. Listen, do you know who I am? My name is Crummet. Rita Crummet.
Not one of the grave-walking Crummets.
No. I see someone has told you about my grandfather.
Yes, casually.
20 years ago, my grandfather died very mysteriously. When he died, he left over $100,000. No one ever received a penny of it. Do you know why?
He forgot to put stamps on the envelopes.
No. No one knew where it was. But recently, some new facts have come to light. Facts which prove definitely that the money is still in existence. That it is buried. Buried here in this very house.
$100,000 in this house?
Yes. And it is all mine. All mine, do you hear?
Faintly.
But a man named Morgan knows of this, too. He is planning to come here, to take the money, to rob me. Oh, you must help me.
Well, I'd like to, yes. But I have a story to write, and I've only got about 3 minutes.
Listen. Who is that?
I don't know, and don't introduce me.
Look, there is someone coming down the stairs. He is carrying a lantern.
Who's down there? Who's down there?
Shall we answer him?
Miss Crummet, did your grandfather carry a lantern?
Never.
Was he a tall, thin man, all bent over with a long gray beard?
No.
Then there's a stranger in the house.
Who's there, I say?
It's us.
What are you doing here? Who's that woman? I don't like women.
Now, just a minute, my friend. If you'll come out from behind that beard, I'd like to ask a couple of questions myself. I mean, how did you get in here?
I came through the back door.
There is no back door.
I made one.
It wasn't that funny.
I know who he is now. He is the hermit of Baldpate Mountain. He is crazy, a maniac.
Oh, so you're a hermit, eh?
Yes, I am. I live alone. But I don't like it. Get that woman out of here. I can't stand women. I hate women. I hate all women.
How about Hetty Lamar?
I don't like her either.
Boy, you are nuts.
Mr. Benny, please, do not joke with him.
They're coming. You hear the drum? Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. They're coming. Legions upon legions. Marching. Closer and closer. Legions upon legions. And they're all dead.
That man, I have heard of him. He is very dangerous. There's no telling what he will do. If he comes back, we must humor him.
Yeah, if I come back, humor me.
Oh, no, do not go, please. You must not leave me alone now.
Look, I came here to write a story.
Listen. There is someone at the door again. Someone is trying to get in.
It's about time somebody tried to get out.
I must not be seen here. I will be up in the attic. Do not breathe a word.
Hello, Jack.
Mary, you?
Who'd you expect, Corrigan?
Why not? How'd you open that door?
With a key. Why?
That's ridiculous. Don't you know there's only 4 keys in existence?
Well, mine makes 5. I didn't want to disturb you, so when I came to the village, I borrowed it from the grocer.
A fine place that DeMille sent me to. Wait till I see him again. What'd you come up here for, anyway?
Well, don't look so annoyed. I got worried about you. I thought of you up here all alone, and, well, I thought you might like some company.
Company? Got more company now than a sweepstake winner. Mary, this is no place for you. You gotta leave right now.
What do you mean, leave? I just got here.
I know, but you gotta go. Now, don't ask questions, please.
Are you trying to get rid of me?
Oh, yes, I'm trying to get rid of you.
Why?
Mary, will you please do what I say?
Not until I know what's behind all this. What's going on here anyway?
There's nothing going on here. Nothing.
Well, boy meets girl.
Where are you?
Here. What's the matter now?
That man is trying to kill me. He's mad. Oh, you've got to help me. Stay near me. I can't stand it.
Here, now, stop. It's all right. I'll take care of you. Just calm yourself. Now, everything's going to be all right.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, Jack.
What?
Who's the foreigner?
Her name is Rita Crummet, and she's in a lot of trouble. I'm trying to help her out. Miss Crummet, this is Mary Livingston.
Oh, how do you do? I am very pleased to meet you.
I'll bet you are. So this is the story you were going to write, eh?
Well, I started to tell you.
I thought there was some reason why you wanted to get rid of me.
Now, listen, Mary.
Oh, don't try to make excuses.
Oh.
It's too bad I happened to come up here, isn't it? But I'm glad I did. Glad I found out about you before it's too late.
Mary, are you crazy? I never saw this woman before in my life.
Then what is she doing here?
I'll tell you what she's doing. She came here after $100,000.
Oh, bank night.
Now, look, Mary, this money
Oh,
was...
you can't pull the wool over my eyes. It's all off between us, Jack. This is the end. Take Miss Crumpet and go.
It's not Crumpet, it's Crummet.
Well, she certainly looks it.
Mary, look, this is silly. It's her money and she came here to get it. Now, there's a man named Morgan who's trying to take it away from her, and there's a fellow named Cokie Bland who's hiding in the other room, and he's trying to get it.
All right, wise guy, stick him up.
Hey, now, wait a minute, Bland. Wait a second. I didn't mean to tell her, really. I didn't. It just slipped up.
Stick him up. Come on, all of you.
Now, look what you've done, Mary. I hope you're satisfied.
I warned you not to squeal, didn't I?
Oh.
I warned you, pal. But you double-crossed me, see? And now I'm going to lump your dumplings.
You're going to what?
Lump your dumplings.
You're going to lump my dumplings?
Jack, what does he mean?
I'm not sure, but if it's what I think it is, you better shake the mothballs out of your old black dress.
We return in just a moment to the second act of Seven Keys to Baldpate, starring Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, and Cecil B. DeMille. Now for a brief intermission, during which we overhear your friends, the Browning family. In their living room, Mr. Browning is discovered checking over the month's bills. Dot sits by the window sewing. Betty has the radio tuned in to Flatfoot Flugie, while Dad is vainly trying to add a column of figures.
26 and 43 is... Quiet. Is it enough that I have to pay the bills? Or do I have to add them up in a madhouse, too?
What bills, Dad?
What bills? These bills. What on earth does this family do with stockings?
We hang them up at Christmas and wait for Santa Claus.
Well, you're looking at Santa Claus right now. But I can't be Santa Claus on stockings much longer. In fact, I don't think I'll buy another pair until you tell me why you can't make them last.
Why, Dad, stockings just wear out. They pop runs and...
Oh, Betty, if you'd only wash your stockings the way I told you.
Yeah, Dot, I know. Every night in Lux. Don't forget the Lux.
It does make a difference, Beth. My stockings last lots longer than yours.
On account of this elasticity you're always talking about, I suppose. Stockings should stretch and then spring back.
Oh, I wish this budget would.
Honestly, Betty, it's dopey to wash stockings the way you do. Come on, be a good egg. Use Lux and help Dad out with the bill.
Is somebody in this family actually going to do something to help me? Mother, come quick. It's a miracle. That's what it is. A miracle.
Yes, the girl who wears the stockings and the man who pays the bills are both thankful for Lux Flakes. They cut down on costly runs and protect the beauty and fit of your stockings, too. Wash your stockings after every wearing in gentle Lux Flakes. To save money, buy the big box. We continue with Seven Keys to Baldpate, starring Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, and Cecil B. DeMille. A few minutes have passed. In the old house on Baldpate Mountain, the situation remains unchanged, and Jack is still unshot. Rita Crummet, Mary, and Jack are seated in a row against the wall. Bland covers them with an automatic.
And I don't want nobody to make any false moves, see? If anybody bats an eyelash, you know what.
You'll lump his dumplings.
Right.
Keep quiet, Mary.
Well, that's what he said he'd do, didn't he? He was going to lump your dumplings.
Well, you don't have to remind him of it.
Don't worry, screwball. I changed my mind about that. I'm going to wait here for Morgan.
Well, I can wait if you can.
Morgan is a beast.
Nobody asked you, sister.
He's trying to steal my money, but he won't. He won't, I tell you. I'll get that money tonight if it's the last thing I do.
You lay one finger on it, and I will be.
Hey, what is all this about money? What's everyone doing up here anyway?
Oh, she came up here for some money, and this guy came up ahead of her. I came up to write a story. You came to keep me company. Not one of us had sense enough to bring sandwiches.
Shut up.
Well, why don't you all go home and leave me alone?
Shut up, I tell you.
I won't shut up. You can't intimidate me. Anyway, not until Morgan gets here.
Well, maybe I won't wait for Morgan, see? Maybe I'll break the rules for once and let you have it right now.
Here, stop! Put that gun down. Put it down.
Everybody stand where you are. I've got you covered.
Look, it's the hermit.
Drop that gun. Drop me, I say!
Oh, nuts.
There, smarty pants.
Hey, Jack. Who's the guy with the long beard?
That's the hermit, Mary. Hiya, Hermie.
Wonder what he looks like.
I'm not going to get a lawnmower just for that.
Who's this woman? Why is she here?
Now, Hermie, control yourself. You certainly showed up at the right time. Where'd you get that gun?
That's none of your business. I heard what you said. Up here after old Crummit's money, huh? Well, you won't get it. None of you will get it.
Listen, look, I don't even want the money. All I want is to be left alone, that's all. And this guy here was going to shoot me.
Oh, he was, eh? Well, he won't.
There. You see, Mr. Bland?
But I'm going to shoot you myself.
What?
There, you see, Mr. Bland?
Quiet. Listen, Hermie, look. Be reasonable. What did I ever do to you?
You brought these women here.
Oh, we did, eh?
I did not.
He did, too. Listen here, Hermie. I heard the whole thing. This dame came here for the dough. And this here guy promised he'd get it. There were a couple of crooks. And if I was you, I'd give it to him right now.
Hermie, don't listen to him. He's crazy.
He is, eh?
Sure he is. He's stark raving mad.
So am I. Shake, brother.
Shake.
Gosh.
Stop shaking, Jack. You're not in it.
Go on, Hermie. Let the rat have it.
Right now?
Sure, right now. Why not?
Hey, you keep out of this. If he wants to wait a little, that's his business.
Go on, Hermie. Give it to him.
No. We must wait.
That's right. We got to wait for Morgan.
No, not for Morgan. We wait until midnight. I'll sit here and watch you squirm. Then when we hear the old village clock striking the hour, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Stop! Hermie, you can't do that. You can't shoot a man down in cold blood. Why, you don't know me. You don't even know who I am. You can't do it, Hermie. I tell you can't do it.
Pick up your head. Come on. Up with him.
Now I know somebody's selling keys outside.
Put that gun down, Santa Claus. I'm taking charge here. Now, don't move. Anybody.
Brother, I don't know who you are, but you certainly are a lifesaver.
Yeah? Hello, Bland.
Hi, Morgan.
Morgan?
What are you laughing at?
Hello, Morgan.
Mary.
What's going on here, Bland?
Well, I don't know, boss. I come up here like you told me to, and I find this guy punning a typewriter, and this here dame walks in and she...
Lisa. So you're here, eh?
Well, what of it?
You double-crossing little snake.
Say, you can't talk to Miss Crummett like that.
Crummett? That's a laugh. Do you know who this dame is?
If she's Miss America, I'll scream.
Quiet.
Her name is Nolan. Rita Nolan. She's the slickest little crook in the business.
What do you mean, crook? That money belongs to anyone who finds it.
Nobody will find it, because it's mine. Every penny of it mine.
Keep your mouth shut. Put up your hands, everybody.
Me too?
Yeah, you too. Keep them there, you hear?
Yes, sir.
Come here, Bland. I want to speak to you.
Okay, boss.
Rest of you sit tight. I got my eyes on all of you.
Phew. Gee, Mary, I guess we're in a tough spot. I wished I had a gun.
What for? You wouldn't shoot anybody.
No, but I could commit suicide. Mary. Hey, Mary. Don't make a move, but listen to me. We got to get that gun away from Morgan. I got a plan.
What is it?
When Morgan comes over here and starts to talk, you look behind him, see? And then you yell, "Look out behind you." Then when he turns around, I'll grab his gun. How do you like that for an idea?
I think it's corny.
What do you mean, corny? Shh. Here he comes.
All right, Bland. Let's get after that dough. It's in the house somewhere. We've got to find it tonight. Here, you take the upstairs, and I'll search down here.
All right, Mary. Remember the plan?
Oh, yes. Say, Mr. Morgan, will you come here a minute?
Huh? What do you want?
Personally, I don't think this is going to work, but look out behind you.
Huh? What?
Hey, give me that gun. Hey, you stand right where you are, Mr. Morgan. Now put up your hands, everybody. You didn't think it would work, eh, Mary? Say, I guess I'm not a scenario writer for nothing. Everybody line up against that wall, see? I mastered this situation, see? I got you all in the palm of me hand. If anybody moves, I'll dump his lumplings.
The telephone.
Who had that phone connected?
I'll answer it.
Oh, no, you don't. Get away from that phone.
That call from...
No, it isn't.
Stand back, all of you. I'll take care of this. See?
Be careful what you say, Jack. You can't tell who it might be.
Don't worry. I guess I can handle it. I guess.
Go ahead, Jack.
All right. Don't push me. Hello? Hello? What? No, madam, this is not Sam's Delicatessen. Can you imagine that?
Whew.
Now what are we going to do? Anyway, I've still got the gun. We're going to stay here until I can reach the police.
Police?
Yes, and we have to wait here all night.
Jack, why do we have to sit around waiting for the police?
Why? Because nobody knows we're here, because I'm not a mental telepathist, because we haven't got a shortwave radio.
Well, we have a telephone. Why don't we call them?
Well, I'd have thought of that, too. I'll call them right now. Now, don't move, anybody. Hello? Hello, operator. Give me the police department and hurry.
You're making a mistake there, buddy.
You don't say, huh? Well, you made a mistake when you walked in here and tried to push me around. Hello? Is this the Baldpate Village Police Station? Well, this is Jack Benny, and I'm up on Baldpate Mountain. Yes, Jack Benny. What do you mean a gag? I tell you... What? All right, then you can be the king of Bulgaria. I'm still Jack Benny. The king of Bulgaria.
Let me talk to him, Jack.
Okay.
Now listen, Your Majesty.
Give me that phone. Now get this. I'm up here on Baldpate Mountain. I've got a... Yes. Yeah, I know that. Look, I know no one lives on Baldpate. That's why I'm here. No, I'm not crazy. Hello? Hello? Hello, listen. Hello? You beat that. He hung up. I'd like to go down there and stuff that phone down his throat.
Why don't you?
And let all these crooks walk out on me? Oh, no.
Don't worry about them. You leave the gun with me, and I'll keep school till you get back with the cops.
Now, don't be ridiculous. You couldn't handle this mob. All alone and everything.
Sure I could. If anybody tried to get out, I'd do that stuff with the dumplings. Give me the gun.
Oh, I don't like this. Suppose something happened.
Nothing's going to happen. Go ahead, Jack, and get back here as soon as you can.
Well, all right, but keep your eye on him. I'll be back in an hour, and I'll have the whole police force with me. Hey, open this door. Hey, what kind of a police station is this? Open up, will you?
Hey, what goes on here?
Hey, let me in. Is this the Baldpate Village Police Station?
It ain't the morgue.
Well, you can't prove it by you. Where is everybody?
Well, we close early on Mondays.
Oh, you do, eh? Well, I want to see the chief constable. Where is he?
Chief constable? You'll find him in cell number 6. He's playing draw poker with the 3 prisoners.
Playing with the prisoners? Isn't he taking a chance?
No, they're his cards.
Oh.
Just go right through that door. The chief is the guy without the stripes.
Thank you.
Okay, Chief, I'll raise that bid.
Cost you a dime to see him, Chief.
And it'll cost him another dime to see me.
Say, Chief, can I interrupt you for a minute? I'm the guy that called you up about an hour ago from Baldpate Mountain.
Oh, yeah?
I came down here to tell you there's a gang of desperate crooks up there, and you got to do something about it.
Crooks, eh?
Yeah.
What do you got, Joe?
3 kings.
Hey, will you wait a minute? I just left them.
I got 3 aces.
Your pot, Chief.
Look, I just left them up there. They're being held by Mary Livingston. They're dangerous, Chief. You got to come right away.
Whose deal is it?
My deal, Chief.
Look, will you listen? One of them's going to kill me at 12 o'clock on the dot. He's a maniac. And if he misses me, there's 3 others who won't.
Well, I can't quit winners, can I?
Oh.
I'll open a new deck.
Take out the 2s and 3s.
Look, Chief, I hate to be a kibitzer, but this is a matter of life and death.
Who opened?
You did.
I did not.
You did, too. Now, look, Chief, all I want is...
10 cents blind, Joe.
I'll see that and raise it a dime.
Look, all I want is...
Up a nickel.
All I want is...
A nickel and 1 bet.
Chief, it's a matter of life and death.
And a nickel again.
It's $100,000.
What? Well, that's too high for me. I pass. Wait a minute. What did you say?
$100,000 on Baldpate Mountain.
Well, what are we sitting around here for?
That's what I've been trying to tell you. There's a whole gang of crooks. They're after the money.
Not while Kennedy is chief constable. Can you show me the way?
Follow me.
Then let's go. I've kept this county clean of crooks for 10 years. And by heaven, it'll stay clean.
Then come on.
Wait. Where's my holster?
Here it is, Chief, hanging on your chair. Hurry up.
Is my gun in it?
Yes, and 2 aces. Let's go.
False Precision Identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. This is the Lux Radio Theater, ladies and gentlemen, brought to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Flakes. And now, before bringing you the 3rd act of our play, starring Jack Benny, Mary Livingston, and Cecil B. DeMille, we have a little intermission. During the week, one of the most distinguished violinists in the world, Mr. Ephraim Zimbalist, boarded a plane and headed west, just to be with us tonight, a tribute for which we're most grateful. Due to the insidious machinations of Jack Benny, all violinists have fallen into a mild sort of disrepute, and especially a certain composition for the violin, written by Schubert. A composition spelt B, as in Benny, E, E. Like a knight of old, aglow with the fierce flame of vengeance, Mr. Zimbalist is here to right ancient wrongs, and to play the B with some regard for Mr. Schubert and the sensibilities of listening America. At last, Mr. Benny is cornered. Mr. Zimbalist, are you ready?
Thank you, Mr. Wick, but there's no hurry. Let him suffer for a while longer.
Well, why not? Oh, by the way, Mr. Zimbalist, what do you think of Jack as an actor?
I find a remarkable similarity, Mr. Wick, between Mr. Benny the actor and Mr. Benny the violinist. Even as an actor, He insists on playing in 7 keys?
Mr. Zimbalist, well, shucks, I play the violin, too. Maybe you heard me in The Buccaneer. I was the pirate who played the violin for Frederick March to soothe his nerves.
Oh, is that so? May I suggest, Mr. Ruick, that next time you give him a nice cup of hot milk?
Oh. Don't you like anything around here, Mr. Zimbalist?
Oh, of course. I'm just trying to be funny, Mr. Ruick. When a violinist tries to be a comedian, or when a comedian tries to be a violinist, heaven help the audience. I think I better play the beat.
Fine. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ephraim Zimbalist, accompanied at the piano by Theodore Seidenberg. America thanks you, Mr. Zimbalist, and we all trust Mr. Benny's musical dumplings are at long last properly lumped. We hear him now with Mary Livingston and Cecil B. DeMille in Act 3 of 7 Keys to Baldpate. An hour later, Jack Benny has enlisted the aid of the Baldpate Village Police. A car containing our hero and the chief constable pulls up the rugged mountain road, comes to a stop just outside of the old house.
There's the house, Chief Kennedy.
All right. Now, don't get excited. We're around a whole bunch of them up. Come on.
Wait. Gosh, I forgot. We can't get in. I came out without the key.
Oh, don't worry about that. I got one.
Oh, you have? Well, don't lose it. They're awfully scarce. Hey, look.
Huh? What's the matter now?
Gee, I left a light burning in that room. Now it's dark.
All right. Take it easy. I've got a flashlight. We'll break in on them and take them by surprise. Ready?
Right.
Now. Put them up, everybody.
Wait a minute. Why, there's nobody here. Hey, Mary. Mary. Why, they've all gone.
They can't be gone. We'd have seen them coming down the mountain. Say, I thought there was something screwy about you.
But I'm not screwy. They must be somewhere in the house. You look upstairs and I'll take the cellar.
Okay. Here, take this other gun out of my hip pocket. And if you see anybody, shoot first.
Gee, I hope nothing happened to Mary. Mary, are you in the cellar? Mary, if you're down here, turn on the light. I can't see a thing. Mary.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, Mary, you're safe. Where are you? I can't see.
I'm over here, Jack, sitting in a rocking chair.
Oh, I thought something happened to you. Well, get out of that chair and come over here.
Okay, but you'll have to untie these ropes first.
What ropes? You mean you're tied to that chair?
I couldn't help it, Jack. Really, I couldn't.
I might have known this would happen. Let me get those ropes. Who did this?
Mr. Morgan.
Oh, Morgan, eh?
Yeah, right after I dropped the gun.
Oh, you dropped the gun.
Well, I couldn't help it. I was standing there covering him just like you told me. And all of a sudden, Morgan yelled, "Look out behind you." And when I turned around, there was nobody there. Yeah, I guess that trick is better than I thought it was.
Oh, shut up. Hey, listen, they're all upstairs again. Come on, slip out of those ropes.
I'm ready.
Up the stairs, quick.
Jack, maybe we better not go up there.
Well, what are you talking about? I brought the law back with me. Kennedy's taking charge. He'll have those crooks in jail in an hour. They don't end up in a card game. Come on.
Shut up, everybody. Shut up or I'll plug somebody.
Now, what goes on, Chief? You got the whole crowd, huh?
And I got the money, too. It's in that big bag on the floor.
That's my money. It's mine.
Quiet, Hermie.
You. I'll get you at 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock, eh? You got to get free first. Where'd you find the money, Chief?
That hermit dug it up. This woman took it from him, Bland took it from her, Morgan took it from him.
And I'm taking it from all of you.
Put that bag down.
Give me that bag. It's mine.
Don't let it take
Keep your hands off.
Put down that bag.
Drop that bag, all of you. Drop that bag. The law's here now. The law will take care of that doing its own way.
That's telling them, Chief.
Where's the phone?
Right over there on the desk.
Put that money up here next to me.
There you are, Chief.
Everybody stay nice and quiet. Hello, operator. I want Village 826. Yeah.
Who you calling, Chief? The riot squad? I guess all you crooks will have a lot of time to think this over.
Hello, Village 826. Is this Joe's pool room?
Pool room?
This is Chief Constable Kennedy. Let me speak to my wife, will you? What? You don't see her around.
Maybe she's behind the 8 ball.
Mary.
Oh, you did, eh? Well, put her on the phone.
Look, Chief, I don't want to interfere with your business, but why don't you call up the station?
Hello. Is that you, Agnes? How's the game tonight, honey? That's good. Listen, honey, get this clear. I want you to get some clothes together in a hurry and catch the next train for Canada. Now, don't ask questions. I'll meet you there Wednesday morning. Yeah, with $100,000.
Say, what are you trying
to... Shut up! You got that straight, honey? Okay. Goodbye, sweetheart. What? Oh, all right. Goodbye, dear. Now, everybody stay where you are.
Say, what do you think you're going to do?
You heard me, buddy. I'm going to Canada.
This is a fine time to visit the quintuplets.
Shut up.
Why can't you can't get away with this? I'll have the law on your trail in 3 minutes.
No, you won't. I took care of that. There's 4 of my boys guarding the mountain road right now, with orders to shoot anybody trying to leave. You're all going to stay right here until I get a head start. Then you can do what you want.
You certainly are a fine cop stealing that money.
Yeah.
Why don't we divvy up, even Stephen?
You keep out of this. Why shouldn't I steal it from a gang of crooks like you? It's one chance in a lifetime to get this much dough, and I'm going to grab it. Yeah. I'm going to live in a marble hall and eat off gold plates and send my 2 boys to college. What do you think of that?
You won't get away with it. I'll shoot you dead. You're second on my list right now.
Come back here, you.
Shoot. Go on, shoot. Missed me.
He's gone. He's loose again. A fine mess you made out of this, Mr. Kennedy.
Keep quiet.
Why, a man's a maniac. He's crazy. He's going to kill me at 12 o'clock on the dot.
If he bumps you off, he's not as crazy as I thought.
Listen, Kennedy, you'll never get away with this. Hand over that dough.
Stand back, you.
What?
No, you don't. Get away from me. Get away or I'll plug the whole bunch. Get away.
Come on, everybody. Grab it.
Everybody, stand right where you are. Put up your hands. Go on, put them up, everybody.
Mary, look who it is. Look.
Who are you?
I'm Cecil B. DeMille, the owner of Baldpate. 2 policemen refused to let me pass, and I shot them dead.
Oh, this isn't true. Why, it can't be true.
What's the matter here, Jack? Who are these people? How'd they get in here?
Gee, I don't know.
Have they disturbed you in your work? How are you getting on with your story?
How am I getting on? It's a nice question. Fine place you sent me to. Nothing but ghosts, crooks, murderers, maniacs, and now a director. You told me there was only one key. This place has more keys than a grand piano.
But, Jack...
You win, I lose. 24 hours. I couldn't write a story in this joint in 24 years. Well, what's the matter with you? What are you all laughing at? Hey, what goes on here, anyway?
I just want to tell you, Jack, I hope you're not going to be mad, but the whole thing was a joke.
What was a joke?
I sent all these people up here just for a gag.
A gag?
That's right. This girl you thought was Rita Crummett. Her real name is Eve Forsythe. I used her in my last picture.
How do you do, Mr. Benny?
Well, Al, this is the darndest thing.
Cokie Bland isn't a crook. He isn't even Cokie. He's my old prop man.
How are you, Mr. Benny?
Well, this is very funny.
Huh? Morgan here is an actor I've been using for years. His name is Jones.
Jones? Well, what an odd name.
Kennedy isn't a real chief constable, but he's a real actor.
Well, thanks, Mr. DeMille.
I'd say he's a real actor. He certainly had me going. Well, this is quite a surprise.
And, of course, Mary was in on the whole thing from the start.
Oh, she was?
Hello, Jack.
Mary. Oh, gosh darn you. Oh, this is very funny. Say, Mr. DeMille, who was the hermit?
Huh?
You know, the hermit. The guy you sent up here to act like a crazy man. Oh, he had me scared for a while. Who was he?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You know, the crazy guy. The guy who said he was going to shoot me at 12 o'clock sharp.
You know anything about this, Kennedy?
Well, not me. I figured he was one of the actors.
Well, I didn't send him.
What? You mean you...
There must be some mistake. I don't know anything about a hermit.
Well, neither do I. I thought that...
Wait a minute. Do you mean this hermit is on the level?
Well, he must be.
But he's going to shoot me. He's going to kill me at 12 o'clock.
Now, keep calm, Jack. There must be something we can do.
But he's a maniac. He's crazy. He's roaming around loose. Listen. What time is it? What time is it now?
It's exactly 2 minutes of 12.
2 minutes of... Oh.
Jack, look at at me. Are you all right?
He got me, Mary. He got me. Mary,
Yes, Jack?
tell DeMille.
Yes, yes?
Tell DeMille.
What, Jack? Tell DeMille what?
Tell DeMille his watch is 2 minutes slow.
Mr. DeMille's office. I'm sorry, Mr. DeMille is in conference. I'm sorry, Mr. DeMille is in a story conference with Mr. Benny. Mr. DeMille is in a story conference.
And there's your story, Mr. DeMille. At the finish, the hermit shoots me and I fall to the floor. Mary leans over to me and says, Jack, look at me. Are you all right? Then I look up at her and say, Tell DeMille his watch is 2 minutes slow. Finish. There's your story, Mr. DeMille, and I finished it in 24 hours.
Gee, Jack, that's swell.
What do you think of it, C.V.?
Did you write all this since you were in this office yesterday?
I certainly did.
Did you work at my place on Baldpate?
Yes, and you were right. I never heard a sound. But I used it for the locale of my story and brought in a lot of crooks and things. Why, I even put you in it. I had you come in at the finish to tell me it was all a gag.
Yeah, I know.
And I wrote a part for Mary, too. Well, how do you like it?
It's very good, Jack.
Thanks. Now, you remember your promise, C.V. You said you'd produce it.
I certainly will.
There you are, Mary, you see?
Gee.
And Gary Cooper is just the man for it.
Gary Cooper? Now, wait a minute, Mr. DeMille. You said I could play the lead in it.
I said you could play the lead if it was an original story.
Well, it is original. And it's good, too.
Yes, but it was also good in 1910 when Earl Biggers wrote the novel.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, and in 1913 when George M. Cohan produced the play.
Oh, what a coincidence.
Yeah, and in 1925 when Paramount produced the silent picture.
Oh, they got in it, too.
Yeah, and in 1929 when RKO made it as a talkie.
Well,
yeah, and I believe they all called it 7 Keys to Baldpate.
They did?
Ah.
Gee, and I was so proud of it. I thought it was my own brainchild, didn't you?
And it turned out to be an orphan.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'm licked. So the picture's off, ACB?
I'm sorry, Jack.
Gee, and I wanted to play the lead in it. Well, that's the way it goes. Yeah. Come on, Mary, let's go home.
Wait a minute, Jack. You've still got a chance. Grab that script.
What for?
We'll take it over to Walt Disney. He'll produce it.
Gee, Walt Disney. Say, there's an idea. Come on, let's go. Walt Disney.
So long, Jack.
Quack, 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 quack. Quack, quack, quack.
And that's the end of our Lux Radio Theater version of 7 Keys to Baldpate. But not the end of Jack Benny. He'll be back in a moment with Mary Livingston to be put on the spot again, I'm sure, by Mr. DeMille. Meantime, may I ask you, our listeners, a question? Have you ever been put on the spot by embarrassingly red, rough hands? If you have, if you want the smooth, white hands everyone admires, try changing to Lux Flakes for washing your dishes. Your hands may spend as much as 500 hours in the dishpan every year. Think of the damage a harsh soap may do. Such soaps are drying. They rob your skin of its natural oils. But Lux Flakes have none of the harmful alkali so drying to the skin. They leave your hands lovely. Do as so many clever women do nowadays. Use Lux for dishes. Buy the thrifty big box tomorrow. And now, Mr. DeMille, the actor, surrenders to Mr. DeMille, your host and producer, as he brings Jack Benny and Mary Livingston back to our microphone.
Thank you for that word, actor, Mr. Rick. And now a brief exchange of opinions with the man of the hour. Oh, Jack, Mr. Benny. Mary, where's Jack?
He's in the next room taking off his makeup.
Makeup? For Mary, does he use makeup on radio?
Well, Jack has to on account of Mike fright.
Mike fright? What's that got to do with it?
When he doesn't put on makeup, he frightens the Mike.
I see.
Here he comes now. Hey, Jack, Mr. DeMille wants you.
Oh, yes, Mr. DeMille.
Well, Jack, now that it's all over, I've got to admit that tonight's acting was superb. Really great.
Gee, Mr. DeMille, you mean that?
I certainly do. It was brilliant.
Well, and there's no room for an argument there.
Thanks. I thought I was pretty good.
You?
Of course. Who did you mean?
Oh, well, yes, Mr. DeMille. I thought your acting was all right. Yes, sir, all right.
You mean you didn't think it was good?
Well, I didn't think it was bad.
But you didn't say it was good.
No, I said it was all right, all right.
Yeah, but you said it like Major Bowes.
No, I really thought you were swell. And speaking of histrionic ability, I wasn't exactly a sound effect on this program myself, you know.
I agree with you, Jack. I thought you did a great job.
Thank you.
Hey, Gable.
What? What is it, Mary?
As long as it's a matter of personal opinion, I thought I was pretty good, too.
Mary, you were excellent. I don't know what we'd have done without you.
It's got me stumped, too.
By the way, Jack, what did you think of the way Mr. Zimbalist played the bee?
Oh, I thought it was quite good, Mr. DeMille. Of course, his pizzicato was a bit strong. And when it came to the andante, I thought he was slightly razzmatazz in there.
Oh, he was?
Oh, yeah. But when it came to the allegro, why, nobody can question that.
They better not question you either.
Yeah, tough. They're not question you either. Now, look. Always comes in with her little 2 cents. Now, look, Mr. DeMille, now that it's all over, let's be serious. How about my playing the leading role in your next picture? I've been looking forward to it, and I know I can do it. Why, I've been riding a horse 8 hours a day just to get in shape for the part.
Well, you've been practicing on the wrong kind of a horse, Jack. Union Pacific is the story of an iron horse.
The thing I rode wasn't made of feathers, Mr. DeMille.
But, Jack, you've got it all wrong. An iron horse is a locomotive. Union Pacific is a railroad story.
Oh, a railroad story, Mr. DeMille. Railroads are right down my alley.
That was before you moved to the new house.
Well, if it means a part in the picture, I'll move right back. How about it, Mr. DeMille?
He'll think it over.
You stay out of this. What do you say?
Mary's right. I'll think it over.
Okay, that's good enough for me.
By the way, I want to wish you good luck on the opening of your new Jell-O series next Sunday night. You too, Mary.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. DeMille, I still think you're right about my trying to be a dramatic actor. I'll wash my hands of the whole thing. And to show you there's no hard feelings, I'll do it with Lux. Well, I guess we'll be running along. Come on, Mary.
Okay. Say, Jack, didn't it seem strange working tonight after our long vacation?
It sure did. But I got a lot of laughs tonight, didn't I, Mary?
Yeah, tuck in your shirt tail and let's go home.
Oh, good night. See you Sunday.
Good night, Hamlet. Good night, Mary.
Our stars in play for next Monday night are announced very shortly by Mr. DeMille. Heard in tonight's cast were Margaret Brayton as Rita, Ted Osborne as Hermie, Ross Forrester as Bland, Gail Gordon as Morgan, Lou Merrill as Kennedy, John Fee as Sergeant, Eddie Waller as Jed, Martha Wentworth as Belinda, Joe Kearns as a prisoner, Victor Rodman as Bollister, Mary Lansing as telephone operator, Frank Nelson as Oakley, Dorothy Grewatts as Miss Cole, and Catherine Carlton as a girl. Jack Benny and Mary Livingston return to the air on the Jell-O program next Sunday night. Mr. Benny's new Paramount film is Artists and Models Abroad. Louis Silvers, our musical director, appeared through courtesy of 20th Century Fox Studio, where he directed music for the new picture, Straight, Place, and Show. Here's Mr. DeMille.
Believing with Disraeli that variety is the mother of enjoyment, we turn from the comedy of tonight's play and bring you next Monday night to more dramatic and romantic feels in presenting our adaptation of the recent hit picture, Another Dawn. This tense play carries us to Arabia, where in the heat and mystery of the desert, a handful of soldiers hold aloft their country's flag, and a beautiful girl picks up the fragments of her lost happiness. Our stars, a trio of Hollywood's most popular celebrities, Madeleine Carroll, Francho Tone, and George Brent. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Madeleine Carroll, Francho Tone, and George Brent in Another Dawn. This is Cecil B. DeMille, the former actor, saying good night to you from Hollywood. Has been Mel Blanc. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Americans. Stand by, fighting men of the United Nations. Here is Mail Call, one big package of words and music and laughter delivered to you by the stars from whom you want to hear. In answer to the request you send to Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Tonight we extend special greetings to the fighting men from the state of Illinois. And standing at the microphone now to speed this airmail special letter on its way is a star who is not only a great comedian, but a fine artist. That favorite son of Illinois, the pride of Waukegan, Jack Benny.
Hello again, fellas. This is Jack Benny, your postmaster for Tonight Talking. And I hope that all you guys, wherever you are, enjoy our music talkie letter. And before I forget it, Harry Von Zell, I want to thank you for that lovely introduction. Favorite son of Illinois. Pride of Waukegan. That was really very nice.
Oh, it was nothing, Jack. I'm full of baloney, you know.
Well, baloney or not, this old ham loved it. Anyway, I'm proud to be from Illinois. It's a wonderful state.
Yes, you're right, Jack. I visited some relatives there last summer. They took me to a beautiful park called Starved Rock.
Starved Rock? Oh, yeah, that's near Ottawa.
Oh, you know the place?
Oh, I know the place. Well, years ago, I took a girl to Starved Rock on a picnic there.
Oh, I see. That's how the rock got its name.
You're wrong there, Harry. It couldn't have. You see, she brought a wonderful lunch. 2 chicken sandwiches, 2 sweet pickles, 2 olives, and 3 hard-boiled eggs. What a battle we had over that extra egg. Romantic, wasn't it, Harry?
Romantic? Well, for goodness, what's romantic about an egg?
Plenty, if you understand about roosters and hens. But, you know, being on this program tonight really brings back memories of the good old days back in Waukegan when I was a kid.
Yes, I imagine it does.
Gosh, I remember one December. There were terrible blizzards and storms. Our roof leaked. We didn't have coal for our stove. Ah, those were the good old days.
For the good old days? How do you figure that?
We were in Florida for the winter. But really, Harry, I did... We changed that gag the last minute. It was very good. Harry, I did have to work hard when I was a kid. I'll never forget my first job in Waukegan. I worked in a livery stable.
In a livery stable?
Yes, sir. Believe me, I was in there pitching. Enough of me, Harry. Let's get this mail call underway with a salute to a great suburb of Waukegan, Chicago. The Santa Anita OTC Band, conducted by Master Sergeant Skinny Ennis, playing Chicago.
swell, Skinny. You sounded like Phil Harris on his one good day. You and the boys did a great job on Chicago. Ah, the Windy City, the stockyards. It's a bad combination, but a good town, you know? Now, fellas, here's a great combination singing Paper Doll, the Delta Rhythm Boys.
I'm gonna buy a paper doll that I can call my own. A doll that other fellows cannot steal. And then the flirty guys with the flirty eyes will have to flirt with dollies that are real. When I come home at night, she will be waiting. She'll be the truest doll in all this world. I'd rather have a paper doll to call my own than have a fickle-minded real-life girl.
I'm gonna buy a paper doll that I can call my own. A doll that other fellows cannot steal. And then those flirty guys with their flirty eyes will have to flirt with dollies that are real. Now, when I come home at night, she will be waiting. Yes, she'll be the truest doll in all this world. I'd rather have a paper doll just to call my own than have a fickle-minded real-life girl. I'm gonna buy a paper doll that I can call my own. A doll that other fellows cannot steal away. 'Cause Jack, I'd rather have a doll that I don't have to buy and die than have a fickle-minded or a cheating, two-timing, or trouble-making real-life girl. Thank you, Delta Rhythm Boys. And now, fellas, I want you to meet a guy who is one of our most prolific songwriters. He's turned out such great hits as Blues in the Night, Black Magic, Tangerine, Dearly Beloved, Lazy Bones, Strip Polka, and here he is in person, Johnny Mercer. Well, Johnny, welcome to Mail Call.
Well, thanks, Jackson. And hi, men. You know, Brother Benny, that's a pretty big build-up you gave me there.
Oh, it's nothing, Johnny, just words. I'm full of baloney, kid, you know.
Well, no, kid, you really deserve a build-up. Songwriting is hard work. Yes, sir. Look at me. I'm nothing but skin and bone.
You said it. If you ever took that hanger out of your coat, down you'd go, brother.
Well, what's holding you up, Pappy?
Bobby socks. What are you going to do for us tonight, Johnny? That is, if I may change the subject. Yeah?
Well, I'd like to do a little tune I just knocked off called G.I. Jive.
G.I. Jive, eh? Hit it, Johnny.
This is a G.I. Jive, man alive. It starts with the bugle blow and reveille over your bed when you arrive. Jack, that's a G.I. Jive. Roodly-toot, jump in your suit, make a salute. Boot! After you wash and dress, more or less, you go get your breakfast in a beautiful little cafe they call the Miss. Jack, when you convalesce out of your seat into the street, make with the feet, reach. If you're a PPP, your duty is to salute the L-I-E-U-D. But if you brush the L-I-E-U-D, the M-P makes you KP on the QT. This is the G.I. man alive. They give you a private tank that features a little device called Fluid Drive. Jack, after you revive, chunk all your junk back in the trunk, fall on your bunk, clunk. That features a little device called a Fluid Drive. Jack, after you revive, you chunk all your junk back in the trunk and fall on your bunk, clunk. Soon you're pouting cheap, but before you count to 5, seems you're right back singing that G.I.
That was swell, Johnny Mercer. Really solid, if you dig me, Johnson.
Thank you, Jackson. By the way, I thought you were supposed to do a sketch with Judy Garland on the program tonight.
Oh, with Judy? The sketch? Well, I don't know.
Well, what's the matter? Something go wrong?
Well, not exactly. You see, I contacted Judy yesterday to rehearse and... Oh, let's forget it.
No, what happened? What happened?
Oh, it's not important. Judy's a good kid and all that, but...
Well, what happened?
What happened? I wanted Judy to do a scene with me tonight, so I called her at her studio. Naturally, I was anxious to work with her. I don't know, she's so talented. Hello, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer?
Yes?
I'd like to talk to Miss Garland, please. Judy Garland.
I'm sorry, but I'm not allowed to disturb her. She's on the set.
Oh, it'll be perfectly all right. I'm an old friend of hers.
Oh, well, why didn't you say so, Mr. Rooney?
I said an old friend, not a short one. This is Jack Benny.
Whose friend did you say you were?
Jack Benny's. I'm Jack Benny. I'm nobody's friend. I'm a friend of Miss Garland. Jack Garland. Judy Garland. My goodness, what trouble you go through to get someone at a studio.
Oh, you're Jack Benny?
Yes.
Well, gee, I'm sorry I infringed on your nickel. I'll give you the set.
Thanks.
1 moment, please.
I'm a fine operator. I'd have gotten better service if I dialed a coffee grinder.
Hello, stage free.
I'd like to speak to Miss Garland, please.
Okay, Oh, would you hold the line a minute? She's going to shoot a scene right now.
I'll wait.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet. We're rolling.
I wonder how long I'll have to wait.
All right, Miss Garland, start talking as you open the door. Action.
Oh, Robert. Robert, darling.
What an actress. What pathos.
Robert, my love.
What feeling. Who's Robert?
Oh, Robert, darling, kiss me. It's been so long since I've seen you. Kiss me, Robert. Don't speak, just kiss me.
Gee.
Kiss me again, darling.
Oh, boy, that was a long one.
Oh, Robert, kiss me again to make up for all the time we've been separated. Oh, my darling, just once more.
Very good, Miss Garland, very good. Miss Garland, woman on the telephone.
Oh, thank you. Hello? Hello? Hello, who's calling? Tell me, who's calling?
I can't. My lips are stuck in the mouthpiece. I said, it's all right now. Judy, I'd like to ask you a little favor. Would you...
Just a minute. Who is this?
Can't you guess?
Well, really, I haven't the slightest idea.
Oh, come on, guess.
Well,
I'll give you a hint. Who used to have the dressing room next to yours?
Oh, hello, Rosalind.
I'm not Rosalind Russell. Look, Rosalind's dressing room was on one side of yours. Now, who was on the other side?
That was the washroom.
Only part of it. Judy, this is Jack Benny.
Oh, Jack, how are you?
I'm fine, Judy. And I called you
Yes, I know, Jack. I'm awfully sorry, but I had to buy my Christmas cards from somebody else this year.
I'm not calling about that. Now, listen, Judy. The reason I called you, you see, I'm going to be on the mail call program with you tomorrow.
Yes?
And I thought as long as fate had thrown us together, I thought that maybe we could do a scene from your picture for me and my gal.
Oh, but, Jack, I don't remember any part in that picture that fits you.
Oh, sure, Judy. You know, the man you're in love with.
Oh, yes, I know, but that part was played by Gene Kelly, and he's only 28 years old.
What difference is 5 or 6 years? I can make up to look as old as him. Really, I can. Now, look, Judy.
Well, all right, Jack. You come over to my house tonight at 8 o'clock, and we'll run through the scene.
Okay, see you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, by the way, Judy, shall I come for dinner? Oh, well, some other time. Oh, boy, am I going to show Judy how to do a love scene. Well, Judy, here I am. Hope I haven't kept you waiting.
But, Jack, you were supposed to be here at 8 o'clock.
Well, what time is it now?
It's only 5:30.
Well, I only live 2 miles from here, and I guess I ran faster than I thought. Anyway, I was kind of anxious to get started with the rehearsal, you know.
All right, Jack, come on in. We'll rehearse now.
Good. You have the script here, haven't you, Judy?
Oh, yes, I have. And I've selected one scene which I think will be ideal for both of us.
Oh, you mean the parts are equally important?
Yes. It's the part where Josephine is in love with Albert. But Albert wants to leave me and run away with an opera singer.
Uh-huh.
And so as the scene opens, Josephine pleads with Albert not to go.
I see. And I'm Albert.
Well, I should rather be Josephine.
Oh, no. No, Albert's all right. I'll be Albert.
All right. Now, let's take it from the top of the page here. You have the first line.
Oh, yes. Albert, I'm going, Josephine.
Don't read, Albert. That's your name. Just read the line.
Oh, yes, excuse me. I'm so nervous.
Yes.
Well, I'm going, Josephine.
don't go, Albert. You must listen to me. When I first saw you, I didn't care what you did. I didn't love you then. I didn't care whether you lived or died or what happened to you. I didn't care if I ever saw you again. And then suddenly I felt it burning within me that meant only one thing, Albert. I loved you.
I'm going, Josephine.
Albert, before I met you, life held no happiness for me. And just as I decided to end it all, I saw you. You, Albert, you were lonely and unhappy, too. Together, I thought that someday we'd follow the trail to a paradise. But no. You rose above me. You found other things. Because the things I could give you were only love, respect, and unselfishness.
I'm going, Josephine.
Yes, Albert. True love and respect and unselfishness that have crowded my heart for years. But you don't want that. No, you don't want the good, important things of life.
For this, I went to bed early last night.
I never thought I would plead for any man's love. But I'm trying to save you, Albert. Save you from yourself. Save you from this woman's ego who's only luring you to satisfy herself.
I'm a-going, Josie. I'm a-going.
Jack, read that right.
Well, I'm tired of saying it the same way. See, it gets monotonous. Fine part I've got.
Well, you've got a very dramatic speech coming up. It's on the next page.
Oh, yes. I didn't see it. Give me the lead to it, will you, Judy?
All right. Oh, Albert, tell me the truth. What caused this change in you? Why are you leaving me for this opera singer?
I'll tell you why, Josephine, and I won't hold back anything, no matter how it hurts. I will admit that at one time I loved you with all the passion and fury within me. But now this other woman has come into my life, and even though I have fought against it with every fiber of my manly body, I knew that eventually...
Oh, Jack, wait a minute. That's awful.
Why? What's the matter?
You can't play at the scene like that. You've got to put more fire into it, more feeling, more heart.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm sure I can do it, Judy. Let's try it once more. Give me the lead again, will you?
Okay. Tell me, Albert, why are you leaving me for this opera singer?
I'll tell you why, Josephine. And I won't hold anything back, no matter how it hurts. Love you with all the passion and fury within me. But now this other woman has come into my life.
No, Jack, no. Please stop.
What's the matter now?
Oh, you've got the wrong idea of the part. We can't go on a mail call program like this and make fools of ourselves.
But gee.
I told you to feel the part, not step on it.
Well, I don't know, Judy. What would you suggest?
Well, now, Jack, look. You go home and study it, and then we'll try it again. And if it turns out all right, we'll do it. And if not, let's just forget the whole thing.
Well, that's what happened, fellas. But Judy was only kidding. She thinks I'm wonderful.
Of course I do, Jack.
You see? I knew I was wonderful. Say, Judy, how about doing a song for the boys now?
I'd love to, Jack. Do you think they'd like Speak Low?
Anything you sing, baby.
All right. Summer day withers away too soon, speak low. When you speak low, our moment is swift like ships adrift with swept apart too soon. speak low. Darling, speak low. Love is a spark lost in the dark. Too soon, I feel wherever I go that tomorrow is near, tomorrow is here, and always too soon. Time is so old and love so free. Love is pure gold, and I must see where darling, will lay the curtain descends, everything else too soon I wait, darling, I wait. Will you speak low to me? Speak low to me, and
Well, men, it's about time to put the sincerely yours to this mail call letter. But before that happens, here's a special paragraph for all you men who hail from that great prairie state, Illinois. One tiny pinpoint of land alone would have made the state of Illinois everlastingly famous. That was a spot in Springfield, in the midst of a wilderness of log cabins where the great American Abraham Lincoln spent his childhood. Yet, in addition to being the home of history-making Americans, this prairie state, from its beginning as part of the Northwest Territory, gave promise of greatness, a promise fulfilled. One of the three top states in agriculture, a great producer of iron and steel, the hub of the meatpacking industry. That's that hunk of land stretching from Winnebago to Cairo, from Lake Michigan to the Mississippi. That's Illinois. From one who belongs himself to all the rest of you who belong to these words of tribute.
That's it, fellows. The end of another mail call letter. Signatures include Jack Benny, Judy Garland, Johnny Mercer, Elvia Allman, the Delta Rhythm Boys, Master Sergeant Skinny Ennis, and the OTC Band, and yours truly, Harry Bonzel. This program was arranged with the cooperation of the Hollywood Victory Committee. Another mail call will be coming your way the next time you hear... Mail Call is produced by the Armed Forces Radio Service.
gentlemen, Dennis Day. Every song I sing, I'll sing to you, and I hope I can bring you a smile or two. Dennis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Palmolive Shave Cream. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benadera, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing Look Up. Look up, look up, when everything's looking down. Whenever you're low, let everything go. Come out of that gloomy frown. Look up, whenever those clouds are gray. It's gonna be fun whenever that sun starts chasing those clouds away. There's no room for old man gloom, so shake him. You're bound to take him. Just try a smile or two, but whatever you do, look up. Look up. Don't ever give up the fight. When everything's wrong, it's never too long till everything turns out right. So whatever you do, look up. Look up, look up. Don't ever give up the fight. When everything's wrong, it's never too long till everything turns out right. So whatever you do, look up. Men, do you shave with a lather or brushless shave cream? Palmolive Shave Cream comes both ways, and whichever method you use, you'll find the new Palmolive Shave Cream way to shave means more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4. Yes, 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves the Palmolive Shave Cream way. It's a fact, men, not a promise. 2,548 men tried the new Palmolive way to shave, and no matter how they shaved before, 79% found beards cut easier. 75% less razor pull, 69% closer shaves, 80% smoother feeling skin, and 3 out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves. Just get Palmolive Shave Cream, either brushless or lather, and do this. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse, then soap face thoroughly again. Do not rinse. Work Palmolive Shave Cream upward into beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive Shave Cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave. That's all. But remember, Palmolive Shave Cream, either brushless or lather, offers proof of more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4. If you work for an individual, it doesn't take him very long to figure out whether you're worth the salary he pays you. Whereas if you're employed by a partnership, it takes a little longer to be fired because you have to convince 2 people you're no good. But if you're working for the government and your salary comes from millions of taxpayers, it might take years for them all to get wise to you. Which is the logic that convinced our young hero Dennis Day he belongs in a civil service job. So, when this morning's paper announced that examinations were being held at the City Hall today, he immediately decided to talk it over with his girlfriend, Mildred.
A civil service job, Dennis? Well, I don't know.
Oh, I tell you, it's the only kind of a job to have, Mildred. Something steady. Take old man Clancy down the street. He was a technician with the Department of Sanitation for over 20 years.
Oh, really? Well, he must have been a pretty valuable technician.
Oh, I'll say he was. Believe me, it was goodbye dirt when Clancy lowered the broom.
But, Dennis, would you want that sort of job?
Well, why not? I want the people of this town to look at me and say, By George, there's no flies on that boy. And if I get a job... Gee, a job like that might not do it, huh?
I hardly think so.
Well, there's plenty of other good civil service jobs open. Here, just look at that list in the paper, and you'll find that...
Oh, hi, Daddy.
Good morning, children. What's so interesting in the paper there?
Oh, we're looking at the civil service list, Mr. Anderson.
Yes, Dennis wants to go down and take an examination.
Really?
Yeah.
Matter of fact, when I was a young man, I too thought I'd become a servant of the people.
Yeah?
But then I married Poopsie and became hers instead.
But, Daddy, Dennis hasn't done any studying or anything, and those examinations are usually pretty difficult.
Oh, he'll get by, especially if he mentions his war record. They're very partial to ex-servicemen, and Dennis was in the Navy.
Oh, gee, that's right. And, Dennis, didn't you tell me yourself the Admiral took a shine to you?
Oh, I think you misunderstood me, Mildred. I said whenever he wanted one, he took his shoes to me.
My, that wasn't a very important war job, was it?
All I know is 4Fs used to sneer at me.
Well, you wouldn't necessarily have to stick to the exact truth. Now, if the subject of your place in the war effort comes up, you can exaggerate a little.
Okay, I'll tell him the Admiral shined my shoes.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
Well, don't worry. I'll think of something. See you later. I'm off for the city hall.
I'll go to the front door with you, Dennis.
Auf Wiedersehen, my boy.
Thanks. I got a feeling I'm going to need it, too.
Let's see now. I better get to my own work. Well, what'll I do first? Sew the ruffles on the bedroom curtains or put the wash in the bender? Oh, well,
Herbert!
Hi, Bunny Fur. What is it?
The newspaper's right there on the table. Didn't you see page 1?
Huh? Well, no, Oh, my goodness gracious. Mrs. Clara Anderson nominated to run for state assemblywoman on reform ticket. Poopsie.
Yes. And look, there's my picture right on the front page.
Isn't that rather daring if you're after votes?
What?
Well, I mean, newspaper pictures are so bad, Poopsie. They don't bring out your true beauty.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Oh, sure. I know how to handle myself.
Well, of course, I'm not elected yet, but I'm going to try awfully hard, and that's what I want to talk to you about. You see, you're the husband of a public figure now, and you've got to behave accordingly.
Oh, yes, of course, Poopsie, yes.
You're not to be seen smoking or drinking. No gambling of any kind. No poker games. No burlesque shows. You understand the impression I want to create.
Oh, sure. You want people to think I died, but you love me too much to bury me.
Herbert, I want no levity. I am going to be an assemblywoman. Understand?
Yes, little gravy train.
I tell you, I'm worried, Frank. Did you see who that darn Reform Party's running for state assembly? Here's a picture of their candidate on the front page. This? I thought they were going to run a woman. That is a woman. Mrs. Clara Anderson. And she's got plenty of backing. Yes, it takes up practically the whole picture. And who are we picking to run against her? Oh, that's the problem. We've got to find a candidate to beat this Anderson woman. We need someone who won't catch on to what we're pulling in that assembly. Somebody really honest and really stupid.
Well, if he's the first, naturally he's the second. I'll help you figure somebody out in a minute, Chief. There's a young fellow in my office waiting to take a civil service exam.
Well, get rid of him in a hurry, will you? I'm expecting a call from the governor. And he'll want to know who our man is.
You're right. Well, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, young man.
Oh, I didn't mind.
Good. I'm a little pressed for time, so I'll have to give you an oral or verbal examination.
Oh, that's okay. Either one's all right with me.
Thank you. Name, please?
Dennis Day.
State of birth?
Naked.
I
I mean, what state of the Union were you born in?
Oh, New York and New Jersey.
New York and New Jersey?
Yeah, Daddy's car ran out of gas in the middle of the Holland Tunnel.
Very interesting. Now, what party are you affiliated with at present?
Mildred Anderson.
Ooh, I just knew if I kept wading through the normal ones, I'd finally find one like you.
What?
And to think I nearly took today off to play golf. What's your occupation, Mr. Day?
Looking for work.
No. When you are working, what do you do?
Stop looking.
You don't say. Mr. Day, all I'm trying to find out is what sort of work you think you may be qualified for here.
Oh, well, what kind of jobs do you have open?
Well, I have the alphabetical list right here. Let's see. Here's agriculturist. Have you ever done any growing, Mr. Day?
Oh, naturally, I wasn't always this size.
Oh, you doll, you.
Pardon?
We also have an opening for an aviation mechanic. You know anything about airplanes, Mr. Day?
Oh, sure. I flew my own plane for a long time, but then I gave it up.
This time, let me guess. The rubber band broke, huh?
Gee, how did you know?
You think I don't know a pattern when I see one? Now then, here's another. Well, Frank, the governor's on the phone. He's fuming because we don't have a candidate. What do I say? Well, how do I... Wait a minute. What am I talking about? There's your candidate. Where? Right there.
Huh?
Remember what we said we needed? He's it in spades. Him? But can he get both? Well, I don't know. Let's see. Young man, were you in the war?
Oh, you bet. And what's more, I was on our side.
Well, bully for us. But did you do anything really big in the service? You know, heroic.
Oh, no, sir. I was just... sure. I once captured a whole German submarine single-handed.
You what?
Sure. There I was on my PT boat, see? I could hear the U-boat commander talking on my radar. Achtung, Kriegsstation, machen Sie fertig, Kabine Nummer 1. 1 Minuten, 1 Minuten.
Dennis, will you please calm down? Now, what do you mean politics?
Well, it's true, Mildred. It's like a dream. I'm going to run for state assemblyman.
What?
Sure. And I got a wonderful chance, too. My opponent is just some frowsy old bat who... Oh, hello, Mrs. Anderson.
Hello.
Hey, did you hear the news? Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it just marvelous?
I have some news for you, too, Dennis.
Yeah?
Your opponent happens to be me.
You?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh, I didn't know, Mrs. Anderson. Honest, they just said it was an old bat. They didn't say which one. Gee, I'll resign right away. I'll just drop right out of the race.
You'll do nothing of the kind. Huh? I just had the world's most brilliant idea.
How's that for a speech, huh, Mildred? When your mother tells me to go out and lose boats or else, I really lose them, don't I?
Well, you actually told the affiliated labor union you were in favor of the 24-hour day and the 7-day week?
Sure. And then I got him really mad. I told him John L. Lewis's eyebrows were faulty.
Well, that should certainly take care of the labor vote.
Oh, wait till you hear how I got rid of the women's vote. I said, members of the Weaverville Ladies Club, if I am elected, I will outlaw girdles, fake eyelashes, lipstick, powder, and rouge. It's about time us men can see what we're getting before we got it.
Good golly.
Next, I took care of the men. Gentlemen, I said, we men have had the upper hand long enough. For years, we've made the women do the housework and have the babies. When I'm elected, we men will take over the housework immediately. The other problem, of course, may take a little working out.
Mother ought to be very happy with those two.
Oh, I'll say. If this election were being held in Texas, your mother could beat me now without a single guitar lesson. She's a cinch. I haven't got a chance to...
You, Dennis Day, you.
Huh?
Look at this paper.
Oh, my goodness. Dennis Day bandwagon rolls towards certain victory.
But I don't understand. Those speeches I made...
That's just the trouble. They printed your speech to the men on the women's page. Your speech to the women in the sports section. And your speech to labor in the Wall Street Journal. Now everybody's behind you.
Holy smoke.
And that isn't the worst of it. Not one public opinion poll has picked you to win.
I'm a cinch.
This is my last warning, young man. If you win this election, so help me, you'll be the most disassembled assemblyman ever assembled in an assembly. And I mean every word of it.
Oh, Mildred, what do I do now?
You're going to lose that election, and today.
What? But how?
Look, you're supposed to make a speech at the Civic Auditorium this afternoon, aren't you?
Yeah.
Well, you're going to get up and pretend you're so drunk you can't see straight. Then they'll never elect you.
But, Mildred, I don't know how to act like a drunk. The strongest drink I ever had in my life was one glass of half and half.
Half and half?
Yeah, half Coke and half yummy yogurt.
But people would think you drank if they found the evidence on the stand right in front of you, wouldn't they?
Huh?
Listen, we'll go out and get some hard cider,
Yeah?
slice some lemons in it, and it'll look just like iced tea. And everybody will think you fixed it that way to avoid suspicion.
Oh, my gosh.
When they find out what it really is, goodbye election.
Yeah, and my reputation, too. Gee, imagine hereafter I'll be known as the Phil Harris of Weaverville. Oh, well, it's my only chance. Come on. Gee, it does look like iced tea, doesn't it?
Sure. When they find out it's really hard cider, you won't get a vote in the whole...
Oh, I'll get it. Yes?
Hello, I'm Katz on the bugle.
Oh, really? I'm pretty solid on the ukulele.
I mean, I'm a reporter, Bud. Mrs. Anderson home?
Oh, I don't know.
Here she is, Mr. Katz.
Oh, are you the reporter from the Bugle?
Why, yes, ma'am. My editor says you have a new slant for an interview.
I certainly have. This is my opponent, Dennis Day. I want you to ask us both questions on the same subject and publish our answers. I think it should just about settle the election.
But, Mrs. Anderson, I got to get over to the auditorium.
This will only take a minute. We'll sit right here at the table, and then we'll... Oh, how nice. A pitcher of iced tea.
Oh, wait, Mrs. Anderson.
Just mind your business, Mr. Day. All right, Mr. Katz, you may proceed with the interview. Oh, do have some iced tea first, though. It's delicious.
No, thank you. All right, we'll stop with you, Mr. Day.
Mrs. Anderson, you better stop drinking that iced tea.
Pay attention to the man, Mr. Day. You're being interviewed.
Yes, and do try to relax a little, Mr. Day. I've never seen a candidate so stiff.
Just stick around, brother.
Now, tell me, Mr. Day, what do you think of the recent proposal to have parking meters in the downtown shopping area?
I think it's ridiculous.
You do? Why?
Why let meters park there when there isn't even enough room for the cars?
You sure said something that time, and I wish I knew what. Well, let's hear what you have to say on the subject, Mrs. Anderson. I see you've been sitting there quietly, sipping your iced tea and smiling to yourself. Well, Mrs. Anderson, what's your opinion? How's that?
I beg your pardon. Did you ask me something?
Yes, about the proposal to install parking meters on Main Street.
Oh, yes. Well, as you would find by examining my record, it was I who first proposed to install marking seaters on paymeat. That is of train markers on Peter's Peak.
I beg your pardon?
I'm so sorry. I meant to say I'm strongly in Maine of parking at installations. Peters. think it's a crummy idea.
What?
Better have some more iced tea. Got a frog in my throat.
Mr. Anderson, quick, grab that tea away from her.
Huh?
Hurry, one more, and that frog is going to be able to lick its weight in wildcats.
What on earth are you...
Just grab it, that's all. Good, that's it.
You'll have to be quieter, Mr. Day. Or I warn you, I shall put you and your twin brother out of this house.
Twin brother, are you crazy?
Naturally, you defend him. There are two of you, too. That's the trouble with this town. Too many sneaky people. Can't trust them. They come in the middle of the night and move your house down to the carnival.
They don't do anything like that, Mrs. Anderson.
Don't lie to me. This house is on a merry-go-round right now.
Holy Jehoshaphat, is this Dame Tank?
You're welcome, I'm sure.
Boy, what a story for the late edition.
Hey, Mr. Wait, you...
Some election. One candidate an alcoholic, and the other one anonymous. You're both washed up, and I'm getting out of here. So long.
Oh, my head. What?
Try to stop you from drinking that tea, Mrs. Anderson. Boy, you're orange pico to the ears.
Huh?
Those tea leaves were 86 proof.
You mean... Oh, when I sober up, Dennis Day, will I give you a hangover?
Oh, Mrs. Anderson, no, please.
My chances for the election ruined. A splitting headache. Herbert, bring me a glass of water. Herbert, didn't you hear me? I said bring me a glass of water.
Oh, go soak your head.
What?
You heard me. Brother, this is what I call iced tea. Yoo-hoo! Let's roll out the barrel.
Here's wonderful news, ladies. Wonderful, wonderful news. Now there's something thrillingly new in Palmolive Soap's famous beauty lather. Yes, something thrillingly new. Palmolive's famous beauty lather now brings you new fragrance, new charm, new allure.
Millions of women will prefer Beauty Lather Palmolive over all other leading toilet soaps the minute they try it. For Palmolive Soap's famous Beauty Lather now has a new, clean, flower-fresh fragrance for new allure, new charm.
So, ladies, forget all other beauty care and use Palmolive Soap the way doctors advise for a lovelier complexion. Just stop improper cleansing and instead wash your face with Palmolive Soap 3 times a day, massaging Palmolive's wonderful beauty lather onto your skin for 60 seconds each time to get its full beautifying effect. And then rinse. That's all. All types of skin, young, older, oily, respond to it quickly. Don't wait another day to try Palmolive's beauty lather. You'll be thrilled by its new fragrance, new charm, new allure. Thrilled again by the fresher, brighter complexion doctors prove may soon be yours.
For new loveliness all over, use big bath-size Palmolive in tub or shower.
And now, in observance of the coming Easter morning, here's Dennis to sing The Holy City.
Last night I lay sleeping, there came a dream so fair. I stood in old Jerusalem, beside the temple there. I heard the children singing, and ever as they sang, methought the voice of angels from heaven in answer rang. Methought the voice of angels from heaven in answer rang. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, lift up your gates and sing. Hosanna in the highest. glad hosannas the little children sang. The sun grew dark with mystery, the morn was cold and chill, as the shadow of a cross arose upon a lonely hill, as the shadow of a cross arose upon a lonely hill. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, hark how the angels sing, Hosanna in the highest, Hosanna to your And once again the scene was changed, new earth there seemed to be. I saw the holy city beside the tideless sea. The light of God was on its street, the gates were open wide, and all would might enter, and no one was denied. No need of moon or stars by night, nor sun to shine by day. It was a new Jerusalem that would not pass away. It was a new Jerusalem that would not pass away. Jerusalem, Jerusalem, sing for the night is o'er. Hosanna in the highest, Hosanna forevermore. Ladies and gentlemen, National Sunday School Week is being observed from April 11th to the 17th. There's a Sunday school in every neighborhood in our country. Why not permit your child to enjoy the great American privilege of an early religious education by sending him there? Good night, everybody, and happy Easter.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumit's magic blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Good evening. This is Ronald Colman.
And Benita Colman.
Inviting you to join us again on the campus of Ivy College.
And now, the Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. There's a contagious disease spreading around the college these days, and you don't have to be a doctor to recognize the symptoms. The wandering eye, the listless manner, and the unwonted eagerness and rejoicing with which the dismissal bell is greeted. All these are the signs of spring fever. And no one at Ivy seems to have escaped the affliction, least of all Dr. William Todhunter Hall, the president, and his wife Victoria, who are taking an afternoon stroll through the campus.
Vicky, if I'm called upon to justify my absence from presidential duties this afternoon, I hope I can do so with dignity and logic.
Oh, go on. I guess even the college president can play hockey now and then if he wants to.
Hooky, my love. The word is hooky. Hockey is a sport usually played on ice.
Oh. Ever play it?
Hooky?
No, hockey.
Oh, yes. In my junior and senior years here at Ivy, I played goalie.
Same time as you played hockey? My, you were busy, weren't you?
No. A goalie is a hockey player. He guards the goal, which is a sort of a cage on a steel frame. One year, we took our paraphernalia over to Newcastle College because they were short of equipment. The papers made quite a to-do about our carrying goals to Newcastle.
Oh, yeah, Newcastle. Yeah, likely story. Well, if you're caught out telling you were running a few degrees of spring fever and had to get some fresh air.
Yes, in these vernal seasons of the year, as John Milton said, when the air is calm and pleasant, it were an injury and sullenness against nature not to go out and see her riches and partake in her rejoicing.
I somehow can't think of Milton rejoicing. I just think of him as a melancholy fellow who lost his paradise.
But he regained it, you remember. I think his publishers demanded a cheerful sequel.
No, I think maybe 20th Century Fox made him an offer if he'd fixed it up with a box office ending.
In that case, it would have been 17th Century Fox.
Oh, yes.
But why are you staring at Emerson Hall, Vicky? And not that I hold any brief for it as an academic Taj Mahal.
Yes, but I always wanted to ask you, what's that odd little balcony above the entrance for?
Well, that, my love, is known as Applegate's Folly. It was originally designed by Applegate as a niche to hold a statue. But a great controversy arose as to whose statue. Partisans fought for such favorites as Socrates, Copernicus, Elbert Hubbard, and Ulysses S. Grant.
Who won, Stonewall Jackson?
No, a compromise was finally achieved in the person of Wilbur Bessemer, the then president of Ivy, and literally a stout fellow. But then it was discovered that the niche was too narrow. Either Bessemer would have to go on a drastic diet, or they would have to settle for someone tall and lean, like Abraham Lincoln. But since Lincoln was already mounted in the foyer of Emerson Hall, the plan was abandoned.
I know I'm going to regret this, but why didn't somebody think of putting Emerson in Emerson Hall?
Oh, they did. Oh, yes. But Emerson's statue had already been installed in Hawthorne Hall. No, don't ask me why. No, I don't know.
Well, anyway, that I understand completely. Now, my Aunt Edith always kept the pepper in the salt cellar.
Yes, well, that's a parallel case.
Yes. Let's cut across here, darling, and go home by way of the horticultural building. Oh, it smells so good over there. Maybe I can beg a handful of jonquils for the living room.
Splendid idea, Vicky. A little floral decoration.
Hello, Miss Hall. Hiya,
Grogan.
Pull over to the curb and shut your motor off a minute, will you?
Why, of course, Grogan. Have we violated some pedestrian regulation?
Nothing personal, Doc, but if I was to let you go through here, cutting across the flower beds, every knucklehead in this blame factory of yours would have been tramping all over the place in their size 12s, and it ain't fair to Notes in the garden.
Well, I'm sorry, Grogan. It was my idea, and I didn't know anything was planted here.
Nobody ever knows anything is planted here because nothing ever comes up. Anything Notes and grows here is strictly for the birds.
Did it ever
occur to anybody to put up a sign saying keep off or something, or am I oversimplifying?
Oh, you ain't oversimplifying, ma'am. You're underestimating.
Underestimating what, Grogan?
Well, the talent these kids around here have got for larceny. I'll put up a dozen signs. Every time I turn my back, somebody swipes it. If a sign stays up for 3 months, nobody wants it. But a fresh painted sign, with a varnish not hardly dry yet, this is a prize. They got to steal it. What's the psychology of it, Doc?
Oh, it's a psychotic reversion, Grogan. Definitely related to the Oedipus and Electra complexes.
No.
Yes. With overtones of frustration. Stemming, undoubtedly, from a traumatic experience in the cortex or medulla oblongata.
Ain't it the truth?
The undergraduate compulsion to acquire public notices is an inverted form of exhibitionism, underscored by a neurotic disturbance in the realm of the anxiety syndrome.
Ooh, what spring does to him.
It's an aberration. Commented on and documented copiously by the Viennese psychologist Van Schmickelberg in his monumental Auf Niebenhauer Hauser Blickenspiel, and supplemented later by Dipfelmeier, as set forth in his 12-volume Schlagen Profunde den Linden mit Pfeffernussen in der Kringelsturm.
It's amazing, Doc, the way you and me think along the same line.
I'm sure he'd like to lend you von Schmickelberg's book any time you want to read it. What was the name of it again, dear?
You mean the Kriegswasser nicht verstören in der Aufgeschmacher?
No. I mean that Spanner der Dudelsack Pfeifer.
There's so many of them.
Yes.
Well, Grogan, I'm sorry we violated the regulations.
That's okay, Doc. I spent half my life keeping people from taking the shortcut, and the other half looking for stolen signs, the brass ball off the flagpole, the skeletons out of the medical building. I find them, read them the riot act, growl on them, and say, listen, chums, no more, see? And what happens? They pat me on the back and say, good old Grogan, the student's friend.
And you know they mean it, Grogan.
Well, before it goes to my head and I start pinning medals on myself, I got to go track down 25 missing Somalians.
$25?
Yeah, and it's a mess, Doc. Some gal loses $25 from one of the dormitories, so I got to right away start making like Scotland Yard, with a dean of women breathing down my neck like a police commissioner.
Well, if this is true, Grogan, it's a serious charge.
Oh, don't I know it? And the trouble is, every time I look at these nice kids, I can't believe one of them might be a crook. They can steal my good signs, and I don't worry. But when money turns up missing, that ain't a good sign. That's a bad one.
Darling, it's nearly 5. Aren't you about through for the day?
One more appointment, Vicky. Dean Huxley called, and she's sending one of her young charges over to see me.
Oh, dear. Some co-ed out late again without a pass, I suppose.
No. This is one of our most exemplary students, Eleanor Joyce.
Eleanor? Oh, she's one of the bright and busy ones. I don't know how she finds the time. She's on half the student committees this year.
Yes, but why does she want to resign from the most important of all of them, the Student Judiciary Council?
Yeah? Maybe she flipped her lid.
Flipped her lid.
It's a slang expression.
I know, dear, but it was not originally a slang expression. No, it derives from our American Revolution.
Really?
A soldier from a New Hampshire regiment named Philip Lyd. Philip O. Lyd, to be exact. He was in the habit of going all to pieces at the first rattle of musketry. So, doing a Philip O. Lyd soon became a New England expression. And by 1800 had become corrupted to flip the lid.
William.
Yes, dear?
Was the case of Philip O. Lyd covered in von Schmickelberg's book?
Oh, Victoria, my love, you are becoming much too perceptive.
Yes,
I can see.
That must be Eleanor, Toddy. As von Schmickelberg would say, ich will der Dog getten.
Hello, Mrs. Hall.
Well, good afternoon, Eleanor. Come in. Dr. Hall's waiting for you. Thank you. I rushed over as soon as I got out of class. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, Miss Joyce. Won't you sit down?
Thank you, Dr. Hall. Well, Dean Huxley sent me over, but of course you know that. I suppose she's told you that I want to resign from the Judiciary Council.
Yes, she has. Naturally, I'm surprised and disappointed.
And you might as well face it, Eleanor. Dr. Hall's going to try his best to change your mind, and I don't think you've got a chance.
Well, Miss Joyce, I know you're serving on several student committees, but I'd like to suggest that if you must drop one, it should not be the Student Judiciary Council.
But, Dr. Hall, you see, I don't feel that I'm any longer qualified to serve on it. Well, being on a Judiciary Council makes you a kind of judge, Eleanor, but do you think you should be the judge of the judge, since you are the judge? Oh, but I'm just one of three, Mrs. Hall. I certainly can be replaced easily enough, and besides, it's such a big responsibility.
Oh, I know it is, Eleanor, but responsibilities mustn't be shirked because of their size. In physics, we are taught that there is no action without a reaction. By extension, there is no privilege without an attendant responsibility. Yours is the privilege of possessing brains and judgment and the high regard of your fellow students. Your obligation is to use these possessions wisely and for the common good.
But, Eleanor, you must have had a good reason for wanting to resign. You see, Mrs. Hall, the next case that's coming up before the council concerns a girl who's been accused of taking money from another girl's room.
Oh, yes, I did hear that some money had been reported missing, but I was hoping it was just a loss and not a theft. However, it seems to me that this is exactly the kind of instance where you can most properly fulfill your function as a student judge.
But, Dr. Hall, Judy, the girl they've accused, is my roommate, one of my very best friends. Oh, dear. Well, I can see where that would make it embarrassing for both of you.
Yes, it also makes it a great deal more important that you should remain on the council. Your withdrawal now could be taken as an assumption by you of her guilt.
Eleanor, do you really think Judy took the money? I don't know what to think, Mrs. Hall. Well, everybody knows that Judy was the only one in the dormitory Sunday afternoon, and I know she couldn't have taken it, but, well, Judy's always broke, and then Monday morning, right out of the blue, she paid me back $15 she's owed me for several weeks. And when I asked her where she got it, she got angry and said it was none of my business. Well, surely you wouldn't convict her on that kind of flimsy evidence, would you? Well, no, of course not. But when I tried to ask her for some explanation because I wanted to help her, she got so mad that now I'm positive she thinks that I believe she's guilty. And, well, I just can't face her.
Well, Eleanor, however personally distressing this may be for you, I don't think you should evade your responsibility. And you might remember two of Sir Matthew Hale's rules for judicial conduct. That you be wholly intent upon the business you are about, remitting all other cares and thoughts as unseasonable. And that you suffer not yourself to be prepossessed with any judgment at all until the whole business be heard.
Voice of America is bringing you this presentation of The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colton.
And now to return to the Halls of Ivy. It's the following morning, and Victoria Hall is reading the newspaper while Dr. Hall, after many interruptions, is trying to concentrate on a long and complicated financial report.
Now, let me see. Installing sump pump in basement of Wellman Hall.
Installing a what, Toddy?
A sump pump. And for $1,450. It's outrageous. I think, not knowing exactly how much one should pay for a sump pump.
Well, maybe some sump pumps come to a bigger sum than other sump pumps. Well, incidentally, what exactly is a sump pump? Yeah, and please don't refer me to that Viennese authority von Schmickelberg. No.
A sump pump, my love, is a pump installed in a sump. A sump is a pit or reservoir. Now, if I can have a moment's quiet, it seems to me that $1,450.
Oh, I'm so
what
sorry.
happened?
I'm sorry. I thought I'd take the receiver off the hook so the phone wouldn't ring and disturb you while you were working, and I dropped the telephone.
Well, thank you just the same. Now, let me see. For $1,450 for installing the something. Well, what's that?
Oh, it's just the vacuum cleaner, dear. I'll get Louisa to turn it right on.
Oh, it's inevitable. Louisa has an infallible sense of timing. Whenever I have work requiring concentration, this and no other is the time for vacuum cleaning. I know that some people would enshrine the man who invented the vacuum cleaner among the immortals. But I, who ask only for one little moment of cloistered quiet...
Oh, darling, Louisa must have heard you. She's turned it off.
When you think that for the sake of a speck or two of dust, you endanger the delicate tissues of our neural system, and when you consider that $1,450 for the sump pump plus $648.
Yeah, but it's all right. Louisa will answer the door.
$1,456. No. I've been looking at the wrong figure.
I'm over here, darling.
Yes, I see. Oh, I see. I don't add the $1,450. That's included. Oh, dear. Come in, Louisa.
Excuse me, Dr. Hall. The mayor's here. Mrs. Hall, I put it in the icebox. Yeah, well, thank you so much, Louisa. It's very thoughtful of you, and I'm glad you told me. I know you don't like me to, Dr. Hall, but it was turning green. But what can you expect when you've had it since Christmas?
Well, if I've had it since Christmas, Louisa, you might just as well throw it out. It's even too late to reply by telegram.
That's the funniest thing I ever heard, Dr. Hall. They say that sometimes when cheese gets old, it smells so strong it can walk away by itself. But I never knew it could walk as far as the telegraph office. Oh, it's the cheese you put in the icebox, not the mail. That's what I said, Mrs. Hall. Oh. Now, what did I do with the mail? Well, what's that peeping out of your apron pocket? Oh, my. Here you are, Dr. Hall. Here's the mail.
Thank you, Louisa.
And, Mrs. Hall, I'll just have to sweep today. Well, got my work to do. Must have been a hairpin.
Now, how does a hairpin make a cheese turn green?
Yeah, well, it's a good question, and I have a silly answer. The hairpin was caught in the vacuum cleaner, darling, and that's why it stopped so suddenly.
Oh, hairpins, yes, I must remember that. In the future, when I want quiet, I shall tiptoe out and silently strew hairpins all around.
Yes, just as silent to pay the repair bills, I'm sure. Any mail for me?
Vicky, look at this. $25.
Oh, Toddy, you won something. Have you been sending in box tops again? Huh? Trying to win a little dandy space patrol disintegrator with a built-in rocket signal?
Listen to the note with it. I'm sorry I caused such trouble. Judy Buckley didn't steal the money. I did. I just wanted to borrow it. But since there's been so much fuss, I am returning it. I hope this clears up everything without any further trouble for her. Naturally, it's unsigned.
Well, good for Miss Unsigned. That gets Eleanor out of her dilemma.
Yes, but it poses a dilemma for me. What about Miss Anonymous? Since she's returned the money, am I just to accept her explanation? Or am I to try and find out her identity? I think I'd better call Dean Huxley about this right away.
Yes, and Eleanor, too. She'll be delighted. But, darling, first of all, you'd better get in touch with Grogan and tell him to call off his bloodhound.
Yes.
Hiya, cutie.
Just wipe your shoes on the matting, Mr. Grogan, and don't call me cutie.
Okay, lammy pie.
Wipe your feet good. Got enough mud on them to plant petunias in.
What's home?
Last time you was here, you tracked up the whole living room.
Oh, come on, give us a smile. Leave us see your dimples.
There are footmarks all over Dr. Hall's study, too.
Well, I like to leave little reminders of myself around, sweetie puss.
Oh, Mr. Grogan, come in.
How are you, Miss Hall?
Dr. Hall's in the study. He's expecting you.
Oh, good.
Mrs. Hall, it came back, and I hung it in the basement. And such big feet, too.
Well, I see it, I hear it, and I'll never believe it. What a dame. She talks like a warped Ouija board.
And before we start
start speculating about whose feet are hanging in the basement. Let's go. Toddy, Officer Grogan's here.
Hello, Grogan. Come in.
Hi, Doc. Got the message. You want to see me?
That's right. I'd like to turn over the missing $25 to you.
What missing $25?
Well, you know, the money you were looking for in the dormitory.
Yes, it was returned to me with an unsigned letter.
Now, wait a minute. Leave us not go our separate ways together. You want to give me $25, I'll take it. But this ain't the $25 that was missing from the dormitory.
Why? What makes you so sure it isn't?
On account of I found that $25 myself early this a.m. That's Grogan. While the world sleeps, he's out solving crime.
But how could you have found the stolen money? It was returned to Dr. Hall in this morning's mail.
That money wasn't stolen. It was just mislaid. Look, in what I've learned, seems like 100 years working with these kids. What I've learned, when something is lost, it probably ain't. So I figures money is paper. Where do kids put papers? In books, comes my quick reply. So I says to this doll, go through all your books, mouse mind. And she does. And there it was in her trigonometry.
It doesn't really make much sense. You find the $25 in a book.
And I receive, ostensibly, the same $25 in the morning mail.
Well, it ain't often I get two solutions to the same crime, Doc. But it looks like you're $25 ahead. You could stick it in your pocket and forget it. But you got a conscience. The most expensive organ in the human body. So, what do I do? Go pinch somebody for sending you 25 clams?
No, it won't be necessary, Grogan. The case is closed, thanks to your experience and ingenuity. And since I now know who sent me this money, I must get busy and return it.
But, Toddy, who? Oh.
Shh, my love, this is hush money, and hush money doesn't talk. I sent for you, Eleanor, because I knew you'd be glad to hear that your friend Judy's innocence has been completely established.
Oh, it has? Well, that's wonderful, Dr. Hall.
Yes, Officer Grogan was just here and told us the good news.
Officer Grogan? But what did he have?
He found the money this morning.
The girl had tucked it away in a book and then forgotten all about it.
Found the money in a book? But that's not...
Yes, it wasn't stolen at all, Eleanor.
Oh, then... Oh, Dr. Hall, but Oh, dear.
I also wanted to see you because I have something to return to you. Something I received in the mail this morning. $25. It's yours, isn't it, Eleanor?
Yes, it is, Dr. Hall. I was very stupid, wasn't I?
Oh, I would rather call it a little impulsive and premature, Eleanor. You didn't give your friend Judy a chance.
No wonder she was furious with me. I don't blame her. I'm furious with myself.
Well, fortunately, Eleanor, nobody is guilty and nobody has to stand trial. You weren't aware of it, but you were compounding a felony that never existed. Even if you had shifted the finger of accusation from your friend, suspicion would still have remained very much alive in your own mind. And if Mr. Grogan hadn't solved the mystery, you would have left everybody wondering who took some money that was never stolen.
It seems a shame, doesn't it, darling, that such a nice girl as Eleanor could make such a mistake in judgment with the best of intentions.
Well, Vicky, as Oscar Wilde observed, whenever a man does a thoroughly stupid thing, it is always from the noblest motive.
You were very gentle in handling her, Toddy. And now, while you're enjoying the satisfaction you so richly deserve for the solution of this case, I've got a mystery of my own to solve.
And what is that, my love?
I've got to go and find out whose feet Louisa hung in the basement. And I hope it's von Schickelberg's.
We'll be seeing you next week at this same time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today.
Fowler presents the Mel Blanc Show with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Jerry Hausner, Hans Conried, Earl Ross, the Sportsman, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate Tooth Powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
It's close to Thanksgiving, and in Mel Blanc's little town, courageous suitors are taking advantage of the holiday spirit to approach prospective fathers-in-law on a delicate subject. In one house where Sam Green has asked Mr. Brown if he may marry his daughter, Mr. Brown is saying,
Sam Green, I'm going to set the date next week.
And in another house where Henry Adams has asked Mr. Jones if he may marry his daughter, Mr. Jones is saying,
Henry Adams, I'm going to make you a junior partner in my firm.
And in the Colby house where Mel Blanc has asked Mr. Colby if he may marry his daughter Betty, Mr. Colby is saying,
Mel Blanc, I'm going to break every bone in your body.
Thanksgiving Eve, and in order to get in Mr. Colby's good graces again, Mel Blanc is holding a Thanksgiving party in his Fix-It shop. He has invited a few of his friends for Thanksgiving dinner. Right now, we find Mel and his girl Betty setting the table. Knife, plate, fork, knife, plate, fork, knife, fork.
Mel, those were the last two plates. Now what'll you do?
Oh, don't worry. Knife, piece of plate, fork. Knife, piece of plate, fork. Gosh, what a beautiful table.
Yes, there's the celery stalks, stuffed olives, candied yams, cranberry sauce, all the fixings.
And in the center, that great big, beautiful 15-pound salami.
But, Mel, Father will be awfully mad. He's expecting turkey.
Oh, I took care of that. I scooped out the center of the salami and I stuffed it with chestnut dressing. And besides, Betty, what difference does it make? Salami or turkey? It's the spirit of Thanksgiving that counts.
But, Mel...
Anyway, the orphans' home needed the turkey much more than I did.
Oh, darling, I love you for giving the turkey to the orphans' home. You always were a softy for children.
Well, Betty, you know how I feel about us. Someday we'll get married and we'll have a little two-room house.
Yes. Then after a while, we'll add another room.
Betty, I refuse to have your father live with us.
Darling, I mean children. After we get married, there's no reason why we can't have 3, 4, or 5.
Yeah, and if we like them, the next year we'll have some more.
Well, if Dad gets mad at you for not having turkey, I'm going to tell him why.
Oh, that's another thing, Betty. I don't want you to tell your father anything. Don't tell anybody. I did it. I'm glad I did it, but I don't have to advertise it.
Ah, that's the nicest thing I ever heard, darling. For that, I'm going to give you a great big kiss. There. Well, now say something.
Such a kiss for a 15-pound turkey?
Yes.
Gosh, I wish it had been 50 pounds. Well, if it isn't our lodge secretary, Earl Ross. Hey, how you feeling, Brother Ross?
Ah, potato salad.
Oh, yeah, Betty made it. Say, why don't you try some?
Well, just a small plate. I don't want to spoil my appetite. delicious. Pass the olives, Mel. No, not the green ones. The pits are green ones.
Why don't you have another sandwich?
No, thanks. I've already had 2.
You've already had 4, but who's counting? Go on, have another one.
Oh, here comes Father, Mel.
Say, who's that fellow with him?
Oh, that's Willie Murdoch. Father just hired him to manage the supermarket. He's rather nice.
Rather nice. Betty, have you gone out with him?
Well, Father insisted that I go to the movies with him last night.
You and Willie at the movies? Dark places? Betty, why didn't you tell me?
Well, darling, it's Thanksgiving, and I didn't want to upset you. Now, you be nice to him.
Hello, Mel. Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving, Mr. Colby.
Oh, Mel, I want you to meet my new manager, Willie Murdoch.
Hello, Mr. Murdoch.
Hello, Blank. Heard a lot about you from Mr. Colby. Don't want to get you down.
Willie, this is Mr. Ross, secretary of our Loyal Order of Benevolent Zebras. Mr. Ross is a very good friend of mine.
Oh, well, Mr. Colby, any good friend of yours is a good friend of mine. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Ross.
Pass the mustard.
This is a very nice fix-it shop you got here, Blank, but I've got a couple of ideas to improve it. First of all, it's too stuffy in here.
Well, it could use a little air conditioning.
Blank, you can't condition this air. You got to get rid of it. And next, you take down that picture of the city dump on the wall.
Murdoch, that's no picture. You're looking through the window.
Oh, well. I see Miss Colby is unattached. Better go over and attach myself. Get it?
Thanksgiving. Why couldn't the Pilgrim Fathers have landed on him?
Oh, it's Zookie. Hello, Zookie. Happy Thanksgiving.
Oh, hello, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving. Merry Christmas.
Hello, Zookie.
Oh, hello,
Betty.
Thanks.
Say, how do you like my new dress, Zookie?
Oh, gosh, Betty, you're the most beautiful. You're the quintessence of lovely, and you're the acme of
Oh, by the way, Zookie, I got a letter from my cousin Dottie and a new picture of her. Here, look. Cousin Dottie is so shy and sweet and coy. What do you think of her bathing suit? Zookie, can I get you a little something before dinner? What would you like?
I'd like some potatoes. Yes, I'd like some some candy there. Yeah. I'd like that picture of Dottie.
Say, Betty, did you know that Mel invited us here for Thanksgiving dinner and there's no turkey?
Well, you're right, Mr. Colby. Mel invited us for Thanksgiving dinner, and there's no turkey.
Why, Thanksgiving isn't Thanksgiving without turkey.
That's exactly my thought, Mr. Colby. Thanksgiving isn't Thanksgiving without turkey.
Huh. This guy can easily be replaced with a sheet of carbon paper.
I tell you, this is preposterous. Zookie, where's Mel?
Oh, he went back to the kitchen.
Oh. Well, I want to talk to him. And Murdoch, Willie, you take care of Betty.
Oh, well, if you say so, Mr. Colby. Anything you say goes, Mr. Colby. I'm your boy, Mr. Colby. You know you can count on me, Mr. Colby.
Mel is in a jam again. I got to go and explain everything to you. I got to go and warn you. I got to go and tip him. I got to go.
Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night. Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate tooth powder.
No dates for you this festive season? Could a breath of trouble be the reason? Maybe, because that breath of trouble, I mean unpleasing breath, has brought unhappiness to thousands. Don't let it mark you down. Just do this. Brush your teeth night and morning and before every date with Colgate Tooth Powder. For Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. For Colgate Tooth Powder cleans your breath as it cleans your teeth. Yes, scientific tests have definitely proved that in 7 cases out of 10, Colgate Tooth Powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. What's more, no dentifrice at any price cleans your teeth more quickly and thoroughly than Colgate Tooth Powder. Remember to buy it first thing, and remember the name, Colgate Tooth Powder, with the accent on powder.
Don't take a chance with your romance. Use Colgate Tooth Powder.
Now, Victor Miller, the Sportsman, and their holiday arrangement of Good Night, Ladies.
Good night, ladies. Good night, ladies. Good night, ladies. We're gonna leave you now. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along o'er the deep blue sea, o'er the deep blue sea. Farewell, ladies.
Goodbye.
So long.
Good night.
Farewell, ladies.
Goodbye.
So long.
Good night.
Farewell, ladies. For we're gonna leave you now. Merrily, merrily we roll along. Merrily, merrily we roll along. Merrily, merrily we roll along o'er the deep blue sea. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along o'er the deep blue. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along o'er the deep. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along o'er the. Merrily we roll along, roll along, roll along. Merrily we roll along o'er the deep, deep blue sea.
Well, Mel Blanc is giving a Thanksgiving party in his fix-it shop to get in the good graces of his girl's father, Mr. Colby. But so far, everything is going wrong. Mr. Colby is mad because there's no turkey. Willie Murdoch, the new supermarket manager, is making a play for Mel's girl. Right now, the party is in full swing, but we find Mel disconsolately talking to Betty's kid brother, Tommy, in a corner of the shop.
Boy, is my dad sore at you, Mel.
Yeah, Tommy, and I gave this party just to make an impression on him. What can I do to please your father?
Mel, I know something you can do that'll surely please him.
You do? What is it?
No, you're too young to die. Oh, anyway, my papa's mad at you for having salami instead of a turkey at this party.
Yeah, I know.
Mel, why don't you tell my pop you gave the turkey to the orphans' home?
Now, you keep out of this, Tommy. The reason I'm not saying anything is because this year your father forgot to give them a turkey himself. And if I said anything about it, it would only embarrass him.
Oh.
Oh, Mel, here comes our lodge president, Mr. Cushing.
Good, I'll go over and welcome him.
Holiday greetings, Brother Blank. Ugga-boo-boo-aga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo-aga. How are things?
Wonderful. Happiest Thanksgiving I ever had.
Well, where's the wife?
Home in bed with laryngitis. Happiest Thanksgiving I ever had.
Gee, that's too bad. How's she feeling?
Darn that penicillin.
Say, how did you get laryngitis?
Well, Mel, we went to the UCLA-USC football game. Little woman went completely berserk, kept screaming her head off.
She did?
Yeah, with the first opportunity she ever had to yell at 22 men all at once.
You mean now she can't talk at all?
Not a word. She just lies there in bed and hisses. Empty the garbage pail, shake out the carpet sweeper, clean up the kitchen. I wish she wouldn't tell me what to do.
I have my own system for doing the housework. Gosh, Mr. Cushing, it must be tough living with your wife.
Mel, if you only knew. Last night we went out, and she said, "Look at me, John. I'm dressed up to kill." Gad, what a temptation. I tell you, Mel, I'd leave that woman in a minute if she didn't have all that money. I don't know why I'm standing here telling you all this. It's just that I don't know the doctor.
Oh, cheer up, Mr. Cushing. When you get your wife a Christmas present, everything will be okay.
Well, she's already hinted about a present. She wants some beauty aid. Ha!
Now, Mr. Cushing, after all, beauty is only skin deep.
Mel, she's already been peeled. The nerve of that woman. She asked me for a beauty makeup kit.
Well, what are you going to get her?
With her face, a box of Dr. Scholl's foot pad. Nothing helped that woman, Mel.
Well, I have to let you in for another disappointment, mighty potentate.
Huh?
I haven't any turkey.
What a relief.
You're happy not to see a turkey?
Mel, are you forgetting? I've been looking at my wife all day. Well, on to the party. Oh, I see Brother Colby here. Greetings, Brother Colby. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
And there's Brother Ross. Greetings, Brother Ross. Ugga-boo, ugga-boo-boo, ugga.
Ugga-boo, ugga-boo, good passes all ugga.
And little Tommy. Ugga-boo, ugga.
All right, Mr. Cushing, all right.
Well, I'm sorry. Sort of run away with Muggaboos, huh?
All right, come on, everybody. Let's all have fun. Does anybody want to hear me impersonate Charles Boyer? All right, I'll sing a song.
Anybody hear the story about the cop in Brooklyn?
Shall I sing now?
You've never heard this story before.
Is it about the cop finding the dead horse on Kosciuszko Avenue?
Uh-huh.
And he can't say Kosciuszko, so he moves the horse to Main Street? Shall I sing now?
No! I'll tell another one, and I know you don't know this story. A fellow was having soup in a restaurant, and he called over the head waiter. "See here, sir," he exclaimed. "There's a fly in this soup." And what do you think the head waiter said?
Did he say, "What do you want for a dime, an elephant?"
Yes, and I wish you'd drop dead. I'll try one more story now.
All right, everybody quiet now. Mr. Colby's going to try one more story. Go ahead, Mr. Colby. Everybody keep quiet.
Thanks, Murdoch, thanks. Well, it seems a man in a restaurant called the waitress over and said, "My cocoa is cold." "Well," replied the waitress, "if your cocoa is cold, put your hat on it."
Oh, very funny. Very, very funny.
Shall I sing now, Mr. Colby?
I've had enough from you, Mel Blanc. You ruined my entire evening.
His entire evening.
Father, let's...
And you've got a nerve inviting people to a Thanksgiving party and not even having any turkey.
Yeah, not having any turkey.
But, Father...
Hey, when do we eat? I'm starved.
That's a good idea. Come on, Father, let's eat.
Oh, all right.
Okay, everybody, sit down now.
There's a fine, yes. This food looks wonderful. No home cooking.
Well, everybody seated?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. I'll carve the salami. Who wants a leg?
I do.
I do.
Everybody wants a leg. I should have gotten an octopus.
I'd rather have turkey. Colby, will you stop? Everyone knows salami is much safer than turkey.
Safer?
Yes, no bones.
Oh.
Well, Tommy, what part do you want?
I want the part that goes over the counter last.
And how about you, Brother Ross?
Well, I don't know. I'm losing my appetite. Just give me the dark meat.
The salami is all dark meat.
That's what I said. Just give me the dark meat.
Oh, Murdoch? What part do you want?
I always let Mr. Colby choose first.
All right, Mr. Colby, what part would you like?
Oh, this has gone too far. I refuse to sit here and be made a fool of.
Oh, but Mr. Colby...
Well, this can't go on any longer. I'm going to tell Father.
Betty, please.
Huh? Tell me why.
Why we haven't any turkey tonight.
Oh, come in.
Is Mr. Blank here?
I'm Mel Blanc, little boy.
Mr. Blank, I'm from the orphan's home. I brought you a piece of your turkey.
You did?
Yes. It tasted so good, all the boys wanted you to have some. They wanted me to tell you how much they appreciated you remembering them on Thanksgiving Day.
Gee, thanks.
They also asked me to give a message from all the boys at the home. Do you mind if I give it?
No, go ahead.
2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? Mel Blanc, hooray!
Thanks a lot.
So long, Mr. Blanc.
So long.
Gee, wasn't that sweet?
Mel, you gave your turkey to the orphanage? Oh, why didn't you tell us about it?
Well, you're right again, Mr. Colby. Mel Blanc, why didn't
Oh,
you...
shut up!
Well, Mel, he didn't want to tell you because you forgot to give your turkey this year.
What? Why, I always give a turkey to the orphanage. In fact, I told Willie Murdoch to... Murdoch, didn't you deliver that?
Mr. Colby, it slipped my mind.
Oh, it did. Murdoch, come here. I'm going to break every bone in your body.
Quiet, everybody. Mr. Colby's going to break every bone in his body. Gee, it sounds good on somebody else. Oh, forget it, Mr. Colby. It's Thanksgiving. Let's forgive.
Yes, you're right, Mel.
Yeah, let's forgive and let's eat.
All right, here. Sit next to me, Mel, my son.
Thanks, Pop.
Nothing like the smell of salami on Thanksgiving.
You see, Betty, it's like I said. What difference does it make, salami or turkey? It's the spirit of Thanksgiving that counts. This is Mel Blanc saying Happy Thanksgiving, and
that's all, folks.
This is Bud Houston reminding you that Colgate Tooth Powder for breath is sweet and keep it sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure and join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you'll meet in Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter. Remember, Mel Blanc every Tuesday night at this time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Ford Dealers of America present The Fred Allen Show. The Fred Allen Show with Fred's guests, Mr. George Jessel, Portland Hoffa, Minerva Pius, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarco Sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny D. D as in Delmar, D as in Ford Dealer, D as in dependable. And dependable is the word for the service you get when you bring your Ford back home. Because Ford dealers really know Fords. They ought to. The average Ford dealer has been a Ford dealer 16 years. When you do one thing that long, you acquire a lot of know-how. And besides, special Ford time-saving methods and special equipment speed the job. And this saving in labor saves you money. From every angle, you'll find it pays to bring your Ford back home to your Ford dealer. See him this week. Well, it's Sunday night again, and Fred Allen drives up to keep his weekly date at the corner of Main Street. As Fred locks his Ford, he hears a voice say,
Mr. Allen!
Portland, I
Say, I'm sorry I'm late, Portland. I had to stop in at the National Surety Corporation.
Why?
Well, I canceled the bond we've had for the giveaway programs.
Aren't the listeners insured anymore?
No, Portland. After 8 weeks of insuring our listeners, we haven't had one legitimate claim.
No letters?
Oh, we've had hundreds of letters. One man named Frank Gould lost his pocketbook in Europe last summer, and wanted us to send him the money he lost. A shop owner out in California lost 2 rug customers while he was listening to the program. He wanted the $22 profit he would have made on the sale. And we had a letter from a woman in Sioux City. She said, why do giveaway programs bother with radio shows? Why don't they just mail the money out to people and save all that trouble? Well, enough about the giveaway, Imglick, Portland. What's a word which I will translate later. What is new?
The dock strike is over.
Oh, I read that.
Mama said when the dock strike started, 20 strikers were drowned.
How could 20 strikers drown?
When the strikers walked off the dock, they walked in the wrong direction.
Oh, I don't know. That news I don't think is reliable, Portland. I am going to buy my own paper.
Can I go with you?
Why, sure. Let's take a walk down Main Street.
Let's.
Come on here.
What does the paper say?
Hey, look at this. Mr. and Mrs. James Mason had a baby girl born on Thanksgiving Day.
That's funny.
What's funny?
Instead of a turkey on Thanksgiving, the Mason had a stork.
Yes, it is. Not as funny as you thought, I don't know. What you should never preface a joke if that's funny. You may be sadly awakened at the end of it. Look here, what do you know? The Masons are naming the little girl baby Portland.
Someday the Mason's baby may grow up to be the capital of Oregon.
Well, that's possible, and good luck. Say, here's a night important. Look at this. It says radio comedy is suffering from monotony, undernourishment, and repetition.
I wonder how people feel about radio comedy.
Well, let's ask a few people now as we're walking along Main Street. This man coming with the sickle in the alligator case. Pardon me, sir.
I am Sergei Stroganov, dance critic on Russia's outstanding tabloid Pravda.
You say you are the dance critic?
I am in America with Russian ballet.
Oh.
In Russia, we are having the greatest ballet dancers.
How come?
Everybody in Russia is on their toes.
Oh, that...
I am studying America.
Studying?
The happiest people in America I am meeting in the subway.
In the subway?
It is like Russia.
You mean the people?
Always they are happy in the underground.
Well, tell me, Sergei, how about radio in Russia? Do you have shortwave?
In Russia, we are short of everything.
Well, what is radio like in Russia?
All day long is different programs, occasionally entertaining.
Oh, really? What program?
Stalin Faces Life.
Yes.
Front page Stalin.
Yes.
Just Plain Joe.
Yes.
The mystery chef who is later taking off his mask and surprise.
Who is it?
Stalin.
Tell me, what about singing?
On the hit parade is Bing Stalin.
Bing Stalin?
Always he is dedicating songs to the leaders of other countries.
What leaders?
To Chiang Kai-shek, Stalin is singing, I'd like to get you on a slow boat to China.
Well, tell me, Sergei, what about comedy? You know, comedy in Russian radio.
In Russia, we have a comedian. He is very funny.
Something like Bob Hope?
In Russia, there is no hope.
Well, who is your comedian?
Who else? Stalin. Stalin is cracking jokes and doubling over with laughing.
The jokes are funny, eh?
The jokes don't have to be funny.
Why not?
Comrade, in Russia, when Stalin is laughing,
yes,
everybody is laughing.
Fine.
You bore me. Long live the Cominform.
So long, Sergei. Say, it's a nice night to walk down Main Street, Portland.
Look at the sign and that haberdashery.
What sign?
Our socks look better on your feet than they do on our hands.
Say, you fixed that up, too. You left a Y out of there, which would have made a question out of it. Why are the socks on our feet better? Hey, look who's coming.
Titus Moody.
Hi, Mr. Moody.
Howdy, Bob.
Well, Mr. Moody, did you have a nice Thanksgiving?
Why, the last thing I remember, my brother Huber come by for dinner.
Oh, yes?
To celebrate, I brought out a keg of hard cider.
A hard cider, hey?
All morning we sat around sipping and talking over old times.
I see.
Long about noon, Hubert, he put down his cider mug and he says, Titus, there is power in that keg.
Yeah?
Next thing I knowed, Hubert says, I'm a beaver.
I'm a beaver?
Yeah. And then he started gnawing the treadle on the melodeon.
Huber was loaded, eh?
Huber was loaded and he had his tailboard up.
What did he do?
I took Huber's teeth out and locked him in the closet.
Say, that was some Thanksgiving. Well, tell me, Mr. Moody, do you think comedy on the radio is suffering from monotony, undernourishment, and repetition?
I only listen to one program on the radio.
Oh, really? Which program?
Lem and Clem.
Lem and Clem, eh?
One fella plays the Reuben and the other fella plays the booby.
What do they do?
Oh, they're always pulling jokes. Lem will say to Clem, why is a pig's tail like 4 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah.
And then Clem, he'll say, 'cause it's twirly.
You like lemon Clem, eh?
The worst things I've ever heard.
Well, come on, Portland.
Wait till I smell what they're making in the candy store.
Oh, stop smelling that candy. Your nose will get fat.
Don't we know this little woman coming?
Oh, this little woman using 2 clam shells for ear laps? We certainly do. It's Mrs. Nussbaum.
So who is paging me? Oh, always it's you.
Yes, say, you look happy tonight, Mrs. Nussbaum.
Why not? I'm just coming from my psychiatrist.
Oh, you have to go to a psychiatrist?
Well, every night I'm dreaming.
Oh, you're dreaming?
Always it is the same dream.
What is your dream?
Always it is a bake shop.
A bake shop, eh?
Curled up, lying in the window, I am a bagel.
A bagel?
And the window is filled with bread, long loaves.
Uh-huh.
And always the bread to me is trying to say something.
Yes?
Always I am not understanding.
Well, did the psychiatrist interpret your dream?
In 2 visits.
Oh, in 2 visits. What is the reason that you, the bagel, cannot understand the long loaves of bread?
It is French bread.
Oh, my. You should have a cruller there to interpret for you. Well, Mrs. Nussbaum, about radio comedy, do you think it is suffering from monotony?
By me, every week is sounding similar, the joke.
Oh, what program do you listen to?
Jack Benny.
Oh. Do you think Jack Benny's program is always the same?
What's changing?
Well...
Always is starting the program Mr. F.E. Bloom of Lexington, Kentucky. Always is coming on Don Vilstein first again with Tabasco Men.
Yeah.
Always is singing a quartet.
Yeah.
And as the program is ending, a voice is saying, Jack Benny will coming back in just a minute.
And then what happens?
Who knows?
You mean?
Enough is enough already.
Enough?
Before Jack Benny's coming,
yes?
I am going, thank you.
Well, you sure run into some strange characters on Main Street, Portland.
You haven't found out anything about radio comedy, have you?
No, not up to now. Well, look, I'll try this man coming along wearing the rubber gloves and carrying the live wire for a cane. Pardon me, Bud.
Rejoice, brother. My name is Humphrey Titter.
Humphrey Titter?
I'm the Joy Boy. Stand back, brother. I'll let go a bluebird.
I remember you, Titter. Titter, you write unusual greeting cards and jingles.
Ah, yes. Everybody sends out cards to couples getting married.
Yes, and you?
I send out cards to people getting divorced.
Divorced?
Congratulations, Sam, old boy. Now you've dumped that Jane. Coming back from Reno, you'll ride the Freedom Train.
Very good, Humphrey.
Rejoice, brother. You can be happy as a cricket. Try rubbing your legs together.
Look, Mr. Titter, what about the monotony of radio comedy?
I have a solution.
Good.
I'll write a jingle. Take this down.
What's the title?
Farewell.
Farewell.
Farewell to you, old radio jokes. I can stand you no longer. California weather and Airwick, Azusa and Cucamonga. Who's on first? Jolson's age. How big is Durante's nose? Cantor with his 5 daughters. How sloppy are Crosby's clothes? Allen's Alley, the mean widow kid. Sinatra looking so bony. Fibber McGee in his closet. Tell me, which twin has the Tony? Coming, mother. Listen, Gracie. At long last, I've made my decision. So farewell to you, old radio jokes. I'm turning to television.
So long, Mr. Titter.
Rejoice, brother.
Well, come on. He didn't let go of the bluebird. I was watching him all the time. Let's go.
Look, there's an ad for Ray Bolger's show. Where's Charlie?
Remember that song Ray sings in the show, Once in Love with Amy?
How does it go?
Oh, some Sunday I'll have Al Goodman and his orchestra play it, and the 5 DeMarcos sing Once in Love with Amy for you, Portland. You know, I think it'll sound something like this.
Once in love with Amy, always in love with Amy, ever and ever fascinated by her, sets your heart afire to stay. Oh, just kissed by Amy, tear up your lips, it's Amy. Fly her with bonbons, poetry and flowers, moon a million hours away. You might be quite the fickle-hearted rover, so carefree and bold, who loves a girl and later thinks it over and just whistles on. Once in love with Amy, always in love with Amy, ever and ever, sweetly you romance her. Trouble is a fella named Jim, and Amy'd rather stay in love with him. Amy's in love with Jim.
Say, Portland, have you got a nickel? Kenny Delmar just put a telephone in his new Ford. You know, I think I'll call him up and try the phone out.
Here's a nickel.
Oh, thanks a lot. There's a phone in this fruit store. I'll be right back, Portland. Here's the phone. Hello, operator? Operator, give me information, please.
Information?
This is Fred Allen. I want to get Kenny Delmar's Ford.
Is it a new number, sir?
You bet it's a new number. It's a 49 Ford.
A 49 Ford?
Yes, it's a convertible with an Equipoise V8 engine.
You are calling Kenny Delmar's Ford convertible, 100 horsepower, New York City.
That's right.
The number is Sensation 1, Nyan Forward, Nyan. I will get you the operator.
Well, thank you. Hello, operator?
Number, please.
Operator, I'm trying to get Kenny Delmar's Ford.
A 49 Ford?
Yes, the number is Sensation 1949.
I am trying to get your party.
Thank you.
What model Ford is it?
It's the convertible with hydrocoil front springs, midship ride, and magic action brakes.
I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Delmar's line is busy.
Okay, operator. I'll call him back later.
Oh, before you hang up, sir.
Yes?
How can I get a 49 Ford?
Well, the only thing I can suggest, operator, is that you see your Ford dealer right away. Goodbye. Here's your nickel back, Portland. I got some change inside. Come on now, I'm late.
Late for what?
Well, I have to meet Georgie Jessel at Lindy's. He sent me a note.
Is George Jessel still a big movie producer at 20th Century Fox?
Portland, Mr. Zanuck, the head of the studio, doesn't make a move without Jessel. Before Mr. Zanuck produced that picture, Snake Pit, for 6 months he had Georgie coiled up in a box with a cobra.
Jessel wants to see you about.
Well, here's Lindy's. Let's go in and find out.
Oh, I have to meet Mama at the automat.
Oh, come on. You can have a sandwich at Lindy's.
I can't. Mama has 2 slots reserved at the automat.
Oh, well, then you're fast.
Good night.
Good night, Portland. Well, Lindy's is sure crowded tonight. I wonder where...
Well, hello, Fred.
Georgie Jessel. George, I didn't see you. Georgie, I got your note.
Well, Fred, sit down. I was just going out to dinner. You can watch me.
Oh. But, Georgie...
Wait a minute, I'll call the waiter. Hey, waiter! Hey, Bluebird, come over here.
Yes, sir.
Waiter, I'd like a nice knish. Knish? What is a knish?
Georgie, a waiter in Lindy's, and he doesn't know what a knish is?
Well, he's new here, you see.
I see.
Yesterday I asked for herring. He didn't know what a herring was.
Oh.
Had to tell him that a herring is a Bronx barracuda.
Well, perhaps you would better tell him what a knish is.
Well, I will. Now, look, waiter, a knish is a little thing. It looks like a half a ladyfinger, and it weighs 200 pounds. If you eat 2 of them, you can't get up. That's what it is.
Georgie, is that why Lindy's is full all the time?
Yes, but people come in. They eat 2 knishes and cannot get out of their chairs.
Oh, I often wondered.
Yes, so 20 years ago, Lindy himself ate 3 knishes, and to this day, he has never left a restaurant, believe me.
Georgie, I don't think you'd better not eat a knish.
All right, I think I'll have something light. Waiter, bring me a baked watermelon.
Yes, sir.
Oh, trouble. I should have eaten on the train.
Oh, you were on the train?
Well, of course. I just got back from Washington.
Oh.
I had an appointment with the president.
The president?
Uh-huh.
Georgie, not the cabinet.
Who knows? Marshall may be leaving. Anything can happen, Fred, you know.
But, Georgie,
I can see the headlines now. UN endorses the Jessel plan.
The Jessel plan?
It'll be bigger than the Jolson story. And the UN can do it without Larry Parks. That'll be something, too.
Look, Georgie, while you're waiting for your baked watermelon, what is it? What did you want to see me about?
Well, Fred, this is about my new picture playing at the Roxy Theater. It's called When My Baby Smiles at Me.
Yeah?
Now, maybe you could mention it on your radio program.
Oh, George.
I don't mean the whole half hour, Fred. I mean, just mention my picture once, maybe instead of the commercial.
Well, Georgie, I can't leave out the Ford commercial.
What do you need every week with a commercial? Believe me, everybody knows that the 49 Ford is a great car.
Well, that's right, Georgie.
All right, so just 1 week. Next Sunday, instead of Ford, you mention my picture. Who'll know the difference? Only you and me.
And 6,400 Ford dealers.
All right, but Fred, my new picture stars Betty Grable and Dan Daly.
Georgie, how can I possibly talk about your picture? I haven't even seen it.
Fred, you will see it tonight. You're coming with me to the Roxy. I've got 2 passes.
2 passes? Well,
yeah,
all right.
Wait a minute. Here's the waiter.
Here you are, sir.
Fred, how do you like this waiter?
What?
He brought me a knish.
A knish?
Don't even know what a baked watermelon is.
Say, Georgie, it's getting late. Look at the
All
clock.
right, come on, Fred. We'll miss the picture. We'd better get to the Roxy right away.
Let's go, George.
Well, here we are, Fred, right at the Roxy Theater.
Gosh, look at that crowd,
George.
George.
Just about to start, folks, on the screen, When My Baby Smiles at Me, starring Betty Grable and Dan Daly.
The box office is over here.
Yeah, wait a minute, Fred. I want to speak to that boy. Hey, Mr. Barker.
Yes, sir.
Listen, Okay, Fred, let's go.
The show is just about to start, folks, on the screen, When My Baby Smiles at Me, produced by Georgie Jessel.
Georgie, what became of Dan Daly and Betty Grable?
How do you like that? Well, you promise a guy a screen test, right away he starts yelling your name all over the screen.
Come on, I'll get the tickets.
What tickets? I'm the producer. I've got passes. We'll exchange them here at the box office.
Oh, good.
Pardon me, miss.
How many, please?
I'd like to exchange these passes.
Sorry, but I can't take no passes.
Well, these are perfectly good, miss.
Yeah, that's what some guy said last night. I wound up with 2 tickets to a Wallace rally.
But, miss, these passes are signed by Darrell Zanuck.
I don't care if they're signed by Thunderhead. I want you to show you're paying $1.40 like everybody else.
Georgie, tell her who you are.
Miss, it so happens that I am Georgie Jessel.
So what?
What so what? I produced the picture that they're showing inside.
What picture?
When my baby smiles at me.
When did we change?
You don't even know what picture you're showing?
How should I know? My back is to the theater. I'll beat it with them passes. You're holding up the line.
All right, okay. How much is it?
For two, you'll be $3.20.
Miss, you said $1.40. $2.40 is $2.80.
While your friend was stalling, the price has changed. It's $3.20.
All right, miss. Fred, give us the $3.20.
Okay, Georgie, you've got your mittens on. Here's $5, miss.
Here's your change.
All right, I'll take the tickets, Fred. Let's go in. Tickets, please. Here you are.
Main floor, straight ahead for all seats.
Come on, Fred.
Okay, Georgie.
Get in line, please.
Usher, 2 seats, please.
This aisle is full. You'll have to get in line.
Usher, I am Georgie Jessel.
Mr. Jessel, Usher, produce the picture.
Next aisle to your right, sir.
Thank you. See, Fred? Just mention the name.
It sure worked, Georgie.
Oh, Usher.
Next aisle to the right, sir.
It's just one aisle over, Fred.
I'm coming, George.
Next aisle to the right.
This is the last aisle, Fred.
Right through this door, sir.
Thank you.
Georgie, we're out on 50th.
Well, how do you like that?
Hey, wait a minute.
Let us back in here.
Open up the door.
Here, stop banging this door, you bums. There's a picture going on in here.
We know that.
We came here to see the picture.
Well, this is an exit. The box office is on 7th Avenue. You'll have to get a ticket.
We've got tickets.
Yes, he has the stuff.
Well, you can't come through this door.
We came out this door.
You sent us out, remember?
It's so dark in here, I can't see faces. Every head to me is just a lump.
Georgie, tell him who you are.
Look, Usher, I am Georgie Jessel.
Yeah. Georgie Jessel? I just saw your name on the screen.
How do you like that, Fred? The picture started. You've already missed the best part.
Georgie, if the rest is a letdown, I tell you, I'll see it some other time.
Oh, no. Fred, you sing my picture tonight. Usher, be a good fella. Let us black in.
Well, it means breaking my usher's oath, but all right. Come on.
Thank you.
Well, anything else I can do for you, Mr.
We
Jessel?
just want 2 seats.
Yes.
Next aisle to your left.
Oh, no, you don't. We've been all through that.
But this aisle is full, Mr. Jessel.
Georgie, why don't we just stand?
Now, look, Fred, have you forgotten who you're with? You're not only going to see the picture, you're going to see it sitting down.
Sitting where?
Have you tried upstairs, Mr. Jessel?
That's a good idea. Now, how do we get upstairs?
That stairway back of the Dixie cup leads to the mezzanine.
All right, Dixie Schmixie, thanks. Come on, let's go, Fred.
All right, Georgie. And here we are in the mezzanine, Georgie.
Well, we'll get some action now.
Here's the usher.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Yes. 2 seats, Usher, please.
May I see your stubs?
Here they are.
Oh, shame on you, sir. Shame on you.
Who's smoking?
What's wrong, Usher?
This is the mezzanine, the loge seat.
So what?
Your tickets are for the lower floor.
Well, how do we get tickets to sit up here?
You'll have to go back to the box office.
All right, you stay here, Fred. You rest yourself. I'll go down to the box office.
I wouldn't advise it, sir.
Why not?
There aren't any loge seats right now.
No seats?
Georgie, as long as there aren't any seats.
Fred, you're going to see my picture if I have to get 2 Morris chairs.
Sorry, no Morris chairs allowed in the mezzanine.
Usher, do you know who I am?
You're Georgie Jessel.
Well, how did you know?
Oh, word's gotten around.
Well, look, Usher, I produced this picture. I was on my feet day and night. 7 days a week for 12 months. I'm a tired man, and I'd like to sit down.
Well, you can't sit here. Why don't you try the balcony?
How do we get to the balcony?
You're left behind the candy counter, 4 flights up.
All right, come on. Let's go, Fred.
To the balcony?
They know I'm here. They're probably holding something open.
Well, let's go and find out. Gosh, Georgie, this balcony's pretty high. My nose is bleeding. Look, George, the stage is a mile away. Who's that on the screen?
Wait a minute. I think it's Dan Daly.
From here, he looks like Lassie.
Look, as soon as we get 2 seats, I will rent a couple of telescopes.
Oh.
See, it will be all right. Oh, Usher.
Your stubs, please.
Usher, I'm Georgie Jessel.
Glad to meet you, sir. I'm Horace Treadwell. Your stubs, please.
Looky, Horace, we'd like a couple of seats.
Yeah. Next aisle to your right, sir.
Now, wait a minute. This could be dangerous. Is there a door up here?
Are there any seats up here?
No, sir.
Georgie, I've had enough. I want my money back.
Now, Fred, I produced the picture. We've got tickets. We're going to get seats. Horace, where's the manager's office?
On the main floor, Mr. Jessel.
All right, thank you, Horace. Let's go, Fred.
Oh, boy, the main floor. Now, when do I get my money?
Stop with the money, Fred. We're going to get seats. Now, here's the sign, manager's office. Yes? Pardon me, I'm looking for the manager.
Georgie Jessel.
Well, Joe Hawkins, you old son of a gun. You're the manager?
Georgie, I heard you were making a tour of the theater. Well, how'd you like it?
Oh. The theater is great. Only one thing. Say, did you ever think of putting in 2 more seats?
2 more seats? I'll make a note of that.
Never mind the seats. What about my money?
George, who is this?
Well, this is Fred Allen, a friend of mine.
Oh. Georgie, I expect 2 seats to open up in the orchestra any minute.
Oh, nice work, Joe. Thank you.
A couple of Bobby Soxers dropped their lunch on the way in this morning. They've been sitting inside for 10 hours with no food. They can't last much longer.
They can still last longer than I can. I want my money back.
You want your money back?
Yes, I want my money back.
You'll get your money back. It's going to look mighty bad on the report.
What report?
The report to the front office. 1 refund on when my baby smiles at me. Mr. Zanek's going to think somebody didn't like the picture. Who produced the picture? Georgie Jessel.
But I didn't see the picture.
Alan, you call yourself Georgie's friend. You're sticking a knife right in his back.
Georgie.
He's right, Fred.
I'm sticking a knife in your back?
The handle is showing.
Georgie, I paid $3.20 to see your picture. I didn't see your picture. I would like to have my money back.
Gad, he's stubborn.
Yes, I'm stubborn.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Wait a minute. I'll fix this. I'll tell you what we'll do. Joe, can you get Fred a bag of popcorn?
Sure. Here's a bag right here. I just finished popping it.
Fine. Here you are, Fred. There's plenty of butter in it, too. Now, go ahead.
Georgie, nobody eats popcorn just to eat popcorn. People only eat popcorn when they're watching a picture.
Now, sit down, Fred. Eat your popcorn. I'll tell you the story of my picture. Are you ready?
Now, wait till I get my popcorn open. Okay, Georgie, I'm ready.
Well, When My Baby Smiles at Me is a story of a great love. Dan Daly is in love with Betty Grable. Give me some. As the picture starts, Dan Daly is on the stage singing, "For when my baby smiles at me, my heart goes roaming to paradise." Yes, sir. And when my...
Before we close up shop, your Ford dealer wants to give you a safety reminder. The highways are extra crowded this weekend, and he hopes that you'll drive with extra caution. In almost all traffic accidents, someone has violated the law. So observe all the rules, be alert and careful. The life you save may be your own. Next week, our guest will be Henry Morgan, a friend of Jack Eigen's. Thank you, and good night. Good night.
This is NBC.